Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know, and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos. We also love hearing from our listeners. If you have any suggestions for future audiobooks, please feel free to leave a comment below. Or if you want to say hi, we'd love to hear from you. Thank you for listening, and we hope you have a great day. Subscribe to this channel today and join the Billionaire Romance Audiobooks family.
The Virgin's Baby. A Forced Marriage Romance. By Michelle Love. Book 2 in the Sons of Sin series. Audio copyright 2023, BFA Publishing. Note: we edited this romance audiobook to comply with the YouTube content guidelines. If you want to listen to the full-length non-edited version, you can grab a copy from Google Play Books or Kobo. Blurb.
Having a stranger's baby wasn't a thing I'd ever dreamt of doing. As a busy college student, I didn't have time for the opposite gender. The center of my world was my approaching career. Until he came along. Stimulating. Virile. Obsessive. I was supposed to have his baby and nothing more. Only, he wanted much more than I could give. His slightest touch turned me into a puddle of melting flesh. If I allowed it, he would own me, body and soul. I would give him his air but never my heart.
Chapter 1.
Ransom. Ibiza, Spain, May 9th. Waves rolled in on the pristine white sand. The water placidly reflected the clear blue sky. Paradise is what we came for, and my friends and I were not disappointed. With females everywhere you turned wearing next to nothing, it made our vacation, our perpetual vacation, even better. Dumphy raised his hand between us, awaiting a high five from me. Give it to me, Ransom. Did I pick the perfect place to spend the next month, or what? Not one to leave a friend hanging, I gave him the gesture he deserved. That you did, Dumphy. He'd called me up one day, telling me that he'd heard there was a ton of action in Ibiza, Spain, and that we needed to go. Gathering a couple more friends, Vic and Alejandro, I made us into the fearsome foursome once again. Our little pack liked to spend money, have as much fun as humanly possible, and bag all the babes we could. We had month-long vacations 4 times a year. And we all took turns picking out the places to go. Summer was just beginning, and I was certain it would be a great one. Lying on the beach, watching the beauties parading past, proved better than watching any movie ever. Vic leaned up on his elbows, lifting his glass of Yerbas Ibisencas, an Ibiza tradition. Holding it up, he toasted, to Ransom's 30th birthday. May the next decade be as good to you as this one was. Sitting up, I picked up my drink, a smooth-tasting Frigola, but paused, allowing the other guys to grab their drinks before we clinked glasses of assorted alcoholic bliss together and said in unison, "Salud." Turning 30 wasn't a thing I was too worried about. Being first in our group to make this journey into the next decade, I would lead my lifelong friends much the same way as I've always done, into the next phase of life. Being the kind of guy that first was, I wasn't making any changes. I would simply sit back and see where life took me, the way I always had. It had worked so far, why not just keep things the way they were? Alejandro pulled his aviator-style sunglasses down, looking over their rims at me. You know it's common to get married and start a family by your age, Ransom. All I could do was laugh. Not me, buddy. Not this guy. I jabbed my thumb to my bare chest since I was clad in swimming trunks and nothing else. Displaying your body for all to see was the thing to do at the busy beach. Vic shook his head, then laid back down on the sand. I'm with you, Ransom. Bachelors forever. Damn right, I agreed, then laid back down too, to continue letting the sun's rays bronze my body, a body I worked damn hard on. Daily workouts and a protein-filled diet had me looking the best I'd ever looked. Turning 30 wasn't going to get me down. No, sir. Dumphy got up, dusting sand off his ass. I'm going to grab us another round and find out where the party's at tonight. We've got to celebrate the big guy's birthday in style. My birthday. It got me thinking about my accomplishments in the last 20 years. I'd graduated from high school by the skin of my teeth, but that was only because I didn't care much about making good grades. Girls were my focus in those years. Puberty had a big impact on me. In my 20s, I began to refine my tastes instead of feasting on just any female. A certain type began to attract me. It didn't make sense to my friends, they always pursued the ultra-gorgeous girls. But me, I liked my girls on the lower end of the scale. I had my reasons. I'd been through many a beautiful girl in my time. They all had one thing in common, they tried to rule me with their beauty. I wasn't a man to be ruled anyway. And I didn't much care to rule a woman either. I liked to live life free as a bird. With 4 new drinks in his meaty fists, Dumphy came back with his news. Amnesia is where it's going down tonight, my amigos. I accepted my drink from him. Sounds like a plan, man. I'm down for losing my memory on this 30th birthday. Vic took his drink from Dumphy. Me too. He took a sip and then raised it up high. To tonight, and to getting blown up. We all raised our glasses. Salud. Her head jerked back as she gestured to her friends. We might come out there tonight. Plump cheeks, red from the sun, went plumper as she smiled. With her dark sunglasses, I had no idea what color her eyes were, not that it mattered. The only thing that mattered to me was how plump her body was. I liked meat on a girl. Running my hands over bones didn't excite me at all. But an odd thing came out of my mouth, even though I was totally considering boning her. You girls be careful now. There are a lot of men out there who might not treat you very well. Where did that come from? I sounded like some old dude. Not a thing I wanted to sound like. And I caught my friends looking at me with puzzled expressions. Vic asked, "You okay there, birthday boy?" Am I? Looking at the drink in my hand, I thought maybe I'd had too much. I placed it on the sand next to me. Sure. I just thought she ought to be careful and not go putting herself out there to just anyone. Looking back at her, I noticed crinkled lines on her forehead above her glasses. She must have thought I was kind of crazy. Yeah, anyway, she turned to walk away. Just forget it, dude. Alejandro bumped his shoulder to mine. Hey, aren't you one of those guys who doesn't treat women very well, Ransom? I didn't think I treated women badly. I just basically gave them a great night and then sent them on their way. What's so bad about that? Before I could answer, Dumphy had to put his 2 cents in. Yeah, dude. You sent that chick running. I mean, I would have sent her on too. She's not so easy on the eyes. But you usually don't mind the ones none of us will give the time of day to. She was a total 3. Right up your alley. When Vic chimed in with, "Yeah, dude, what's up with you?" Looking over at the girl I'd run off, I found her busy chatting it up with another guy. Look, I don't know why I said that to her. But just look at her. She's going up to anybody. She has no idea how easy she's making it for some jerk to take her and do whatever he wants with her. Yeah, Alejandro agreed, but isn't that the way we like 'em? Easy. While the others laughed, I laid back down, thinking that they were juveniles. Juveniles? When the hell did this start happening to me? I just needed to get drunk. Not think. Stay true to myself. The way I always had. For the rest of the day, I made sure to not say too much to any of the girls who stopped by to say hi and ask where we'd be going later. At least none of them ended up running away from me like I was some old man who only wanted to watch out for them. When I got back to my hotel room, I looked long and hard at myself in the mirror. When I smiled, I noticed laugh lines around my mouth. When I frowned, I noticed wrinkles on my forehead. Note to self, don't frown too often. When I laughed, my eyes scrunched up and those lines became crazy visible. No laughing either. Pulling my trunks off, I stepped into the shower. Washing sand and grit off my skin with the thick body wash, I felt my toned hard body. At least you can't tell my age from my muscular physique. I'll have to work harder to keep my face from aging too much too quickly. Looking at the bottle of sunscreen sitting on the vanity, I vowed to lather my face with it a few times each day, especially when spending the day out in the sun. Staying young looking had never even occurred to me before. It wasn't as if I was old or anything. So why did I suddenly feel like time might be slipping away from me? I went back to thinking about my accomplishments and added in the bachelor's degree in petroleum engineering from Texas Tech in Lubbock, a degree I'd never used a day in my life. The family business was oil, so I got a degree in it to make everyone happy. That degree had sealed my future as a wealthy man. It was the one stipulation my grandfather, who'd raised me after my parents were killed when I was 15, demanded in order for me to inherit the fortune he'd amassed. I had found a loophole in his demand, however. He'd never said I had to get a job after graduating. So I never bothered to look. I just took the bank card he gave me and went on vacation. Over and over again. One vacation after another. The hotel phone rang, and I figured it was one of the guys asking if I was ready to head out to the club. When I picked up the phone, I was surprised to find my grandfather's personal assistant on the other end of the line. "Ransom, your grandfather doesn't know I'm making this call to you," Mr. Davenport said in a whisper. My blood ran cold. Is he okay? My grandfather wasn't young anymore. He had lost some of the robust strength he'd had when he took over raising me. But he wasn't old at 70 either, and his health had always been pretty good. "No, he's not," came his reply. "You need to come home, Ransom. Don't wait. Come as soon as you can. God, don't make me lose him too."
Chapter 2.
Aspen. Lubbock, Texas, May 9th. The sun blazed down on me as I made the long walk to the post office to check my mail. A warm breeze made the afternoon seem hotter than it had been the day before. Lubbock wasn't exactly paradise, but it was the only place I'd ever lived. Somehow, I'd never gotten used to the oppressive heat, but I had learned how to dress for the summer weather. Shorts and a cotton t-shirt along with flip-flops made it bearable. My thick dark curls had to be pulled up into a high ponytail to keep it off my neck. Climbing up the stairs of the post office, I passed one of my professors. "Afternoon, Aspen. It's a nice day today, don't you think?" Professor Sampson asked me. She'd been one of my favorites in last semester's classes. Natural gas engineering seemed easy when she was teaching. Stopping to chat for a sec, I said, "It's a pretty nice day for Lubbock. But wouldn't a tropical beach be a heck of a lot better on a day like this?" Nodding, she agreed. "I bet it would. Did you make any summer plans?" Work, and then some more work," I said with a laugh. I didn't have the funds for any kind of vacation. "How about you?" "Me and the hubby are going to Cancun in June. We'll be there a whole week." She waved her hand in front of her face to fan it. "I can't wait to get there." "And you'll probably hate leaving there too," I added with a smile. I knew I would have hated to. "Most likely," she said with a nod. "Well, I better let you get to it then. Bye, Aspen." "Bye." I made my way to the door. Opening it, I felt a burst of cool air waft over me as I walked in. Taking my time so I could cool off before making the hot trek back to the apartment one shared with another girl, I wandered around the large building. A USPS poster advertising their latest stamps drew my attention. Birds were the theme, pretty little birds on tiny branches that made me smile. I wasn't your ordinary 23-year-old college student. Little things made me happy. I wasn't into partying either, unlike so many of the people at school here. Even though I was approached to pledge at a few different sororities, I never had an interest. It was important to me to not just make good grades, but to make great ones. Living with a house full of hormone-crazed girls sounded like poison to me, a surefire way to kill my chances of successfully gaining a master's degree in petroleum engineering. Box 954 was just to the right of the poster. Tapping in the combination, I opened the small box to find it filled with letters. It had been a week since I had checked the mail. One envelope in particular made me anxious. My bank statement. My bills weren't high, but my part-time job didn't pay well at all. With my half of the rent, electric, water, and cable totaling $500 a month, along with an average $100 spent on food each week, usually a whopping $50 was left to be deposited into the college fund account my father started for me. That bank account had slowly dwindled after 4.5 years of college. I used it exclusively to pay for classes, books, and other things I needed for school. It had been 6 months since I had the courage to open a statement to see what was left. Peeking around the busy post office, I decided not to open the envelope for fear I might burst into tears in front of these people. I stuffed it into my bag and headed back to my apartment. I looked at the rest of the mail as I walked home. 3 credit card offers were tossed into the first trash can I passed. Dad had counseled me to never get a credit card. He said you can end up paying double, even triple, the amount for something when you figure in all the interest. There was also an invitation to join the Lubbock First Baptist Church. I looked sourly at it. It was the 8th missive this year. My father had been a member of that church, an infrequent attendee, but still a member. And Dad made me go along with him on most of those occasions. I just wasn't a fan of sitting and listening to anyone talk on about a book. It confused me that so many people had different interpretations of what the words in the Bible meant. Why would anyone need another person to decipher the written words to them? I didn't need it. And I didn't like to waste an hour or two listening to anyone do such a mundane thing. Tossing that letter into the next trash can along my walk, I thought about how no one from my father's church had reached out after Dad died in an oil field accident. No one came around at all. Not even when I was forced to leave our house because of foreclosure. Not even when Dad's truck and my car were repossessed. All Dad had in his bank account when he died was a couple of $1,000s. The bank let me have it after a month of waiting. I paid our bills for that month and bought some food, but that was it. There wasn't any more money coming in after that. I had to find a job, a thing my father tried so hard to keep me from doing. He wanted me to go to school and focus completely on my education. And I was successfully doing that up until my 3rd year of college, when Dad was killed by an exploding oil well. Afterwards, things changed for me. He'd made contributions to my college fund with each paycheck. I wouldn't have had a problem at all if he'd survived. But he didn't, and here I was. With no mother in the picture, I was all alone. I had no memories of her. She left my father before I'd turned a year old, and she never came back. While working evenings at a nearby Dairy Queen, I walked to and from my childhood home until the bank came to lock it up. Luckily, my coworker Margot needed a roomie, and she let me stay in her little 1-bedroom apartment. During that time, I made her couch my home and tried not to get in her way. Eventually, together, we made the move into a 2-bedroom, splitting the bills. It worked out okay. She and I got along well enough. Arriving to the front door, I held on to the only piece of mail left, the bank statement. Pausing a beat before opening the door, I looked up and said, "Please let this be good news." I didn't care for church, but I did believe in God. The door flew open, and Margot nearly ran into me as she walked out. "Whoa. Aspen, I didn't know you were right here." I stepped to the side. "Yeah. I went to get the mail." I held up the envelope. "My college bank account statement has come in, and this time I've got to see how much is left. I can't throw it away without looking at it. Not with next semester's classes coming up in a few months." Clucking her tongue, she started walking away from me. "Didn't you say that you needed about 20 grand for them?" "Yeah," I muttered. I was fairly positive I wouldn't see anywhere near that amount left in the account. "I'll keep my fingers crossed for you." Unlocking the chain from her bicycle, she hopped on. "I've got a double shift at the Queen today. And afterward, I'm going out with a couple of girls. If you want to join us, you're more than welcome, Aspen." She knew what my answer would be before I even said it, "No thanks." I walked into the small apartment, not loving the fact that it felt just as stifling as outside. We only used our air conditioning at night when we slept, and it was turned off as soon as we got up. Being poor meant not using any unnecessary anything. That included electricity, food, water, and even shampoo and soap. My life changed so drastically after Dad died. He'd made great money in the oil field, but the thing about working in that field is that the people tended to buy a lot of things on payments. Sure, he had a very expensive four-wheel drive truck. And that truck had hefty payments that couldn't be made without his income. Everything was that way. One by one, I lost it all, even the furniture that filled our three-bedroom brick home. Everything had been financed, nothing was paid for. I found it a bit hypocritical of my father to tell me never to get a credit card when he financed everything he'd bought. Flopping down on the couch, I stared at that envelope for a long time before finally opening it. Okay, let's just do this. The first page greeted me and thanked me for being a loyal customer of Friends Bank in Lubbock, Texas. My cell rang, and I stopped what I was doing to pull it out of my pocket. Flipping it open, I couldn't afford a smartphone. I answered, "Hello." The writing on the miniature screen was too small for me to read without my reading glasses, a pair I'd picked up at the dollar store a few months back. "Aspen, hi," my boss said. Mrs. Pepper had always been very good to all of us. She didn't pay well, but she was very nice to everyone who worked for her. She didn't call me often. I immediately assumed she called to ask me to come into work, even though I wasn't scheduled. "Did you need me to come in, Mrs. Pepper?" "I'm not busy." "I can if you need me to." No," she hesitated before going on. "You see, Aspen, I've got some news. I'm telling every one of you girls who work here about this today. Since you're not scheduled to come in, I didn't want to make you walk down here to hear what I have to say." My heart was sinking. This news was not going to be good. "Thank you for that consideration, Mrs. Pepper. So, what's this news you have for us?" "You remember my son Gerald, right?" she asked. I barely recalled his name. "Sure I do." "Well, he and his wife just had triplets," she went on. "Maybe she's taking a little vacation." "Oh wow. Well, congratulations on becoming a grandmother," I offered. Things didn't seem so glum then. "Thank you, Aspen," she continued. "So, you can imagine how hard things are going to be for him and his wife with 3 brand new babies, right?" There's that sinking feeling again. Right. And they live outside of Dallas. That's a pretty good ways from here. A bit too far for me to keep up with this place. She cleared her throat, readying herself to hit me with the news I now assumed was going to be very bad. "Okay," I whispered, knowing the wind was about to be knocked out of me. "And just what does that mean, Mrs. Pepper?" With a huff, she told me exactly what that meant. "Okay, here it is. I've got to go out there tomorrow. I've already talked to a realtor who is going to put the building on the market and sell it for me. I'm closing down the Dairy Queen effective at 9 o'clock tonight. I'm sorry, honey, I am. I've already written each of you glowing letters of recommendation. It's all I can do. I'm sorry." "Thank you," was all I could say. "Can you send mine with Margot, please?" "I will," she said happily, like she hadn't just messed up my world. "Good luck, Aspen. I'm sure you'll be fine. You've got that great education going for you. Don't sell yourself short. Apply for the jobs that you need that degree to get, honey. 'Kay, bye." Flipping my phone closed, I went ahead and looked at the second page of the bank statement. $56.13.
Chapter 3.
Ransom. Lubbock, Texas, May 11th. Weird noises met my ears as I entered my grandfather's bedroom suite. The first room, much like a living room and filled with leather furnishings, was empty. The door on the far wall led to his bedroom. Behind that, I heard what sounded like Darth Vader breathing. Giving the door a knock, I asked, "Granddad, you in there?" After some shuffling sounds, the door opened. And there stood a young woman wearing lilac scrubs. "I'm afraid you'll have to come back later. Mr. Whitaker is doing his breathing treatment at the moment. Give us 30 minutes, please." Then she just closed the damn door in my face. I knocked again, then twisted the doorknob to find it locked. What the heck? Spinning on my heel, when I heard footsteps behind me, I found my grandfather's assistant coming in the front room. His eyebrows went up when he saw me. "Good you came." I rubbed my brow as frustration swelled inside of me. "Mr. Davenport, what in the name of all that's holy is going on here?" "Have you been able to see him?" he asked, instead of answering my question. "No. That woman wouldn't let me in. And she's locked the door." I threw my hands in the air. "What's going on? Just tell me already." His light blue eyes looked pleadingly at me. "I wish I could. Unfortunately, I've been told not to say a thing to you." He wrung his old, wrinkled hands as he looked down at the floor. "Please don't tell him that I called you. I'm afraid he'll fire me if you do. He was adamant that no one tell you a thing." "Fine." I sat on the sofa, wondering what was happening. I know how he can be. My heart felt so heavy I thought it might fall out of my chest. He's all I've got, you know. After Mom and Dad were killed on their yacht off the African coast, he came to my boarding school to give me the horrible news. I went home with him, and he became both my mother and my father to me. I don't know what I would do without him. I looked at the man who'd been in my grandfather's employ ever since I could recall. Is this life-threatening? I'm not saying another thing, Ransom. I can't. Soon you can talk to him and let him tell you what he wants to. Mr. Davenport turned and left me sitting there alone, wondering what I was about to hear. Closing my eyes, I remembered when my grandfather showed up at my dorm at boarding school. I was 15 and never imagined he was there to bring me terrible news at all. He would come by unexpectedly on occasion to take me out to dinner or to see a movie. That day he looked different. Pale, shaky, weak, not like my grandfather at all really. "Ransom, I've got terrible news to tell you, boy." I'd taken a seat on the edge of my bed. "Yes, sir." "What is it?" "My son," he stopped talking and put his fist tightly against his mouth. Then he cleared his throat before going on. "My son was murdered. Your father and mother have been killed. Their bodies were found full of bullet holes off the African coast. Their yacht has been taken. Pirates are believed to have done the evil deed." It was hard to believe the news he'd delivered to me that day. The sun was shining outside my window, the birds were chirping merrily. Shouldn't it be storming outside? Didn't the entire planet know my parents had been killed? As I sat there waiting to see the old man, lost in my memories, I knew my grandfather would deliver his news much the same way as he'd done back then, 15 years earlier, straight and to the point. Internally, I prepared myself to hear it. I had never allowed myself to think about a time that would eventually come, the time when I would find myself alone in the world. I prayed like crazy that I wasn't about to find out that the time had come much sooner than I'd ever thought it would. I wasn't ready to be alone yet. Sure, I stayed away from home more often than I stayed at home. But I called my grandfather all the time and he called me too. When I was home, we would do things together. But since I graduated from college, our outings grew more infrequent. Until suddenly, they dried up entirely. I've wasted so much time. Putting my face in my hands, I fought the urge to cry. I wasn't the kind of man who cried. I laughed. I joked. I played around. I didn't cry. But those tears were burning the backs of my eyes so badly, I thought they might burst free for the first time since I'd lost Mom and Dad. About a year after their murders, the last of my tears were shed, and I never cried again. And now here I was, trying to hold them back, even though I had no idea what kind of news my grandfather was going to give me. Pulling my head up, I shook off my feeling of impending doom. I had no clue what I was about to be told. Why start mourning the man now? The door to his bedroom opened, and the lady in the lilac scrubs came out. "You must be Ransom. Your grandfather has told me so much about you." She smiled at me as she extended her hand. I shook it. He's told me nothing about you. With a light laugh, she said, I'm sure he hasn't. I'm Daphne, his attendant. I'll let him tell you the rest. She walked away to leave us alone. I'll be back in 30 minutes or so. Don't leave him unattended, please. And why is that? I asked her. She didn't answer. She just closed the outer door behind her, leaving me alone with my grandfather. I turned to walk into his bedroom, worried about the state I would find him in. He lay in his large oak four-post bed. A white comforter billowed around him, making him look small and slight in the bed. Ransom, he croaked. Yes, sir. It's me. I came to the side of his bed, as he didn't sit up. His blue eyes were sunken back into his skull. It had only been a little over a month since I'd seen him last, and he'd lost a fair amount of weight in that short time. And much of his white hair was gone too. When he pulled his hand out from under the blanket, I could see multiple bruises on top of it. At some time or another, he'd must have had IVs stuck in it. And he'd never told me a thing. Ransom, sit down. He patted the bed beside him. I took a seat on the edge, looking at him and hating what I saw. Granddad, what's happened to you? Did you have a stroke or something? He nodded, and it made me feel like crying again. Yes, I did. Why didn't you have someone call me? I couldn't understand why he would do this to me. Ransom, I wanted you to come see me, but I didn't want it to be because I was ill. He ran his thin fingers over the back of my hand. You're always going. You need to put down some roots, my boy. I'm good, Granddad. I'm really good. I have lots of fun, I told him, hoping he could understand that I didn't want to live the way he did, tied down to this place. Fun, he said, then harumphed. Fun has its place in time. But fun isn't a way of life, boy. He shook his head. No, not boy. Man. You are a man. 30 years old now. I thought you might call or come by on your birthday. But you didn't bother. You didn't want to spend that special day of yours with your blood. I suppose you were with your cronies, your posse, or whatever you call them. I was. I had to get up and walk around a bit. Seeing him in that weakened state was getting to me, making me feel things I didn't want to feel. And usually you call me on my birthday, not the other way around. I haven't spent my birthday with you for years now. You think I don't know that? He asked. The force of his reply started him coughing. Turning to look at him, I waited for the coughing fit to subside before asking, This is more than a stroke, isn't it? He nodded. This is lung cancer. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to feel. The man wasn't dead. Mourning him wouldn't be the right thing to do. But every fiber of my being told me I should be doing just that. What are they doing to treat it? I finally managed to ask before I staggered to take a seat in a chair so I wouldn't fall down. I'm going to be all alone. Chemo. His eyes went to stare at the ceiling. Radiation. No surgery can be done. The mass is inoperable. It's slowly closing off my trachea. Getting up, I rushed over to his side, taking his hand in mine, as I could hear the fear in his voice. The chemo and radiation will fix it, Granddad. You'll see. You can beat this. The way his eyes clouded told me he didn't share my desperate optimism. I hope so. My biggest fear is that the tumor will close off my windpipe and I'll suffocate. I don't want to go that way, Ransom. I don't. I couldn't take this. I was about to burst into tears. But my grandfather had always been strong for me, and now it was my turn to be that for him. I wouldn't worry about that, Granddad. Give the medicine time to heal you. You've got the money to get the best medical help in the whole world. If these medicines fail, then we'll go alternative. I don't want you to worry. I don't want you to be alone, Ransom. He gripped my hand. That's why I've done what I've done. Not because I hate you. Not because I'm trying to ruin your life. It's out of love I've done this. Confusion riddled me. What are you talking about, Granddad? I really had no clue at all what he was going on about. What is it that you've done? My will. I've made a change to it. He had to take a second to catch his breath, and the sounds his throat and chest were making were scaring me. Granddad, are you okay? Should I get that lady? I asked as I watched him carefully as he gasped. Finally, he closed his eyes, then his breathing became normal again. Damn tumor. I had no idea what had just happened, but I knew it didn't feel good to him at all. So, what is it that you've done? I've added a stipulation to the will. If you don't produce an heir before I pass on, then my entire estate will go to charity instead of you, he said with no qualms at all. F my life.
Chapter 4.
Aspen. Lubbock, Texas, May 15th. The job search wasn't going well at all. I tried to do what Mrs. Pepper had suggested. I looked for jobs in all the fields my degree in petroleum engineering touched upon. Unfortunately, all those jobs were outside of Lubbock, and I needed to stay in Lubbock to finish my grad work. I couldn't believe that with just one more semester to go, I'd hit a brick wall. I couldn't find a job that would pay enough for me to continue going to school. Margot and I sat at the small dining room table, slurping our top ramen while discussing our bleak futures. A noodle slapped the side of her mouth as she sucked it in. God, I hate this. Me too. I put my fork on the table and stared into the puddle of colorless noodles in the bottom of the bowl. What did I do to deserve this? I'd been a good person. I'd worked when I had to. So why me? Margot got up and put her bowl in the sink. I've applied everywhere I can within walking distance. Later on today, I'll take my bike and apply at any places within riding distance. But shit, I'm tired. Sucking down the remainder of the noodles, I thought about where else I could look for a job. In the end, it wasn't a matter of finding one that could pay enough for school. I had to find one to pay the simple bills of living. Okay, I think we should double up here, Margot. Get a couple of roommates to share these expenses. I got up to clean my bowl. We can fit our beds in your room, then 2 other girls can put twin beds into mine, and then we'll be splitting things 4 ways instead of just 2. That way, I might be able to pay for my classes as well as my bills. The way her dark eyes lit up told me she thought I was onto something. I'm cool with that. Why don't you put up a poster at the college to see if we can hurry up and get someone? Okay. I'll poster all the corkboards at school. After washing my bowl, one dried it and put it away. And we should really do some deep cleaning to attract a couple of good girls. We don't want messy people living with us. Margot tended to be messy anyway, but we definitely didn't need anyone else helping her with that. Taking my lead, she washed and dried her bowl and then put it up too. Okay, I'll take the kitchen and living room while you move your bed and things into my bedroom. That way, we'll be ready to go as soon as possible. Getting to work, it took nearly the whole day to get the place in order and the poster made. Noticing that the time had gotten away from us, Margot took a seat on the sofa instead of heading out on her bike to apply for jobs. Looks like this day is a loss for job hunting. I went to find my laptop and came back to give it to her. Here. You can apply for jobs online too. No need to waste a day. I sat down beside her, tapping in my password to allow her to use the computer. I've already applied for everything I could find that's within walking distance. Since I can't ride a bike, I can't apply for anything further than that. Oh, she said as she looked stunned. You can't ride a bike. Now tell me why I don't know that about you, Aspen. Shrugging, I said, 'cause I haven't told you about that. I'm not really into talking about myself. You know that. And why is that, anyway? She asked as she pushed the laptop to the other side of her. She must have thought I was about to open up to her. Wrong. I picked up the laptop and put it right back on her lap. You worry about finding a job and not learning about me. I'm a bore anyway. The fact was, I did believe my story was boring. Having just a father to raise me had left me sheltered. I didn't have any cool stories to share about my rambunctious childhood. I never rebelled, so I didn't have any great stories of how I put it to my dad and got my way. And I never got into any trouble, so I didn't have any that time I went to jail stories either. I was a bore. Margot was insistent though. Come on. At least tell me why you never learned how to ride a bike. You said your dad made good money. You grew up in a nice home. You two drove nice cars. So, why didn't you learn how to ride a bike? I really don't know. I guess Dad never thought about it. And I never asked. Thinking back, I couldn't recall a whole heck of a lot of times that Dad taught me anything. He hadn't taught me how to cook. When he was alive, he bought takeout all the time. Neither of us cooked. It wasn't until after I realized that takeout costs way more than food you can make at home that I learned how to cook a little bit, enough to get by anyway. Margot wasn't satisfied. So, what else do you not know how to do? I had to think on that a minute before I said, I don't know how to swim. I don't know how to dance. I don't know how to sew. There are lots of things I don't know. But I do know how to study hard and get good grades. I do know how to focus on one thing at a time and accomplish each goal I need to. I'd had enough of her questions and I got up to leave. And right now, my goal is to get us some roomies to share these bills with. I'll be back in a little while. I'm going up to the college now. I've just got one more question for you, Aspen, she called out after me. Stopping at the door, I turned to look at her. What, Margot? She'd exasperated me already. Her dark brows raised. Have you ever had intercourse? Oh God. I pulled the door open to leave. Well, have you? She shouted out after me. Margot, you are incorrigible. I began to pull the door closed behind me. Suddenly she was right there, holding onto it so I couldn't close it. No. Tell me the truth, Aspen. Have you been with a man before? It doesn't matter, I said as I started walking away. Hush, Margot. God. My cheeks were hot with embarrassment. Go back inside. The neighbors don't need to know our business, girl. OMG. I've got to get you laid, girl, she screeched. Then I broke into a run to get the heck away from her. It mortified me that she'd yelled that for all the world to hear. Sometimes the girl could be so clueless. Once I was far enough away from her, I slowed down to a walk. If she knew more, then she'd really give me hell. Not only had I never had intercourse, but I'd also never kissed a boy or even touched myself. Not that I never had thoughts about guys. I certainly did. But I didn't ever want to bring any guy home. Dad could be a real bear about me. Of course, I'd had a couple of years without Dad around. It was getting kind of hard to keep using that as an excuse. But I'd been so busy with school and work that I never gave any guy who tried much of a chance. Or really any chance at all. Walking onto the campus, I saw a couple making out underneath a tree. Right there in front of God and everybody, they were going at it. The guy was even going so far as to dry hump her. Yuck, I said out loud. Not that they cared one bit. They didn't even pause for even a second to look at me. Animals, I mumbled. Nothing but animals. I didn't understand how some people could do things like that out in public. But then again, I didn't know how they did things like that at all. My father had never brought a woman home. And he'd never spent the night out either. I didn't ask Dad about women, and he didn't ask me about boys. He told me things about boys, but he never asked me if I had a boyfriend. He didn't have to. He made it clear that my head needed to be in school. Leave boys out of it. And any friends that didn't have the same ideas I had needed to be left out of it too. So, I had one friend while I was growing up. The neighbor girl. Courtney. She was homeschooled though. Her parents were strict as double hockey sticks. She and I got along well. We mostly colored when we were together. There wasn't a lot either of us had to say. Maybe because I grew up with just Dad and me at home, I never was that great at communicating. So much so that when I was a freshman in college, one of my professors told me I needed to add on some communication classes. That was the only subject matter my education lacked. At first, I was kind of mad that he would say such a thing. But after taking speech and even one drama class, I realized I needed to beef up those essential skills. Growing up with only a father hadn't been bad, but it had been different, judging from what I'd heard from others anyway. But not bad at all. Dad and I had gotten along well. No real arguments to speak of. Nothing dramatic. Just life day in and day out. Him working, me going to school. We had our jobs and we did them. And no one needed to gripe or complain. It wasn't necessary. It was just life. At times, I envied my friends who had two parents. But at other times, I cherished the fact that I didn't have to listen to my parents arguing. I didn't have to witness any awkward displays of affection. Then it hit me. Maybe that's why I don't feel comfortable with the opposite gender. Maybe because I grew from babyhood never seeing a couple interact, put something in my head. Like it wasn't normal, at least for me, to be doing things like that. Like kissing, hugging, making love. I came up to the first corkboard and found a spare thumbtack. But the poster just underneath it caught my eye. Someone wanted a mother for his baby. Or rather, he wanted a woman to have his baby. And he would pay them to do it. I pulled the pin out of the poster to hold the page closer, as I'd forgotten my reading glasses. Wanted. One woman in good health, physically attractive, mentally competent, intelligence is a plus. Needed as a surrogate mother to my child. Willing to pay top dollar to the right female. No strings attached. In vitro fertilization method. I looked at the bottom, seeing a phone number there. Looking around to see if anyone would spot me grabbing the paper, I began folding it into a smaller size so it would fit in my pocket. What am I thinking? I couldn't do that. I couldn't have some guy's baby, then have nothing more to do with the child. Who knew if this guy was trustworthy enough to have a baby all on his own? Shaking my head, I tried to bring myself back to reality. You are not going to entertain this thought, Aspendell. But then I thought about him paying me top dollar. Basically, I'd sell him an egg that would be fertilized and then implanted back in my womb. Technically, my womb would be rented out for 9 months, then the baby would be born and would belong to him. I assumed that was the way he wanted it. And I could go on my merry way, finishing my master's degree, and then onward to the career that I would flourish in. And what if he planned on raising the baby alone? Dad did it. Why can't this guy? No, there was no way I could do that. I pulled the paper out of my pocket, ready to toss it into the next trash can I saw. Funny thing. I didn't see a single trash can as I walked home. Is this fate?
Chapter 5.
Ransom. Lubbock, Texas, May 15th. Having placed posters around various places in Lubbock, I'd set up the framework for my idea that I thought was brilliant. Hiring a surrogate would allow me to produce the heir my grandfather now required, and I wouldn't have anything binding me to some woman. We both would get what we wanted. Not that I wanted a baby. But if it would mean I got to keep the money he would be leaving behind, so be it. Plus, it would feel nice to have some blood in the world with me. That was one of the first things that came to mind, no longer being all alone. This would fix everything. After the baby was born, I would just hire a nanny to raise him. It might mean that I would have to stay home a little more. But other than that, I didn't see that my life would change that much. The posters had been placed in areas where I thought smart women would be, libraries around town, and several places around the college too. So far, the calls I'd gotten hadn't thrilled me. One woman sounded like she smoked. After watching my grandfather deal with lung cancer that probably resulted from his many years of smoking, I wasn't keen on that. Another asked me questions that made my skin crawl, asking if I was going to do weird sexual things with this baby. Not that she minded, she just wanted to know. She made me sick. I didn't want a thing to do with her. Sitting on the garden patio behind my grandfather's estate, I saw my cell vibrating on the table in front of me. Chelsea, one of the maids, came across the lush green carpet grass, carrying a tray of fruit and cheese and a carafe of red wine. A little snack before dinner. Picking up the phone, I nodded at the young, pretty maid. Her features were great: high cheekbones, naturally flawless complexion, and shiny blonde hair. She looked healthy enough. But I knew I couldn't ask any of the staff to be the surrogate. They would be too close to me. The ties wouldn't be easily broken unless I fired them, which would be the wrong thing to do. As it was, my grandfather was currently on board with my idea. If I went so far as to ask any member of his staff, he wouldn't be on board anymore. "Thank you, Chelsea." I took the wine, filling my empty glass. "You're welcome, sir." She curtsied, then turned to leave me. Answering the call, I said, "Hello?" "Hi, I'm calling about the surrogate job," came a woman's high-pitched nasally voice with a horrible southern twang. She sounded old. "May I ask your age, ma'am?" 33. "But I've got 5 kids. You know I'm fertile," she let me know. I wasn't impressed. What kind of a woman who already has kids wants to have one for a stranger? Something had to be wrong with her. "Is that so?" I drummed my fingers on the table, trying to decide how I would tell her that she was too old, and I thought something might be wrong with her mind. I was pretty sure it would not be a good idea to say those actual words. "It is," she went on as if she thought she was impressing me. "Shoot, I had my first one when I was 16 and my last one when I was 28. I figure I can shoot another one out for ya." "So, how much money are we talking about here?" Oh, how to tell her that there's no way in hell that I'm going to allow her to be the biological mother of any child of mine. "Well?" I said. She cut me off, telling me more that she seemed certain would fill me with confidence that she was the right one for this job. "Now don't go letting my age throw ya. My mama had kids up till she was 40. And most of them were born alive. A couple were stillbirths. That's understandable though. She had 15 pregnancies between the ages of 14 and 40. Now that's impressive. You've got to admit that. And I am her daughter. I've got those great genes. And I can pass them on to your kid. And how much money did you say it was?" The sound of my phone beeping had me pulling it back to find another number was calling. "I'll have to call you another time. Sorry. But..." I pushed the button to switch over to the other caller, ending our stimulating conversation. What a nutcase. "Hello." I answered the call, praying it wasn't another loony bird. "Hello, this is Aspen Dell. I saw your poster." She went quiet. This was a bad idea. "Sorry." Her voice was so light and sweet, but with an edge that told me she was smart too. "No, wait. Please. I would love to hear more. You said your name is Aspen Dell. Well, it's nice to make your acquaintance, Aspen. I'm Ransom Whitaker." "Whitaker Drilling Company?" She asked about my grandfather's business. "That belongs to my grandfather." I loved the lilt she had to her slightly southern voice. I couldn't let her off the line yet. "So, you've heard of us then?" "I have. I'm a student at Texas Tech, majoring in petroleum engineering," came her reply. "She's intelligent. My criteria for the mother of my child was very different from my criteria for girls I wanted to get into the sack with. I wanted physically attractive candidates who were intelligent. I didn't want to saddle my kid with some unattractive features and not much brain to work with after all. I just had to ask, so I can tell that you're an intelligent woman. Do you mind telling me about your physical appearance?" "Well, I'm still not sure I'm going to do this." She seemed hesitant, but then she went on, "I'm 5'5" with dark, naturally curly hair that goes to my waist and is very thick." "Is it soft?" I asked as I imagined it. Well, yes, it is. She paused again. My skin tone is naturally tan. My eyes are brown with dark green and gold flecks in them. I do believe those are called hazel eyes, Miss Dell. I had to make sure she was single. It is, miss, isn't it? Yes. I'm not married or anything like that. There's no man to get in the way if you pick me. She sighed. Wait, I can't do this. I can't. I'm sorry for taking up your time. Hold on now. There's no reason for you to make any hasty decisions. Well, the decision needs to be a little bit rushed, but there's still some time. I thought it might ease her mind some to know the situation. You see, my grandfather has cancer. At this point, the doctors are still trying to get rid of it with chemo and radiation, and I'm holding out hope for him. That's good, she said. You've got to have hope. I do. But you see, he's the only blood relative I have left. And he doesn't want to leave me alone in this world. He's kind of put the gun to my side and added to his will that I've got to have a baby before he passes on or his entire fortune will go to charity. I had to hand it to the old cuss. He knew how to put the screws to a person to get his way. Her voice went soft. Oh, that's the reason for this. I was curious, but I didn't feel right asking you. It's pretty nice of him to not want to leave you all alone here. I can vouch for how lonely that is. I'm all alone now too. My father died a couple of years ago. My mother has never been in the picture. If you had my baby, there would be some of your blood in this world too. The idea made me feel a lot better about having a kid with her. Not only would it benefit me, but her as well. I'm sure you wouldn't want me to be around at all after the baby's born, right? She asked. The lilt in her voice told me she wasn't entirely sure about being left out of the kid's life. What would be so bad about the kid having its mom around now and then? We could definitely talk about that. This thing isn't exactly a contract, you know. I think that's illegal. I'm not buying a baby. I want to create one with the right woman. But I don't want a relationship with that woman. Would you be okay with that? I would, she agreed rather quickly. But it might be nice to get to see the kid now and then. Or maybe even get to be in its life a bit more than that. That's all I'm saying. I wouldn't step on your toes or anything. There was another pause. I'm sorry. I can't do this. Aspen, I whispered. Don't be so quick to pull out of this. We should meet. Talk. Get to know each other. And we can go from there. The truth is that you're the first woman to call me that's not crazy as a loon. I'd hate to lose you. You would, she asked. I knew I would. Yeah. So, how about lunch tomorrow? You pick. Anywhere you want. Make it expensive though. I never eat cheap. She laughed. I never eat expensively. And I don't have a car. Not a problem. I'll pick you up. I was getting excited about meeting this woman. And since you don't usually eat expensively, how about you let me make our lunch arrangements? Do you have a nice dress and heels you can wear? I thought about it. No, scratch that. I'll send over something for you to wear. Send me your address, clothing, and shoe sizes. I'll have something brought to you in the morning for you to wear. That's too much. I've got nice dresses. I can't accept anything like that. And I'm still not sure about this. I wasn't about to let her off my hook. Let's get together and talk. If nothing comes out of it, at least you've got an in with my grandfather's oil company, Miss Petroleum Engineer Major. Now how could she pass that up? Okay. Thank you. I'll text you my address, and I look forward to meeting you, Ransom Whitaker. Goodbye. Is this fate?
Chapter 6.
Aspen. Lubbock, Texas, May 16th. Margot sat in the living room, interviewing a girl I had seen around campus a few times. Cher Sandoval was a shy, reclusive art major who I thought would fit right in with us. Margot wasn't as sure about her as she asked her, "And are you going to be okay with sharing a room with a complete stranger, Cher?" The girl looked down, her hands on her bony knees, uncertainty billowing like a blanket around her. So I took it upon myself to take a seat next to her on the sofa to give her some confidence. You know, I was shy too, once upon a time. Margot helped me come out of my shell a bit. I'm sure she can help you as well. And sharing a room isn't hard if you stay out of each other's way as much as you can. Cher chewed her lip. I guess I could get used to it. She lifted her head to look at Margot. What if I paid that other share of the bills though? Margot shrugged. Can you come up with that much? There went Cher's little dark-haired head again, down looking at the floor. I don't know. I only work part-time at Chick-fil-A. Putting my arm around her narrow shoulders, I hugged her. Come on. I think you need a roomie to help you find yourself. It'll be fun. You'll see. I would love to get out of my parents' home. They kind of stifle me, Cher admitted. I had the feeling that her parents were controlling, keeping her home as much as they could. It'll be good for you. How old did you say you are? I asked her. 22, she answered. Old enough to make my own decisions. Even if my mother doesn't agree with me. Margot seemed concerned. If you do move in here, are we going to have to worry about your mother or father butting in on our lives here, Cher? She shook her head as she looked at Margot. No. My mother doesn't like to leave the house much. She won't come over here. She'll do her guilting over the phone. You don't have anything to worry about. She looked at me then. I'll take the room. If that's okay with you guys. Margot and I exchanged looks and smiles, then I said, Welcome home, Cher. It felt good to have at least one person who had a job living in the house again. The alarm went off on my cell, letting me know I only had 1 hour left before Ransom Whitaker would be picking me up for our lunch meeting. Margot looked at my cell as I pulled it out of my pocket. What's that about, Aspen? You have an appointment somewhere you didn't mention? A job interview? She held up crossed fingers, telling me she hoped it was that. Well, it's kind of like that. I doubt I'll do it, but it is a job of sorts. I got up to go change clothes and fix myself up. You better do it if it's a job, girl, Margot told me smartly. Cher got up to leave. I'll go pack my things. Is anyone going to be home today so I can move my things in? Margot fished an extra house key out of her pocket. Here you go. This one is yours. You can come and go as you please. Just please to remember to lock the door whenever you leave. Not that we have a ton of nice things anyone could take and sell, but the few things we do have we'd like to keep. I will be sure to lock up, Margot. Thank you. I'll see you guys later, I guess. The shy girl went toward the door as we gave her our goodbyes. I started to head to my room, but Margot caught me by the arm. Okay, I get you might not want to talk about this job in front of the new girl, but tell me about it. Being open with people wasn't my thing. And I wasn't sure what Margot would think about me even entertaining the thought of being a surrogate mother. But I knew I should tell someone. There's a very rich man and he needs an heir. He's willing to pay a lot of money for a woman to have his baby. And there's no intercourse involved. Her jaw dropped. You want to have a baby and then give it away. My heart actually hurt when she said the words. No. See, that's why I said I doubt I'll do it. I can see why now. She let my arm go, then pushed me gently to the bedroom. So, let's fix you up, so this rich dude will pick you to be the mother of his kid. He may offer you a huge amount of money that you just can't pass up. So with her help, I was made presentable for Ransom Whitaker, and soon we both heard a knock at our door. It's him. I gasped. Margot nodded. Let me answer the door, and then you come out when I tell you that he's here. I want him to get a good, long look at you as you walk out to him. You look stunning with all those dark curls dangling all around your shoulders and down your back. That midnight blue dress accents your tan skin perfectly. If you want to do this, he would be a fool not to pick you. So, you think he'll want me? I asked. I was so nervous, I had no idea what he would think of me. With a quick nod, she headed out of the bedroom to get to the front door. He would be a fool not to. Looking in the full-length mirror one more time, I made sure the just above the knee-length dress was smooth and flattering. The black heels were only a couple of inches high. I wasn't going for super seductive, I was going for super sophisticated, the way a mother would look, I hoped. I didn't have a heck of a lot of experience knowing what a mom looks like, so I was winging it with Margot's help. Aspen, your date Ransom Whitaker is here, Margot called out from the living room. It wasn't a date. I didn't know why she said that. Coming out of the bedroom, I turned the corner of the hallway toward the living room. And there he was. All 6 foot something of nothing but pure man. Hi, I whispered. He wore blue jeans, boots, and a pale blue button-down shirt, the top 3 buttons left undone, showing only a hint of dark hair on his chest. Blue eyes penetrated me, and chiseled features told me he had a lot of great breeding. He looked like someone off the cover of a romance novel. Dark waves of shiny hair went just to the top of the collar of his shirt. Just then, I realized I was biting my lower lip as I ogled the man. Sorry for making you wait, Mr. Whitaker. A slow smile curved his caramel lips. That's okay, Miss Dell. He extended his arm, gesturing for me to come to him. Shall we be on our way then? I've made reservations at the West Table downtown. I had to really concentrate to make one foot go in front of the other. His appearance had really taken me by surprise. Of course. I made my way to him, and when he took my hand and placed it in the crook of his arm, I had no idea it could feel so insanely intense. Almost. I pulled up the clutch purse I carried to cover them, trying to be discreet about it. Nipping in the afternoon sunlight as I walked with a gorgeous man down the sidewalk wasn't the kind of thing I thought I should be doing. Like a true gentleman, he opened the car door for me. I stood there for a moment to admire the work of art before me. I've never ridden in a Porsche before. This should be cool. It's a 964 Turbo. And it is cool, he said before closing the door behind me. All black leather interior and the darkest window tint I'd ever seen on a car made it feel as if sat within a cave that most good girls wouldn't go into, a cave where bad boys love to hide and wait for their chance to do whatever they wanted to a girl. Why does he need to advertise for a woman to have his baby anyway? The man was insanely hot. Rich. Charismatic, from what I'd heard him say so far. So, why the need for some stranger to mother his child? He got in behind the wheel, folding himself into the small car with such grace and ease it made me drool a little. I'm sorry, Mr. Whitaker. With one finger, he pressed it to my lips. No more Mr. Whitaker, Aspen. You call me Ransom. Aspen Dell. Pulling some expensive-looking sunglasses out of the holder above his head, he put them on, making him look like a total badass. What is it that you don't understand? And fasten your seatbelt. I like to go fast. Hurrying to put the seatbelt on, I barely got it snapped into place before he took off. My head felt as if it was becoming one with the headrest, as he took off like a shot. Oh gosh. I gripped the sides of the seat to hang on. He didn't even seem to notice how affected I was by the exhilarating ride. Go on, Aspen. What is it that you don't understand? Oh yeah. I looked at him with curiosity. Why do you need to hire a woman to have your baby? That's what I don't understand. Yeah, I can see why you would ask that. He took a left, and I felt as if we were up on 2 wheels, but I stifled the scream that crept up my throat. You see, I don't want any strings. I think I told you this last night. Yes, you did. But you also said that me being a part of the child's life might be okay. Do you still think that? I asked. I felt like he and I might be attracted to one another. Okay, I felt like I was attracted to him, and he could become attracted to me. I wasn't hard on the eyes after all. And I was on my way to an awesome career. I would kinda be a catch for this guy. I do still think that. He took a right, and I found myself looking out the passenger side window as the inertia pulled my head in that direction. You see, you aren't my type. I think this will work out even better than I planned. I'm not his type. I had to admit that he'd knocked the wind out of my sails. There weren't a whole lot of men who attracted me as powerfully as he did. Okay, there were no men who did what he did to me. But why wasn't I doing anything for him? I dressed up. I smelled nice. My hair was on point and so was my makeup. But I wasn't overdone. I hadn't become plastic or anything. Or maybe that's what he liked. Do you mind me asking you why I'm not your type? I just had to know. You're way too gorgeous. You seem perfect. He smiled at me as he stopped at a red light. Can you smile for me, Aspen? Although I felt put on the spot, I made my best smile. There you go. Perfect teeth, he said. And so white too. Did you have to have braces or anything like that? No. I was still struggling with him saying I was gorgeous but not his type. Do you use something to whiten your teeth? He asked before stomping on the accelerator as the light turned green. Hanging on once again, I answered, no, I don't use anything but regular old toothpaste. You've got great genes. He screeched to a stop in front of the restaurant. Here we are. A valet appeared instantly to open my door and let me out. Hello, ma'am. Welcome to the West table. Thank you. I climbed out of the car with the man's help, smoothing my dress out as I stood up. Ransom strode around the car, took me by the hand, and led me up to the door that another man held open. He too greeted us. Mr. Whitaker, what a pleasure to serve you and Miss Dell this afternoon. He knows my name? Ransom nodded. Thanks, Calvin. Is my usual table ready? It is. Calvin led us inside before yet another man took over. The waiter that Ransom also knew introduced himself to me. Hello, Miss Dell. I'm Ricardo. Tell me what kind of wine you prefer, ma'am. I wasn't one of those girls. The kind who drink wine. Or anything else. I prefer water. Of course, he said as he pulled the chair at a table for two out for me. And I will bring your drinks right away, Mr. Whitaker. Thanks, Ricardo, Ransom said as he took his seat. Steepling his fingers, he leaned his strong chin on the tips of them. So, tell me about yourself, Aspen. Well, I'm falling in love with you for starters.
Chapter 7.
Ransom. Lubbock, Texas, May 16th. The young woman who sat across from me was one of the most beautiful women I'd ever laid eyes on. Thick dark ringlets hung around her oval-shaped face. Almond eyes of a golden brown color with deep green flecks were surrounded by thick, lush dark lashes. Lips the color of a pink rose looked soft, plump, and totally kissable. High cheekbones highlighted with pale pink made her beauty classic. She and I will make insanely attractive babies. I'd asked her a question, but she'd yet to answer it. She simply stared at me until Ricardo brought our drinks. My whiskey sour and her water. Shall I bring you the chef's special, Mr. Whitaker? Please, I answered him. As he walked away, I leaned forward to pick up my drink. Cat got your tongue, Aspen? I don't get you, she admitted. Most don't. I took a sip of the cold drink that left a warm sensation as it glided down my throat. I should kind of understand you, if I'm going to leave a baby in your care. She looked down then said quietly, which I most likely won't do. Her build was magnificent. Just the right height at 5'5" and perfectly proportioned. Or so it seemed. I felt I should ask, are your boobs real? Her arms went to cover them as her cheeks blazed red. Ransom. Sorry. I'm being abrupt. I took another drink. Her eyes slowly came up to meet mine. I haven't had any work done on my body. My brassiere isn't padded. What you see is what you get. Would you have an aversion to letting me see you with no clothes, Aspen? I had no idea why that popped out of my mouth. She wasn't my type. So what was I doing? To see if I have any odd things about me or deformities, she asked as she sat back to really take me in. Her eyes raked over me. Sure. I took another drink. I had no idea why the woman was getting to me the way she was. She was one that would definitely try to rule me with her beauty. With one press of her soft lips, she would have me begging for her love and giving her everything she asked for. No, I don't need that in my life. You'll just have to trust me on that, Ransom. I don't show my naked body to people. Her answer told me she wasn't promiscuous. I liked that about her. If we make a deal, you will have to be thoroughly examined by my physician before we go any further. I eyed her and noticed how she squirmed. We're not that far yet, Ransom. She picked up the glass of ice water and took a drink. You sure you don't want something stronger than that? Maybe a beer or something? They have everything you could ever want here. She needed to relax if we were going to get anywhere. I've never drunk anything with alcohol in it. Her hand lingered on the glass after she'd placed it back on the table. I found that hard to believe. You did say you go to Texas Tech, right? It was like a rite of passage to go to at least one of the historic parties at that college. I do. Her eyes became dark as she looked up at me. I know it sounds weird, but I've never drunk alcohol. Sue me. It completely intrigued me that she had withstood the tremendous peer pressure that I knew went on at that college. I think that's cool. But I also think you should have a drink if you want one. How old are you? 23. But I don't want one. I'm not about to get drunk and make a decision as big as this one under the influence of alcohol. She put her hands in her lap as the appetizer was served. Ricardo placed a large white porcelain bowl filled with ice and oysters on the half-shell. These were flown in this morning from Rockport. You can't get much fresher than this unless you're on the coast. He placed a small bottle of Tabasco sauce on the table before turning his attention to Aspen. If you want anything other than water to drink, please let me know. She looked at the oysters as if they were something she'd never seen before. What does one usually drink when they eat this? Beer, Ricardo replied. Or white wine. I had to chuckle. Or a whiskey sour. I held up my glass, then took a drink. She didn't look like she was happy with the idea of eating the delicacies. So one should be drunk to eat these things then. Makes perfect sense. I could have told Ricardo to take them back and bring us something more her speed. But I thought I might try my hand at pushing her toward doing something she didn't want to do. It sounded like fun to me. I guess you'll be the first to down them with water as a chaser. Thanks, Ricardo. We're good here. Her eyes followed him as he walked away. I picked up one of the shells the meaty mussel was nestled in. She watched me as I put a dash of Tabasco on top, before lifting the shell to allow the oyster to slide into my mouth before going down my throat. Then I took a drink, ending with an ah. Try one. Her head shook. Oh, I don't. I wasn't going to let her get away without at least eating one. Sliding my chair over closer to her, I picked up another shell. I'll help you. It's not bad at all. I promise. Come on now. Open up, and I'll do all the work. You'll see. It slides right down your throat. Her eyes were as wide as they could go. Her lips trembled. I don't. I put one finger to her plump lips. You just haven't yet. That doesn't mean you don't want to try it. Come on. Part those lips of yours and let me do this. It won't hurt you a bit. With her eyes glued to mine, she finally nodded, then closed her eyes and opened her mouth, leaning her head back to make sure that thing slid down her throat. Don't chew it. Let it move on its own, then swallow when it hits your throat. My interest was piqued as I watched her throat bob as she gulped. Lifting the shell to make sure the oyster went right into her throat, I tipped it, and it slipped off and went right down the way I'd said it would. After swallowing it, she opened those pretty eyes. Hey, I did it. You were right. It wasn't bad at all. I didn't taste a thing. Handing her the glass of water, I said, Here, let this wash it down and I'll give you another one. If you want. Let me try it, she said as she took a sip. Sitting there, I couldn't help but laugh as she ate 3 in a row. See, you do like to try new things. So, how about a glass of white wine? Okay, she agreed with a nod. But you can't take anything I say to heart. Like, if I tell you that I'll do this thing for you, you can't take that to mean that I actually will. You know. This is just a preliminary step, Aspen. Of course, I won't hold you accountable for any words you say, only accountable for any legal forms you sign. I ate an oyster myself before getting Ricardo to bring her a glass of their finest white wine. The girl was already doing things she'd never considered doing before. I was growing more and more certain I could get her to have my baby. By the time the first course was over, Aspen had already drank half the glass of wine. This stuff is so good, Ransom. Thank you for suggesting it. She took another sip, then put the glass down. Ricardo came and took the empty appetizer bowl away before returning with a creamy soup. Crab bisque, he informed us. Enjoy. I had to shift away a little, so our elbows wouldn't hit when we ate the soup. But I had to admit that I liked the vibe between us. She was easy to be around. Then that scared me a bit. Maybe she's not the right one to do this with. Have you ever thought before about having children, Aspen? I thought that question might help me understand her better. All I could do was watch her eat. I hadn't even taken a bite of mine yet. With a smile, she picked up my spoon and dipped it into my bowl. Holding out the spoon to me, I understood that she wanted to feed me. So I opened my mouth, and she gently tucked in the spoon, and I closed my lips over it. It is good, I said. She shook her head. It's better than good. It's exquisite. The bits of crab are so tender, and the seasoning is intricate, delicate yet somehow sturdy. Ah, have I found myself a foodie? I joked. I don't know what you've found, to be honest. She leaned back in her chair thoughtfully. Ransom, don't take this the wrong way. I'll try not to, I told her. I don't think having your baby is a good idea. I don't think you're going to be the kind of father I would want for my kid. She held up her hand to forestall me as I started to say something in my defense. Not that I don't think men can raise children. My father raised me from a baby too. But I think you're still too much of a, for lack of a better word, playboy. Even though I shouldn't have been, seeing as how she was right, but I was thoroughly incensed. You do you, was about all I could say. Who does she think she is?
Chapter 8.
Aspen. Lubbock, Texas, May 18th. Ransom went chilly on me after I told him he was a playboy and not the kind of man I'd leave a baby with. But his cool demeanor gave me food for thought. Margot and Cher were busy cleaning up the mess we'd made from breakfast as I did the dishes. I'd filled Cher in on everything, so she was up to speed. So it's been 2 days now. I've kept Ransom on hold, and I think it's time to make a decision. One way or the other, I need to let him know what I want to do pretty soon. Cher offered you should make a list of pros and cons. That's what I do when I've got a big decision to make. She swept the floor and then picked up the dirt with a dustpan. I had to hand it to her. Cher was an excellent housekeeper. Great job on cleaning the house, Cher. You've made it sparkle. I didn't even know it could, but you made it happen. By the way, Cher said, I've got this friend from my art classes. She's living at home with her parents too. Her name's Anne. She works at Long John Silver's, and she asked about sharing the room I'm in. What do you guys think? Margot put the butter and jelly back in the fridge. Along with cleaning, Cher bought a ton of groceries for the household as she had a good amount of money she'd been stockpiling for 3 years. If she's anything like you, tell her to come on over and we can talk a bit. Cher looked happy and excited. She's a lot like me. And we've been talking about how much we could spruce this place up. We both paint, and we would love to hang some of our art on the walls. Also, Anne loves to sew and makes curtains and shower curtains too. She thought she could add to our little group by making us all matching bedspreads and curtains and things like that. Okay, Margot interrupted her with a grin. You better get her over here ASAP. She sounds wonderful. Cher was on cloud 9 as she left the kitchen to go make the call. It was nice to see someone flourishing on their own. It made me wish that I'd done more of that when I got out on my own. But being forced out into the world is a little different than going out into it voluntarily. I needed to cut myself some slack for my slow progress into adulthood. Margot pulled up a chair and sat at the table with a pad of paper and a pencil. Okay, take a seat, Aspen, and let's make this list. Pros on one side, cons on the other. I sat down and got to thinking. The first pro would be that I would have enough money to pay for the next semester of classes. And the next pro would be that it would help me finish my degree. That's a pretty big pro. Agreed. She wrote those things down, then gave me a severe stare. Now be real here. Giving that baby up won't be easy. How are you going to do that? She was right about that. I've got to talk to Ransom more about that. He's agreed to let me be in the kid's life, but I don't know how much. I don't know if I'll get to bring the baby home with me some or what all it entails. So I'll put that as a con then, she said as she wrote it down. May not get to have as much to do with a child as might want to. The thought of having a baby, then handing it over to Ransom or worse, some nanny, made me feel sick inside. Put a star by that one. I really don't think I can walk away. Tapping the eraser end of the pencil to her chin, she asked, what if he allowed you to live with him? Well, not with him, but in the house. Or mansion or sprawling estate. Whatever he lives in. My heart sped up. Yeah. What if he did do that? I thought that might just work for me. Still no strings. He could do what he wanted to. But I would get to be there all the time for our kid. I think that would be great. Her optimism took a left turn as she said, he probably won't agree to that though. My heart fell just as quickly as it had sped up. You're probably right. Margot looked at the pad of paper with so little written on it. I suppose you should talk to him more about this. Get the details hammered out. I thought about how the rest of the evening went after I'd pissed him off. He'd moved his chair back to the other side of the table and become a bit distant. And he'd made sure to let me know once more that I wasn't his type, and he didn't see a problem with me having his baby. He felt sure he could keep the deal of no strings attached where I was concerned. I couldn't deny that my ego had been bruised. I also didn't share his opinion on th14 matter. He had seemed attracted to me at first, and I bet the coldness was nothing more than a defense mechanism when I'd told him what I thought of him. I was pretty sure no one had ever done that before. Then again, why would anyone say a thing like that? Margot, the thing is that I don't think I can go through with this without falling for the man, I admitted to her. I couldn't either, Aspen. He's so hot. She fanned herself as an afterthought. And living day in and day out with him would just make things that much harder. But he's so sure he wants the baby and nothing more. I leaned my elbow on the table, then rested my chin in my palm. And I know I'll want more with him. He makes me all tingly inside. She laughed. Oh, does he now? I nodded as I thought about how he made me feel. He and I were getting along so well, before I called him a playboy. With a sigh she said, you can't go around calling guys things like that. Well, since I'm not one, I would tell any errant man who said such a thing that he was wrong. Shoving my hair back off my face, I added, Ransom didn't deny it. He just grew distant. Margot wiggled her brows at me. Well, he's a gorgeous man built like a brick shithouse, and he drives a Porsche. Chances are that he is an actual bad boy. Stop using playboy, Aspen. No one uses that term anymore. I'm so out of it. My face fell into my hands as I thought about what a freak I really was. He got me to eat oysters and drink wine. He made my insides melt. Yeah, bad boys do that to girls. Lots of girls. Tons of them even, she went on. And he would have done that to me too, I'd messed up and knew it. Or had I? Sitting up straight, I thought about the reality of it all. I would have rolled over and given myself to that man. I couldn't do the deal he wanted me to. I couldn't raise a kid with him and never have anything more than that. And I couldn't become just another notch on the man's bedpost. I was better than that. I had waited for years for the right time. I couldn't just up and give it to the first bad boy who paid attention to me. Had I always been easy and just never had a boy who was bad enough come on to me? Ransom was bad too. Really bad. That man wanted to have a baby just to keep his inheritance. That's not a reason to have a baby. And what's worse, he didn't want to have this baby with any woman he might have to form a bond with. No strings was his motto for everything, I would venture to bet. But then I remembered him saying that he wanted a baby, so he would be related to someone in this world, and if I had his baby, then I would have that too. And I wanted that. I'd never known that I wanted it until he brought it up, but I did. And I didn't know if I would ever find a man I wanted to marry and start a family with. I hadn't found one so far. But I wasn't some spinster, too old to ever have a husband and family. I was only 23. There would be plenty of time to find Mr. Right. And when I did, then what? If I had a kid with Ransom, and he and I were raising said kid together, then what would I do if I did find Mr. Right? Add him to our family? Even worse. What if Ransom found a Miss Right and brought her into our kid's life? Where would that leave me? There were just too many variables. I can't do this. I just can't. Margot nodded, then got up to put the pad of paper and pencil away. No, you can't. It's just not the right thing to do. You don't have that hard streak in you that a woman would need to go through with this. Or maybe it's not a hard streak at all. Maybe it's a soft streak. Maybe you would have to have loads and loads of compassion for the man to do something that selfless for him. Maybe so. I got up and went to the front door to start my day of job searching. I'll call him in a couple of days and tell him that I can't do it. If I call him right now, he'll say nice things and try to talk me into it. At this point, I think I'm too susceptible to his charms if he turns them on. He might not. I may have really struck a nerve when I called him a playboy. It had never occurred to me that I could hurt a guy by saying such a thing. Am I really as nice as I think I am?
Chapter 9.
Ransom. Lubbock, Texas, May 18th. Granddad was able to step outside to sit with me on his favorite patio to watch the sunset. I'm gonna miss these, boy. I hated when he said things like that, like it was a certainty that he was going to die. Granddad, you'll see plenty more of these. I don't want you to worry about that. Or think about it. His wrinkled forehead creased even further as he frowned. It's hard not to think about it, Ransom. You've got no idea. And I don't want any idea. So, the nurse told me today that your numbers are getting better. That's some good news. I picked up my beer and took a drink of it. He'd been so pessimistic, I wondered how he would spin this good news. Yeah, well, that's happened before. His eyes closed for a moment, then he opened them back up. The sad part is that the numbers always seem to get better just before they get worse. It's God's cruel joke, I suppose. I couldn't let him think that way. Well, maybe this time the numbers will just keep getting better. Maybe you'll be the one playing the jokes. Sure. Maybe. I was happy to get that much out of him. His color was better, his eyes not quite as sunken as they had been, and he was able to get out of bed, which was great. I'm sure the medications are working, and that you'll be done with this damn thing in no time. At least I prayed I was right. Even on his best days, he still wasn't the man I'd left a little over a month ago. I don't know how I didn't notice the change in him before I left. There had to have been signs that he was sick. But I never saw them. Or more truthfully, I hadn't paid enough attention to the man who'd done so much for me in order to see anything out of the ordinary. In my defense, I honestly thought the old cuss would outlive me. A cool breeze blew, making him shiver. I got up and grabbed the blanket he always kept nearby and put it around his shoulders. Shoulders that had once been as broad as mine, but now were narrow and bony. I tried not to notice that as I smoothed the fabric out over them. Maybe we should head inside since the evening breeze has kicked up, Granddad. No, I want to see the stars first. Even if it's just a few of them, I want to see them. And not through a window either. I want to see them in all their glory. He took in as deep a breath as he could, and it made him cough like crazy. I didn't know what to do. He hated it if I touched him when he had a fit like this. So I could only stand there waiting for it to end, and hoping it would end soon. His eyes watered after the fit ended. He wiped them with the back of one hand. Oh hell. I hate this. I truly do. Patting him on the shoulder, I knew he did. Well, hopefully, the medicine will soon make this all a thing of the past. He didn't say a word to agree with me. So, how's the search for a surrogate mother coming along? Poorly. I took my seat again and picked up my beer to take another drink. You haven't found anyone with good genes to do this for you? Are you offering enough money? He asked. He seemed genuinely surprised that I hadn't found anyone yet. I'm being tight-lipped about the exact amount I'm offering because it will depend on the woman and how badly I want her to be the one. I had to take another drink to push Aspen's face out of my mind. She'd called me a playboy. She'd said I wasn't the kind of man she'd leave a kid with. Who the hell was she to think anything about me? Not one of these women have caught your eye, he asked. No. I was lying. And he always knew that too. That was a little too quick, he said as he looked at me with narrowed eyes. You do have at least one you like. I don't like her. She said something kind of shitty to me. I took another drink to drown the anger that was firing up inside of me. She called me a playboy and told me I didn't have any business with a kid all on my own. Ha, he laughed hard, triggering another coughing spell. I felt bad for making him laugh like that. I hadn't meant to. And I was kind of exaggerating what she'd said. Those weren't her exact words, but they were implied. Aspen Dell didn't think I had any depth to me. She didn't think I should have a kid on my own. Who the hell is she? She didn't know me from Adam. She didn't know a damn thing about me. Not the real me. Not the man I was. Or could be. I usually wasn't into women as gorgeous as her. Women with perfect bodies. Women with smiles that make your heart swell up and feel like it might burst if you don't kiss those pretty pink lips. My chest deflated as my grandfather said, "She's right, you know." My jaw dropped. If she's right, then why are you demanding that I give you an heir? I told you, he growled. For your sake. I don't want you left here all alone. But you've got some changing and growing to do. I'm hoping a baby will help you make those changes. A good woman would help too. What's this girl's name and what does she do? Aspen Dell, and she's a grad student in petroleum engineering, I let him know. I was braced for the fireworks when he burst out, "What? She sounds perfect for this family, Ransom. What are you waiting for? Woo her, boy. Give her the moon if she wants it." She thinks I'm no good, Granddad. Didn't you even listen to what I said? I went to take another drink, but found my beer empty. Damn. I'll be right back. Stalking to the fridge that was just inside the door, I mumbled, he thinks it's so easy. He hasn't met the woman. She's mean. Downright mean. And she thinks she knows it all. She knows nothing. She thinks I'm a playboy. And who even says that word anymore? Playboy. Not me. Not anyone I know. She's a frigid skank is what she is. Well, skank is a bit harsh and she wasn't that cold. But she's something all right. Something I don't need or want. Taking the beer out of the fridge, I slammed the door shut, popped the top and took a long swallow before going back outside to find my grandfather smiling at me. You like her? No. I kind of hate her, as a matter of fact. I plopped down in the chair and put the bottle to my lips again. Tell me what she looks like, he pushed me. Long dark spiral curls. They go all the way to her perfect butt. Her eyes are light brown and they sparkle with dark green and gold flecks. She has these high cheekbones that remind me of a painting of an American Indian woman I saw once. Her lips are plump, and there's the sharpest Cupid's bow at the top that I've ever seen. Her teeth are naturally perfect. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I took another drink. She's the one, Ransom. She's the mother. If she's nothing else, she's that. He tapped his chin as he pondered the situation. Offer her more money than a sane woman can refuse. Make sure she knows that she can stay here at the estate with us. Make sure she knows that she gets to be this baby's mother in every way. That she won't lose him to you. She won't? I had to ask. What if I find someone I love and want to marry? That partner would become my kid's mom? You won't. He laughed again but stopped before he got all choked up on it. If you do, then you can figure that out when the time comes. If she's a good woman, and my bets are that she is, her biggest setback to this whole thing is walking away from a baby. Yeah, I kinda got that vibe too. I put the beer down to think more clearly. But I don't know, Granddad. She might not ever come around to my way of thinking. Make her. He gave me a stern look. I mean it. You've got to make her see that this is a great idea, and she will only gain from it. She won't lose a damn thing. You make a contract that will make her feel secure about this. She's a smart one if she's going after that degree, I can tell you that. And frankly, you need a smart girl to be the mother of this baby. Your mother, God rest her soul and love her, wasn't the brightest bulb in the pack. You got a little of that dimness from her. Not all of it. Your daddy was one smart man. But you got some. You need another healthy dose of brains in any child you sire, Ransom. She's the one. Don't let her slip away. She hasn't called me. She may have already slipped away. I wasn't about to call her and beg her to be my baby's mama. No way in hell. She'd insulted me. Humiliated me. Stomped all over my pride and dignity too. You have her number, I am sure, he reminded me. I did still have it. She was in the contacts list on my cell. As a matter of fact, I had looked up her name a few times each day, wondering if I'd missed a call from her. But I hadn't. And I wasn't entirely sure that I would have taken the call if she had made one. Making her sweat might be nice. Might? No, it definitely would be nice. She was so perfect. So right. So responsible. I was sure she would be a pain in my ass. But my grandfather was sitting there, staring a hole in me. Call her Ransom Whitaker. Make her an offer she can't refuse. I'm going to give her one more day to call me first. I've got some pride, you know. And then if she doesn't call, I'll send her flowers and candy. Then maybe a nice bottle of wine to relax her a bit before I swoop in and sweep her off her feet. I thought it was a great plan. You will do no such thing. She's smart. You've got to make this a business deal. She's never going to fall for your bullshit. Not if she's as smart as I think she is. Granddad's smile got arrogant as he thought he knew how to play this girl. I knew he was in over his head. Do things my way and watch her bend to our will, boy. Oh, I would love to watch her bend to my will. Granddad's will? I wasn't keen on that, but mine, oh hell yeah. Am I really as nice as I think I am?
Chapter 10.
Aspen. Lubbock, Texas, May 19th. Heading into the registrar's office, I had made my pact with the devil and was about to apply for financial aid. Student loans were never supposed to be in the cards, but I was desperate. Sure, $20,000 would turn into $30,000, then $40,000 and even $50,000 before I could pay it all off, but I had to finish my degree. Miss Dell, there you are, the woman at the desk said as I pushed open the door to her office. I couldn't recall her name and had to look at the nameplate on her desktop. Here I am, miss. I had to take a second to read the name. It couldn't be right. There were too many Z's and even some K's. Is that 3 Y's? They call me Miss Z, she helped me out. Please take a seat. I've got a lot to talk to you about. I was optimistic that maybe there was good news ahead for me. Maybe she'd found some scholarships after she looked up my stellar grades. Maybe even some grants. I was all set to hear something great for a change. Great. I'm all ears. Okay, it seems that you don't qualify for any grants, she said as she removed her thick black-rimmed glasses. She held them with a loose grip under her chin. Or scholarships. And I'm afraid that without a guarantor, you don't qualify for any student loans. None. I couldn't believe what she'd said. No, ma'am. She put those glasses right back on, then set to tapping on the keyboard of her computer. But you have a bachelor's degree in petroleum engineering. My advice to you is to get a job using that degree. Once you've worked 6 months, you will qualify for a student loan. She thinks she has it all figured out. Well, she didn't. I don't have a car. Nor do I have a place to live in any of the cities where the jobs are. And at this time, I don't even have a job to be able to save up to get a car. I need this financial help. I need it. Enunciating each word is an annoying habit you kids have, she mumbled as she tapped away at her keyboard again. I've got one internship at a refinery here in Lubbock. She stopped what she was doing and leaned in close to the computer screen. Oh, that one doesn't pay any money. She looked back at me. You do need to make money, right? Duh. I didn't say that. That would have been rude. I was never rude. I have to make money. If I get a full-time job anywhere, then can I get the financial aid I need before the fall semester starts? Honey, you've got to have a job for 6 months, she let me know. There's not that much time between now and September. I'm sorry. I really don't know what else I can do for you. I will do anything. Please. Anything at all, I pleaded with her. Give me anything you can. Please. I will crawl through fire to finish this degree. I felt like an idiot. Really, I'm begging to get into debt that will take me years and years to pay off? Begging? Her eyes closed as she seemed sad for me. At least there was that. Missy was sad for me. Honey, you need to go do that begging to someone who can guarantee this loan for you. Do you know anyone at all who could do that? Any member of your family that's worked a job for at least 6 months. A friend who trusts you to pay the money back so they don't have to. I had Cher. She'd worked for 3 years. I know someone. Great. She got ready to tap away on her keyboard again. What's the job and how long has she had it? Oh yeah, and it is full-time, right? Wrong. I felt sick. It's just part-time. She's an art major here. That means she already has her own student loans, and she couldn't sign for yours anyway. Sorry. She did look sorry, I had to give her that. If you find anyone else, then all you've got to do is come back here and I'll make it happen for you. Don't forget, we have to get this all squared away before September the 1st. Yes, ma'am. I got up, left her small office, and went straight to the nearest ladies' room to bawl my eyes out. I was done. Finished. It was all over. My dreams had been squashed. Not one of my roommates had a car for me to borrow to get to those out-of-town interviews. I didn't have money to take a bus. And even if I borrowed some, then what? Take the bus to an interview, maybe get a job, and then what? The companies I'd seen that might hire me were in Dallas, San Antonio, and Houston. Where would I live if I got a job? My future had always been bright, now it was as black as a moonless night. Now it was like stepping off a cliff into the deepest water on earth. Crocodile-infested water. Yes, it was that bad. My feet weighed 1,000 pounds as I walked back to my apartment. The sun baked my body. I didn't care. Cook me alive, you stupid son. At least then I wouldn't have to worry anymore. If I'd been a drinker, I would have poured myself into a bottle and never come out. Life seemed that bleak right now. No one had asked me to even one interview. I turned in 7 applications, I'd made calls to each place, and was told over and over again that I was overqualified for the available position. I told them I would do anything. Sweep. Mop. Clean toilets. You name it, I would do it. But each time the respectful answer would be no. What was I supposed to do? I couldn't expect my new roommates to carry me. I couldn't expect them to let me stay past the end of the month if I couldn't contribute to any of the bills for the next month. Hell, I only had enough money to buy 1 more week's worth of Top Ramen. Top Ramen. I'd hit the bottom, and it was hard. I found only Margot home when I got there. Of course, she was the only one there. Our other roommates had jobs. I've got great news, she shouted as she met me at the door. She hugged me and started jumping up and down. I didn't join her. My shoulders slumped, my body deflated. I asked, "What is it?" "I've got a job," she shrieked. "That's great," I said without a bit of sincerity. "I'm so happy for you." Letting me go, she stepped back to look at me. "Really? 'Cause you don't seem that happy for me." I went to flop down on the sofa. "I am." "Where did you get a job at?" "The cleaners down the street." She came to sit on the end of the sofa, by my feet. I'd applied for that job too. Funny how I didn't get it. "I'm really happy for you, Margot." "I am." It didn't sound like I meant it, but I sort of did. I applied for that too. Apparently, I didn't get it. I said drolly. "I'm sorry." "Something will come up, Aspen." "I'm sure it will." She pulled one of my flip-flops off to rub my foot for me. She was a great friend like that. "At least I'll be there if anything opens up, and I'll bring you in." "Yeah." Cher said the same for Chick-fil-A, and even Anna said the same for Long John Silver's. I stopped to make a long sigh. A woman with a bachelor's degree in petroleum engineering, and my biggest prospects are in fast food and laundry. What a winner I am. What about that financial aid thingy you've been talking about this morning? From what I hear, you can get more money than you need for your classes, and you can live off that until you find something. Smiling brightly, Margot thought she'd said something that would make me happy. I can't get financial aid. I'm not eligible for any scholarships or grants either. The lady at that office told me to use the degree I've got to get a job. I had to pause to huff, I was so depressed. Only those jobs are in other towns. Towns I can't get to. Even if I could, I wouldn't have a place to live. Margot got up to go into the kitchen without saying a word. I next heard her talking on the phone for the better part of an hour. I did nothing other than breathe and stare at the walls. When she came back to stand in front of me, she sounded upbeat. "Okay, I've called everyone I know. I've got the solution for you, Aspendell." Sitting up slowly, I wondered if she'd found me something to do. It wouldn't get me back into classes in the fall, but it might keep a roof over my head and food in my stomach. Yeah. She took a seat next to me, put her arm around my shoulders, and hugged me tightly. "You see, you have this option. It's not the most favorable or the most popular, but you've got one. And it may allow you to finish your degree on time." I don't understand. I really didn't. "What are you talking about?" "Ransom Whitaker." She smiled like she'd said something that would actually work. "Are you nuts?" I had to ask. Sometimes crazy people will admit to their breakdown. "No, but you're desperate, and I think this is your only hope." She reached over and took my phone out of my pocket. "Call him." "I don't think he wants me anymore." I was sure he didn't. "He hasn't called." "Nothing. Not even a text." I went too far. I made him not like me. Maybe even hate me. "You're gorgeous and you've got excellent genes. He still wants you. Believe me, he does. He might make you sweat a bit, but you can take the heat. She pushed the phone into my hand. Make the call. I'll be right here for emotional support. And if he tells me to buzz off, then what? I asked her because I wasn't sure what I would do if he said that to me. Then I'll hold you while you cry. Afterward, we'll think of another plan. My fingers trembled as I pushed the buttons on my phone to call him. Aspen, he answered. It's me. I had to close my eyes to say the next words. Do you still want me? I don't know, came his answer. I've got a few other girls who might be a close second to you. None of them have called me names. I knew it. Will saying that I'm sorry help my chances? Now, I'm reduced to begging someone to let me carry their baby and then just handing it over to him.
Chapter 11.
Ransom. Lubbock, Texas, May 19th. It wouldn't hurt. Aspen was silent for a moment. I heard a long sigh first, and then I could clearly hear tears in her voice. Ransom, I am sorry. You have no idea how sorry I am. If you don't let me do this for you, then I don't know what'll become of me. She's desperate. What's going on, Aspen? What's happened? It had to be bad for her to be begging me. I can't pay for next semester's classes. I haven't got a job. And I only have enough money for a week's supply of Chinese noodles. Aspen began to sob softly into the phone. She was in too deep. I didn't have the heart to demand any more begging. Look, everything will be okay. At least I hoped it would. How about I come over, and we can meet in that park that's just down the street from your apartment? We can talk a little and see what we come up with. We can? She sounded surprised. You forgive me? Now I had to laugh. Yes, I forgive you. I probably shouldn't have even gotten pissed. You were right. What? I almost couldn't believe I'd just told her that she'd been right. I supposed her crying got to me. I wanted to do anything I could to make it all better for her. Why? I didn't know. It was just instinctive. No, I wasn't. She sniffled. I had no right to call you that. I don't even know you. I was basing my opinion on how you talked to me. I just guessed you were that way, and that was presumptuous of me. I am sorry, Ransom. Apology accepted. Let's move on. So, will you meet me at the park then? I asked, but I was certain I knew the answer. Instead of tearful words, they now had a hint of enthusiasm. Yes, of course. When should I be there? Is half an hour too soon? I began walking out to the garage, as I knew she would say it would be fine. Oh. That soon? She sounded a bit hesitant. Okay. I'll be there. She must have needed to clean herself up after her little outburst. Okay then. See you in 30. I decided I'd stop by Granddad's bedroom first to see how he was faring. I found him propped up high on pillows, lying close to the edge of his large bed. His eyes were closed and his chest rose and fell in slow waves. Although it was nearly noon, he still hadn't woken up. Or maybe he had, and I just missed it. He took so many naps now. I thought it had to be the medications they gave him. But a part of me thought it might be the cancer sucking away his life. Shaking the morbid thought off, I turned and headed to the garage once more. The fact was, I felt happy. Aspen had actually made my day. The thought of seeing her again filled me with something, I wasn't sure what. Something just felt good inside of me. Her apology was nice. It did help me to get over my anger of her calling me a playboy. And now that I thought about it, that was a dumb thing to get so mad over anyway. Women hadn't even been on my radar since coming back home from Spain. I had far more important things on my mind. When I did think about women, it was only about the kind of woman who would make a good baby with me, how our looks would combine, and then how well we could get along to raise the baby. The whole ride over to the park took less than 20 minutes. I figured I would have to wait a few minutes for her. Gorgeous women like her always made men wait. It was just one of those games they played. But when I pulled up to the park, I saw her sitting on top of a wooden picnic table, reading a book. I got out of the car and went to her. She glanced up from the book when I cleared my throat. "Oh, you're here already." Smiling, she put the book down and held her hand out to shake mine. "What the hell are you doing?" I had to ask as I looked at her hand. "Well, I was going to shake your hand." She let hers fall to her side. "But I can see now that you think that's dumb." I took a seat on top of the picnic table, the way she'd been sitting. Patting that place next to me, I said, "Sit." She climbed back up and sat a couple of feet away from me. Her eyes were a little puffy. I guessed she'd done quite a bit of crying. She had to be completely desperate to have called me. "Are there any things you'd like to know about me?" she asked. "Well, a doctor will collect all your health information and your family history, so we don't need to get into all that." I didn't want her to make this decision, only because she was financially desperate. "Aspen, besides the money, why do you want to do this?" "That's a good question." She looked at me right in the eyes, and I felt thunder booming inside of me. "You see, I need the money like I need air to breathe. But I kept thinking about what you'd said, about me having blood in this world if I did this. The idea just keeps going through my head, like some kind of a looped track. Also, I know any kid of yours will never have to worry about money. So, who better to have a baby with than you?" I've been researching the in vitro process. It's a little intimidating, especially for the female. There are lots of things that you'll have to do. You'll really want to have this baby to go through all this. I pulled out my cell to show her some of what I'd found. She scooted closer to see my phone. The scent of her made my mouth water. Strawberries and cream came to mind. And I wondered if she would taste like that if I kissed those plump pink lips of hers. Aspen pointed to a photo of a woman pinching a chunk of flesh on her stomach for a needle to be inserted into it. "Shots. I'll have to have shots." "Yeah. I hoped that wasn't a deal breaker. Are you afraid of getting shots?" She shook her head. "Not afraid. Just not keen on the idea." She looked at the phone image again. "Are there lots of them to take?" "I think so." I began to worry, not only about her, but about any woman that I asked to do this for me. This was a hell of a lot to ask of a stranger. "On top of the actual shots, there must be some side effects from them," she mumbled. "Ah, here it is. Changes in mood." I thought as much. She looked at me with a smile. "Well, at least you won't be affected by my bad moods." "And why wouldn't I?" I had to ask. Her lips broke into a wide smile, and I nearly forgot to breathe. "Because I won't be around you." I had to concentrate in order to take in air. "Why not?" Her brows furrowed. "Because I'll be home and you won't be around, I suppose. Or are you planning on going to the doctor with me? I don't know how this will work." Oh, now I see. Being around her, I had some trouble thinking clearly. "I forgot to tell you something. It's pretty important. See, I want you to come live at our estate. And not for only for the time it takes to have the baby. We want you to stay on permanently." Confusion riddled her pretty face. "Like forever?" "Well, at least until our kid moves away, I guess, or is old enough not to need us around all the time. Whichever comes first." I knew that sounded a little crazy. "You see, I want you to be a real mother to our kid. Not just a surrogate that has a baby and hands it over to me." This just got a heck of a lot more serious, Ransom. She looked away as if looking for the answer. It wasn't out there anywhere. She had it inside of herself. I wasn't sure how to phrase things, but I had to try. "You'll still be a free person. I won't try to keep you captive in our home or anything like that. My grandfather is the one who thought this child should have both parents, and he says he's running short on time. If he wasn't, then I wouldn't ask this of you or anyone." And you will lose your inheritance if he dies without a grandchild, right? She asked as she tapped her chin. I will. I thought she needed more incentive. I'm still willing to compensate you adequately for this. Not only will you be paid for having this baby, but I'll get a contract drafted for us that will make everything legal. For every year you live at the estate, I will pay you. We can negotiate the amount together. I want you to feel that it's fair. So, this is looking more and more like a full-time job for me. She shook her head and frowned. It didn't make her face one bit less beautiful. I thought that was amazing. Tell me, Aspen, do you ever not look so perfectly beautiful? I ran my fingertips over the satin-smooth skin of her cheek. You're so symmetrical. Like a statue. A perfectly proportioned, perfectly sculpted statue. I'm far from perfect, she said as a pink blush flooded her cheeks. It's funny that you should think that. No one has ever told me that. You're the first. I could not believe that. She was gorgeous. No way in hell am I going to believe that. If you haven't heard that before, then that's because you just weren't listening. Her eyes bore seriously into mine, as if looking for threads of honesty in what I'd said. I don't get you, Ransom Whitaker. I really don't. But it might be fun trying to figure you out. I wouldn't bother if I were you. I'm a riddle wrapped in a puzzle, then sealed shut inside of a Rubik's Cube. Even I don't really understand myself most of the time. It was true. When I told my buddies what my grandfather was making me do, they all told me that I was a fool for going through with it. Any one of them could set me up in one of their family businesses. But I wanted to do this for some odd reason. I don't know what will really come out of this, Ransom, but I'm in. If you want me, she said. Part of me knew she was just too desperate, and that I shouldn't ask her to do such a thing. But another part of me wanted her to be the one I shared DNA with to make a baby. A perfect little angel, half me, half her. All I could do was smile at her as joy filled my heart. I want you. I'm going to have a baby.
Chapter 12.
Aspen. Lubbock, Texas, May 20th. After our agreement, Ransom told me to get into his car. And I did, which was so unlike me. But if I was going to make this pact with him, I had to allow myself to trust him. And how glad I was that I did. He took me to his bank and helped me open my own bank account, whereupon he immediately deposited $50,000. I was soon after rendered speechless when he told me that he would transfer another $50,000 into it after the baby was born. And there'd be more deposited for each year that I lived at the estate. If my father were alive, he would have told me this was too good to be true and not to do it. But I was going for it. That money meant I could fully fund all the rest of my schooling. I was set. And on top of that, I would get to have a little version of myself in this world with me. I wasn't going to have to give up anything. I'd never had this dream, but it was like a dream come true anyway. The next morning, I went straight to the registrar's office and paid for the next semester's classes. Then I went back to the apartment to pack. Ransom said he would be picking me up around 5 that evening to take me to my new home. I'd grown up in a pretty nice home. But an estate. That wasn't even on my radar. I was a bundle of nerves just thinking about it. Margot sat on the end of my bed as I pulled clothes out of the drawers, and she made sure they were folded before putting them into suitcases. Aren't you afraid you'll get lost in his house, Aspen? I would be. Kind of, yeah. I tossed a handful of panties on the bed. You can just cram those wherever they'll fit. I'm about done here. Sure. She started shoving the panties into empty crevices. So, I guess I'll start looking for one more roommate then. About that. I had an idea I wanted to talk to her about, and had almost forgotten to. I'll pay my part of the bills. I want to keep my spot open, just in case anything happens. If I don't get pregnant, I know he'll have to ask me to move out. And I don't want to have to look for a place to live. Will that be okay with you, Margot? Are you kidding? She asked, seemingly shocked. Of course it's okay with me. Good. I'd pulled money out of the ATM on campus and handed her $300. That's for June. And please make sure you let me know if there is an increase on anything. With the other roommates, the electric and water will increase, I'm sure. Don't leave me out of that. It's only fair to you guys. That's silly. Just keep paying the $300. There's no reason for you to pay any more than that. You won't even be here to use any electricity or water anyway. She closed up my bag and zipped it up. And that's it. Now we can relax until he comes to get you. I led the way to the living room where Anna and Cher were busy knitting. Do you like the blue, Aspen? Cher asked. It's a nice shade of blue. What's it going to be? I took a seat in the chair across from them as I watched how effortlessly they moved the long, pointed knitting needles. Wow, I could never do that. Cher smiled at me. It's not so hard. I'm making an afghan to drape over this sofa. Anna's making one in a contrasting shade for the chair. I think lime green and blue go together well. Don't you? It will be bright, I said. It'll look great. With the two artistic young women, the small apartment was already transforming into something Margot and I had never tried to create. Margot pulled a kitchen chair into the living room and took a seat. I thought I would make dinner for us tonight. Does Hungarian goulash sound good to y'all? Anna and Cher nodded and I said, I'll be eating at Ransom's. Margot looked down and I could see her feelings written all over her face, but she said the words anyway, I'm gonna miss having you around, Aspen. Cher piped up, me too. I know I've barely been here long enough to get used to you, but I'll miss you too. Even Anna nodded. Me too. I'll come around and visit. I thought about how much I would miss this life. And I'll see you guys, Cher and Anna, around campus. I looked at Margot, who didn't go to college. And I'll make sure to come see you, Margot. It's not going to be the same ever again, Margot whimpered. I saw a tear fall down her cheek, and she swept her hand to catch it. You're gonna have a baby and grow up on us, Aspen. Cher sniffled. You're going to be rich now. You'll move on. You'll get new friends. Rich ones like you. I laughed. I will not. I'll never move on from you guys. I thought they were crazy and totally overreacting. And I'm not going to be rich. That's Ransom's deal, not mine. But I hope I won't have to worry about money again. And if you guys need any financial help, you better ask me for it. I mean that. Margot got up and came across the room to grab me up and hug me tight. Oh, Aspen, you're the greatest friend ever. I found myself crying along with her, and before I knew it, we were in a group hug, each one of us crying. And then came a knock at the door. Trying to buck up, I pulled myself out of the tangled group. That's probably Ransom. Margot grabbed my arm. Don't go, Aspen. Just stay here with us. As silly as it might be, I almost wanted to do just that. But I'd already spent $20,000 of the man's money. And I had to admit that I was growing more and more excited about our baby. I can't, Margot. But I will be back to visit. Just like I said I would. Wiping my eyes, I went to answer the door. Ransom stood there with his back to the door. Hi, I whispered. I almost hated the way he made my heart jump and my body heat up. I hoped that I would get used to seeing him, used to being around him, and that would stop happening to me. He turned back to look at me. His blue eyes twinkled with amusement. Were you crying again? I nodded. He didn't seem to understand at all. Why? Margot burst out, because she's leaving us. And then she ran off to the bedroom. Cher and Anna followed suit, and I stood there in the doorway. Looks like they're all pretty sad. I looked over my shoulder at the 3 suitcases that held all my belongings. Want to help me get my bags? Sure. He came in, and we walked toward the stack of luggage on the floor. I bent over to pick a bag up, but he brushed me to one side. Ransom. I've got these. He picked them all up as if they didn't weigh a thing. Is this all? I nodded as I picked up my purse off the bar. Yes. That's all I have. With a jerk of his head and gesture to the open door, he said, then let's jet. I made one last look around the little apartment before walking out that door. I might visit. I might pay to keep my space in the little apartment. But I doubted I would ever call this place home again. It made my heart ache a bit. But then I recalled how much my heart had hurt when I had to leave the home I'd grown up in. It had been hard, but I did it. And I could make this change too. As I wiped away more tears, I closed the door, then turned to find Ransom standing in front of a very pretty pearl-colored SUV. He'd put the luggage down and leaned his butt against the hood. You like? It's nice. Is it a Lincoln? I asked as I walked up to it, looking it over. It is. A brand new MKX. It's got 3 rows of seating. This baby can seat 7 comfortably. And there's still space in the back for storage. It's got a windshield that can sense moisture, and the wipers will come on automatically to clear it. He grabbed the luggage and went to the back of the car. I followed along behind him. The cream-colored leather is gorgeous. You like that, do ya? He put the baggage inside, and there was still space for more things. Roomy, huh? It is roomy. And it looks so comfy. Did you just buy it? I ran my hand over the back of the seat in front of the storage area, finding it smooth to the touch. Yep. I just drove it out of the showroom and came right here. He moved around the car before opening the passenger side door to the back seat. Plenty of room in the back seats. See. He moved back and I looked inside. Very roomy. And so perfect too. I love it. I'm glad to hear that. He closed the back seat door and then opened the driver's door. Holding out a keyless fob, he wore a giant grin. Because it's yours. I thought I had misheard him. It's yours. Yours, he said again. I'm giving it to you. I looked inside at the ultra-luxurious interior. Why? His laugh shook me, sending chills all over my body. Why? Because you need a safe car to drive my baby around in. And this car is safe. It has sensors all around it. It can slow down for you if you get too close behind another car. It can help you be the best driver you can be. That's why. No way. I couldn't believe it. This is mine. Like for real mine. Like if I don't get pregnant, then it's still mine. His lips formed a straight line and he looked a little miffed. Okay, first rule. Let's never say that again. Say what again? He really left me clueless. That we won't get pregnant. He took my hand, then put the key thingy on my palm. Because we will. We're going to do whatever we have to, for that to happen. And yes, the car is yours to keep forever. Once we get home, there are papers you'll sign to have the title in your name. I peered into the car and found it intimidating. I think you should drive it right now. I don't have auto insurance. I've got you covered there too. For now, you're protected under mine, and when we get home, we'll get your driver's license and add you to my plan. He had it all figured out. It had been so long since anyone had done so much for me. Only Dad had done anything close to what Ransom had done for me. Throwing my arms open, I moved in fast to hug him. His body went rigid, his heart pounded underneath my ear, and I loved the way he felt. Thank you, Ransom. I love it. His arms slowly went around me, then he hugged me back. I felt the tension slowly leave his muscular body. You're welcome, Aspen. I knew you would love it. Our bodies touching in that way felt right, like they belonged together. I'd never felt anything like that before. And when he let me go, I could still feel his heartbeat resonating within my body. I've got to be more careful, or I'll fall for him for sure.
Chapter 13.
Ransom. Lubbock, Texas, May 20th. I suppose my grandfather never predicted I would get the type of reaction I got from the fertility specialist in our preliminary appointment. She sat there on the other side of her desk with an expression that told me she thought I was a selfish prick. You want a baby. And you want me and this young woman to make that happen for you, Mr. Whitaker? Yes, ma'am. I shifted in my seat as she made me pretty damn uncomfortable. Dr. Larson's attention then went to Aspen. And you want to do this for him? She narrowed her eyes at Aspen. How much is he paying you to do this, Miss Dell? Aspen and I had discussed this on the ride over. I thought it might be construed as financial bribery if we came clean about the money I'd given her and would keep on giving her. It wasn't that. I was merely paying for her hard work, time, and effort. It wasn't a bribe to get her to do what I wanted. Aspen looked right into the doctor's hard brown eyes. He's not paying me to do this. I want to do it. You see, I've got my own reasons for wanting a child too. Gesturing between us, the doctor asked, why not just have sex? And there it was. I had a feeling this might happen. There wasn't anything wrong with either of us that we knew of to prevent us from having a baby the normal way. I don't want us to get into a physical relationship, I blurted out. Once again, the doctor scrutinized me. Are you not attracted to females? That's not the reason. I didn't feel I should have to explain everything to her. She would be paid an exorbitant amount of money for her services after all. Can you just stop asking us questions like this and start asking us about things that matter? Now I'd drawn her ire. Her pen placed on the desk, she focused all of her attention on me. Now you listen here. I'm a responsible person. I don't take creating life lightly. What's the plan here, since you don't want to get physical? Aspen jumped in. We're going to raise the baby together. I've moved into his home. I'll stay there until our child is grown, and then I'll go on my way. So far, it had only been one night. Seeing her first thing in the morning made my heart skip a beat. I liked the way it felt. The old place had never felt more like home to me. Hearing her say that one day she would leave wasn't exactly hitting me right. Or she might just stay on. There may be no reason for her to leave the place she's going to make into her home. I reached over and put my hand on top of hers. We can talk about that later. Aspen looked a little stunned. Okay. She looked back at the doctor. You see, he and I have similar problems. He's afraid he's about to lose the last relative he has on Earth. And I've already lost mine. We just want family with us. My advice is to try a physical relationship first, and then come to me if you need to. Dr. Larson placed her hands on her desk as she looked like she was about to get up to escort us out of her office. He's not into me, Aspen said. I could see the embarrassment on her face. Can you please just understand that we have our reasons for not wanting to be intimate? What we're asking you to do is not a crime. There's nothing immoral about it. We want a baby. We want to have one together. And we are going to take full responsibility for this child. I looked at Aspen, giving her tons of respect for fighting for this. Thank you. She nodded, then looked back at the doctor, who looked at us with wonder in her eyes. I don't get you too. I really don't. I get that. We're not real easy to understand. I guess I could have been more open and honest about myself. I could have told the doctor that I'd had too many women in my past. I knew what I would do with Aspen if I had intercourse with her. She would become a conquest, and I always moved on from conquered women. I needed to keep Aspen around. I needed to be friends with her instead of lovers. I never kept a lover for long. And I wanted to keep Aspen around for a very long time. Not that I knew her well at all yet. But there was something about her that drew me to her, emotionally and sexually. I thought that time would make my desire for her fade. I sincerely hoped so anyway. I kept pushing it back, trying my best not to let it show. For all Aspen knew, I didn't find her attractive. She wasn't my type. Aspen was perfect. I didn't even deserve for her to be the mother of my child, much less deserve her love, mostly because I would break her heart the way I'd done to too many women before her. I knew my shortcomings. At least I had that. I knew the type of man I was, and I wasn't going to let that get in the way of having this baby. This child would seal my fate financially and emotionally. The doctor wasn't through with us yet. Let me tell you about this process. I have to inform you of everything before we can move on. Aspen seemed eager to find out more. Please do, Dr. Larson. We want to know what all this entails. For such a young woman, Aspen was so well-spoken. She made me proud. The why I should feel pride about her accomplishments was beyond me. There will be 8 to 10 days of HCG injections. These injections will be given 4 times a day. Nearly every single one of the women I've treated has had some side effects, she let us know. And what kinds of side effects are we talking about? I asked. I swear that she looked happy to inform us about the negatives of the process. The least of these side effects are what can occur at the injection site. Redness, tenderness, swelling, maybe even bruising. That's not so bad, I told Aspen as I patted her hand. No, that's not too bad, she agreed. The good doctor went on, now for the physical side effects. You could experience nausea, headaches, hot flashes, and possibly blurred vision. Blurred vision? Aspen asked as she looked concerned. Mostly that occurs with the headaches. They can be much like migraines. And if you're susceptible to migraines, then it's much more likely that you will have this particular side effect, the doctor said with a smile. I took it upon myself to ask Aspen, so have you had problems with migraines in the past? No. I haven't had many headaches at all in my life. She looked at the doctor. Is that all of them? No. She went on. Other physical effects can be tenderness in the melons and irritability. She looked at me. How are you with cranky females, Mr. Whitaker? My mother was cranky. I dealt with her okay. I found myself feeling as if the doctor was directly challenging me. And I would stand up to this challenge. She would see. Is that all? Aspen asked. No, came the doctor's reply. I've saved the best for last. You should know that there is a possibility for multiple births. We will generally implant 3 embryos. Often 1 or 2 don't take. But sometimes all 3 do. And other times only 2 do. Are you ready for an entire family to be born at once, Miss Dell? Now the color began to drain out of Aspen's face. Oh, I don't know. I didn't know about that either, but I didn't think it was all that common. I doubt we have anything to worry about. You don't have any worries then? Aspen asked me. Would that be okay if there was more than 1 baby? It would be okay with me. I took her hand in mine to give her a bit more confidence. Twins are cute. Yeah, they are. She looked back at the doctor. Okay, we can deal with all that. Is there anything else? Tapping her fingers on the desk, the doctor said, just one more thing. Ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome. Aspen didn't take that one well at all, as her hand gripped mine. A syndrome? That doesn't sound good at all. With a nod, the doctor agreed. No, it's not. The subject can have severe abdominal pain. There can be rapid weight gain, around 10 pounds in 3 to 5 days. Aspen looked at me. I don't know about this, Ransom. Along with that, the helpful doctor went on, you could experience nausea so bad that you can't eat. You might not be able to urinate easily. Your heart rate could increase, and it might become difficult to breathe. I couldn't let her go on. But that's worst-case scenario, isn't it? I knew she wanted to scare Aspen away from this idea. She nodded. Yes, that is the worst-case scenario. I believe Miss Dell has the right to know the worst that can possibly happen. She's not having this baby out of love, after all. This isn't easy for couples who are committed to each other. I don't think it will be easy at all for the 2 of you. Miss Dell will be a mess of emotions. She'll feel awful most of the time. This isn't like a normal pregnancy. This isn't for the faint of heart. Lots of people do it, I reminded her. I think we'll be fine. Aspen is in good health. I doubt she'll have any of those problems you talked about. Aspen was eerily quiet, making me think the doc had gotten to her. Lifting her head, she asked, "Are there any other things I should know about?" "There's a surgery to remove the eggs. You will have to be put under anesthesia." "Have you ever been put under, Miss Dell?" "No, I haven't." Aspen looked at me. "I didn't realize there would be surgery, Ransom." "Will she have to be put into the hospital to have that done?" I asked the doctor, not at all pleased with how she'd presented things. "No. It will be done here," came her answer. I looked at Aspen with confidence. If it's done here, then I doubt there's much risk. My attention turned back to the doctor. "Can I be in the room?" She nodded. "Yes, the fathers are often in the room with the mothers." Giving Aspen a smile, I said, "Then I'll be there to make sure you're doing fine. If you're not, then I'll be the first to call the paramedics to get you safely to a hospital where you will be taken care of. I'll never leave your side." I had no clue what she would want to do. And I fully realized how much she was putting on the line for me. But then this was for her too. I wasn't taking the baby away from her. I was sharing it with her. And I could see it in her eyes, she was weighing the same thoughts I was. When she nodded, I nearly jumped for joy. "Let's do this, Ransom. Let's make us a baby." She looked back at the doctor with a confident air. "I'm ready to get to this thing, Dr. Larson. Sign us up."
Chapter 14.
Aspen. Lubbock, Texas, May 25th. After signing all the papers and Ransom paying the clinic up front, I was given a shot. I had to have one each day until I started my period. It was supposed to make my ovaries sleep. I had no idea what that really meant, nor did I care much. I decided to let the doctor do what she does, and I didn't want much explanation. She wasn't exactly the most tactful person I'd ever met, but she'd come highly recommended, so we stayed with that clinic. Not very long after our initial appointment, I started my period. I'd been told to make an appointment for the second day of my period. Ransom and I were on our way into the clinic as I read about what they were going to do today. Ransom had given me a new smartphone to replace my old flip phone. The screen was nice and big, so that I could read the email sent from the clinic easily. "Oh no," I gasped. Looking concerned, he asked, "What is it?" "They're going to do an ultrasound today." I handed him my phone so that he could read the message. "That's not a big deal, is it?" Then he read what it entailed and let out a whistle. "Oh, I see now. That sounds kind of..." I finished his sentence. "Gross." My stomach flipped as I thought about them doing a vaginal ultrasound while I was bleeding heavily. It's going to be such a mess. Ransom didn't look as if it affected him much, as he held open the door for me to go into the doctor's office. "I don't want you to worry." I can't stop worrying. This is going to be so uncomfortable. I've never had this done, and to be on my period when it happens. It's too gross. We walked up to the receptionist. "Aspen Dell for an ultrasound." She nodded, then pointed to the door to the left. "You two come on back." Ransom took my hand, leading me to the door. "It's going to be fine. I'll just sit right next to you and hold your hand and tell you a funny story while they do it. I've been saving this one story for you anyway." Every time we touched, I felt a spark. I had no idea why Ransom didn't feel it, but it was beginning to make me a little nuts. One thing I knew was that I didn't want Ransom in the room when this went down. "Can you just wait outside for me to do this, Ransom? It's going to be very, personal." A nurse came around to take us where we needed to go, and he pulled me along with him. "It'll be fine. You'll see." I really didn't want him to go in with me. If I hadn't been attracted to him, then it might have been okay. But I was insanely attracted to him, and I didn't want him to see me with blood coming out of me, and something being inserted into a cavity that nothing more substantial than a tampon had ever been inserted into. Ransom had no idea I've never been with a man. For that matter, the doctor didn't either. But I had this terrible feeling that everyone was about to find that out. And I had no idea what they would do. My protests were too weak. I knew I should step it up if I really didn't want Ransom in the room with me. I was just about to firmly tell him in no uncertain terms that he wasn't going to go in with me, when Dr. Larson came around the corner. "Good. I'm glad you came too, Mr. Whitaker. This isn't a pleasant process, and I want you to be particularly aware that this isn't the worst Miss Dell will go through if you two decide to go through with this." She pushed the door open and in we went. Feeling put on the spot to allow Ransom to be there with me, I shut my mouth. A nurse in the exam room greeted us and pointed to a door to one side. "Please go in the dressing room, Miss Dell. In there you will find a gown. Put that on and then come back out here." Stepping near enough to whisper to the female nurse, I asked, "And what do I do about my panties? I'm bleeding pretty heavily. And I'm wearing a tampon." "Oh, that'll have to go." She went to a drawer, then pulled out an enormous pad. "Put this on instead. You can leave on your panties and bra. There's a toilet in there too. Feel free to urinate and get rid of that tampon." The nurse clearly missed my intentions when I whispered, and seemed unconcerned with my need for discretion. I was thankful that Ransom seemed not to be listening as he looked over the devices in the room, asking the doctor questions about them. Taking the pad with me, I went to disrobe in the next room. My heart pounded as I took my clothes off. My head swam as if I might pass out when I put on the gown. What am I doing? Was it all going to work out? Would the doctor push that ultrasound thing into me and find out I've never had intercourse in my entire life, and stop everything? I didn't know if she could, legally or medically. After using the bathroom, getting rid of the tampon and cleaning myself up as best I could, I put the giant pad into my underwear. Washing my hands, I looked at myself in the mirror. Okay, just breathe. They probably won't find out. If the tampon didn't break my hymen, then the vaginal ultrasound won't either. I had to believe that. Going back into the room, I found the lights had been dimmed, and the screen on the ultrasound machine was lit up. Ransom stood near the head of the examination table. His smile was warm. "Here we go, Aspen." "Yeah, here we go." I had to stop to take a deep breath. Is it normal to feel so much anxiety at this point? I asked the doctor. It was the nurse who answered me. "Most women are nervous during every procedure. It's okay. You're not any different from any of the other women we see here. Come on now. Let's just do this thing and get it over with. Then you'll get the other medications, and we'll be that much closer to getting you guys that baby you so desperately want." Ransom added, "Yeah, we'll be that much closer. Come on. It's going to be fine. I promise you." None of them knew what I was hiding. No one was aware that this might be the end of the road for me. It all seemed to have crept up on me. Or rather, I'd turned a blind eye to this potential setback of becoming a mother to a child. My legs shook as I climbed up to take a seat at the end of the table. Then the doctor spoke up. "Your bottom needs to be at the very edge of the table, then you need to lie flat on your back. I'll put your feet in the stirrups for you." Gulping, I scooted myself to the edge, then laid back. Ransom was right there next to my face. "Hi." "Hey you," my voice was weak and shaky. "Don't be nervous." He leaned over me, kissing my forehead. The touch of his lips made me hot inside. We might need to set some rules about physically touching if this went any further. Of course, that would mean that I would have to admit to the man how much he affected me, physically speaking. But something had to be done about it. The nurse threw a sheet over me after pulling my legs up and putting my feet into the stirrups. It made a drape, making it impossible for me to see what was going on down there. And I hoped Ransom couldn't see anything from his vantage point either. I hope everything's okay down there, I whispered. Ransom's smile was as big as ever. His eyes sparkled like blue diamonds in the dim light. And I had never thought him more handsome. I'm sure things are fine, Aspen. So, I told you that I had a story to tell you to get your mind off this. You want to hear it now. Please. I bit my lower lip as I felt my undies being slid down. It's only a matter of time now. His hand moved down my arm, then he took mine, holding it in a loose grip. So, this guy is having a really bad day, right? Okay, I said as I felt some cold gel being rubbed all over my nether regions. He went on, he's sitting in this bar, a full beer in front of him. This tough biker type guy comes into the bar and heads straight for him. He gives the poor guy a shove, and then picks up the other man's beer and downs it. Kind of rude, I say as I hear the sound of the ultrasound wand being pulled out of its holder. Yeah, Ransom agrees. So, this poor guy who's had a really bad day tells the fella who drank the only beer he could even afford that he got to work that morning and found out he'd gotten a flat tire. But that's not the worst of it. His boss fired him for a mistake another employee made. And it gets even worse. When he gets home, his own dog bites him. And then it all comes to a head when he heads inside and finds his wife in bed with his best friend. This is so not a funny story, Ransom, I had to let him know. Our humor is very different, I suppose. I felt the cold steel press against the opening of my vulva. Ransom laughed. Let me finish. Then the poor guy who has had the worst day ever tells the biker that all he had was enough money to buy the one beer, and he'd already put enough poison in it to kill him within 5 minutes. Well, the biker just shrugs and says he doesn't care. The poor man shakes his head, his shoulders slumped, and he says to the bullying jerk that he should care because he just drank the poisoned beer that was meant for him. I was about to laugh when Dr. Larson blurted out, "Miss Dell, you're a maiden." And here we go.
Chapter 15.
Ransom. Lubbock, Texas, May 25th. Stunned, I stood there holding Aspen's hand as the doctor looked at me. Were you aware of this, Mr. Whitaker? Is this something that you two have talked about? I didn't know what to say. I didn't want to throw Aspen under the bus. I didn't want to stand back and point my finger at her. So I did the gentlemanly thing. Taking a deep breath, I regained my composure. Of course it is, Dr. Lawson. She and I have no secrets from each other. This isn't a problem, is it? I squeezed Aspen's hand to let her know I wasn't pleased about her omission. Aspen closed her eyes, tiny tears leaked out of them. I'm sorry, doctor. I should have told you. I knew that was meant for me too. I wasn't mad. Just surprised. Completely surprised. I asked again, this isn't a problem, is it? The nurse was quick to respond as the doctor seemed to be ignoring me. No, it's not a problem. Her eyes went back and forth from me to Aspen. I know it's not any of my business, but why don't you two just do this the old-fashioned way? Aspen answered that we would rather not discuss that, please. Sure, the nurse said, then ducked her head. The doctor looked at the screen carefully. You've got a healthy reproductive system here, Miss Dell. Again, I must urge you both to take some time to think about things. This shouldn't be rushed into. Aspen gulped. I'm sure it will be pretty hard. But I'm preparing myself to do that. I didn't know what to say. I'd been rendered speechless. I had 100 questions for the girl. But this wasn't the place or time to ask any that were popping into my mind. But soon after, I was given my own task when the nurse came to me with a cup with a lid on it. Here you go, Mr. Whitaker. Your turn to give us a sample of what we'll be working with. She pulled me away from Aspen, taking me toward the door. Just go to the next door on the left. There are stimulating things in that bathroom to help you produce what we need. After you're done filling the cup, put the lid on it and place it in the silver box affixed on the wall. After that, Miss Dell will be waiting for you in the waiting room, and you two are free to go. We'll give her the first HCG shot and show her how to give them to herself. and she'll be sent home with a 10-day supply of them. Looking back at Aspen, I called out, "Don't worry. I'll give you those shots too, like I've been doing for you with the other ones." She hated the shots. I doubted she would be able to do them on her own. "Okay," Aspen said. Her eyes held mine for a moment. "Good luck, Ransom." I could see the silent "I'm sorry" in those eyes as they glistened in the dim light. She and I had a long talk coming. But first, I had some coming to do. Closing my eyes, I let a fantasy play out. I had to admit that I didn't know the girl well at all. I had to change that. We would be sharing a kid. I needed to know everything there was to know about her. It hit me then. It hit me so hard that I fell back against the wall. I've been an immature, selfish jerk. All I had thought about was me. This whole time, all I kept in the front of my mind was me and only me. My grandfather was dying, and I thought about me being all alone. What must have been going through her mind to give so much of herself to a man she didn't know at all? What kind of life did she have to make her do such a thing? I had to find out. I had to do the right thing. I didn't deserve her. I knew that before, but now it was undeniable. Aspen Dell was some kind of a saint. And I was an immoral sinner who didn't deserve her, or my grandfather. Hell, I didn't even deserve to have a baby. But all that didn't make me want any of it, any less. I wanted to make my grandfather proud. I wanted him to see that I would be okay without him. I wanted him to get to leave this earth knowing I was making roots for myself. And not in a selfish way either. I'd been going about things all wrong. I'd been doing the thing I usually did, just getting by. Is that what I really wanted to show my kid? That it was okay to do the bare minimum? That was all I had ever done. And here I was giving what would hopefully one day be my child, the bare minimum. I gave myself one hard slap as I looked into the mirror again. Time to grow up, Ransom Whitaker. Time to do what's right. But even as I looked into that mirror and saw a grown man looking back at me, I still didn't know exactly what the right thing to do was. And I didn't know what Aspen Dell wanted to do either.
Chapter 16.
Aspen. Lubbock, Texas, May 31st. Sitting in a cafe with Margot, I felt a bit more like myself for the first time since I'd moved into the Whitaker estate. "It's good to see you, Margot. I've really needed this." She picked up her cup of steaming hot coffee, then blew across the surface. "So, tell me all about it." She laughed. I suspected that. She took a sip of the coffee. "Yuck. Needs more sugar." I passed the sugar shaker to her, then went on, "Well, Ransom didn't. And neither did the doctor. It all came out during the most embarrassing examination in history. I'll leave that horror story for another time." "Let me guess how he took it." Margot wiggled her eyebrows at me. "He's been at you like a dog in heat, right?" I shook my head. "Wrong. I kind of thought that might happen, but that's not what happened at all. He actually told me he was very sorry for not asking me more questions before we got as deep as we have into this thing. He said that he needs to work on himself. He's been selfish and knows he needs to change. He's actually been spending lots of time with his grandfather." "And have you met that man?" she asked. I picked up my cup of water, as I wasn't allowed to consume caffeine, per the doctor's orders. "I have. He's very stoic. I'm sure he was a hard man when he was younger. Ransom has shown me pictures of his grandfather when he was in good health. He was handsome. He lost his wife when she was only 35 to dengue fever. She caught it when he took her on vacation to Hawaii. He never married again." My face heated as I blushed. "He doesn't know about that. Ransom, nor I think he needs to know about that." It was a little odd talking to her about it, but I felt like I needed to become more vocal. "I don't know. Honestly, I've been kind of feeling lost lately. I don't know if it's the hormone injections or what. But I haven't felt the same. I'm sure it's the shots. How can it not be the shots? She looked up at the ceiling. I don't know how you're doing this. I honestly don't. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I don't think you should do this just for the money, Aspen. I think there should be more. Like love and stuff. This is too shallow. I don't like it for you. Somewhere deep inside of myself, I knew she was right. And I didn't know how to explain things to her. I think there are forces at work here that I don't quite understand yet. But I think I am supposed to do this. I really do. And I think you're really desperate for money, and it's making you think there are forces at work. She picked up the coffee cup, taking a sip. Be honest with me. How does Ransom treat you? I had to think about how to answer that question in a way that didn't seem bad, not that I felt that he treated me poorly. I just wanted more from him than he wanted to give me. Okay, here it is in a nutshell. I want that man more than I've ever wanted anything in my life. I dream about him. I think about him all the time. I want to carry his baby. I want to see that little version of us in our home. Our home, she asked. Yes. That was one thing Ransom was insistent on. He's told me to call that place my home. I'm to make it my home in every way. He's really nice about that. She looked at me with concern. Is he not nice about some things? No. He's very nice about everything. I just don't understand why he's not attracted to me. I twisted my hands together in frustration. He's got to give me 4 shots a day. In the middle of the night, he has to come to my bedroom, and he gives me one of the shots then. He tries hard not to wake me up when he does it. But I wake up as soon as he comes in. I leaned forward to whisper the rest. I want him, Margot. I want him just to take me already. I'm crazy about him. And you've told him this? She asked me as if that was a thing I could even do. No. God, no. I took a drink of the water, as I suddenly felt parched. I could never do that. I keep all that to myself. She wore a puzzled expression. Why? The girl was so clueless. Margot, he's not into me. Like, not at all, I don't think. How can I tell him that I ache for him when he's not attracted to me? I can't see how he's not attracted to you. She ran her hands over my cheeks. You're gorgeous. You're funny. Nice. Sweet. And you're a saint for having his baby. What's not to love? I've seen some pics of him and his buddies. They call themselves the Fearsome Foursome. I know it sounds totally gay, but they aren't that way at all. I thought about the pack of guys Ransom liked to run with. Each one is drop-dead gorgeous. But I think Ransom beats them all in the looks and hot body department. Margot laughed, then smiled dreamily. You better ask me to come over if any of them visit Aspen. I mean that. I knew she did. Okay, I'll try. Anyway, any of the pictures I've seen show all the other guys with hot girls. Any girl I've ever seen on Ransom's arm is always. I have a hard time finding the right word as I didn't want to be catty, plain. Kind of frumpy. Confused, she asked, Are you telling me that he likes chunky, ugly girls? No, I didn't say he likes them. It didn't seem like he liked them to me. He's never kept one around for longer than a roll in the hay. So, I don't think he's into them the way it might seem. To be honest, I think that he knows he won't fall for any of them. They're easy prey is all. Easy? Margot asked as one brow arched. He likes them easy, she mused. I had to clarify, again, I don't think he likes easy girls. I think he just messes with them, so he doesn't become attached to anyone. I thought about all the times he looked at me and told me nice things that later made no sense. He thinks I'm gorgeous. He remarks on every physical trait I have. And each time he ends with something like, You're not my type at all. It's kind of mind-melting. I know you're not into playing games, Aspen. And you most likely don't even know how to play games. But this guy is playing them with you. He's attracted to you. He would have to be half blind and half gay not to. He's keeping you at arm's length, so he doesn't fall head over heels for you. I had to admit that I was getting so sexually frustrated that I was willing to play a game or two. Any idea what I should do to get him to come around and give me what I want? No need. I need him, Margot. I do. I fanned myself as heat moved through me. I feel like I'm going to die if I don't get him to take what I feel is his for the taking. I can teach you the ways of the dark side, Aspen. But you need to understand that getting him into your bed doesn't mean he'll stay there and stop his philandering ways. Can you handle that? Can I? Could I take it if Ransom and I had intercourse on the regular, and then he went out and had it with other girls too? I can't handle that. You're going to have to teach me how to get him and keep him. I knew Margot had it in her to do that. She'd had many boyfriends in her time. It was she who never wanted to keep them, not the other way around. I was in good hands. And when she gave me the nod, I was elated. This takes time, Aspen. It's not as fast a process as just getting a guy to show he's interested in you. That stuff is easy. Getting him to see that he's not only interested in you but wants only you takes time and patience. Do you feel that you have that patience at this time? I didn't have any. Not an ounce of patience. But what I did have was the ability to set a goal and do what it takes to achieve it. You have no idea how much more I fall for this guy each passing day. Our plans are to spend at least the next 18 to 20 years living under the same roof and raising our kid or kids if we have more than one. And I can't imagine doing that with anyone else. Now that's just weird, Aspen. Margot shook her head. I'm serious, girl. That's not normal. You don't know him well at all. Do you believe in love at first sight, Margot? No, she answered quickly. No, I don't. Well, I'm here to tell you that it's real. From the moment I first saw him, I just knew that I would fall in love with him. And I have fallen in love with him. I tried not to have another hot flash as I thought about him, but it didn't work, and I broke out into a sweat. Oh honey, Margot said as she fanned me. You're sweating. I know it's the shots now. They're making you crazy. Crazy for him. But I had to use my brain. Could she be right? Could it all be the hormones? And what would happen? I was done with them. To hell with it. I didn't care. Tell me how to make him love me, Margot. I want to know. I'm not going to let you leave until you tell me how to do it. I want him. I want all of him. Every last bit of that man should be mine. She sighed, then popped her knuckles. This isn't going to be easy for you, Aspen. But the hormones might actually help you do this. I was confident that she was going to tell me that I had to seduce Ransom, a thing I had no idea how to do. I wasn't slick, cool, or remotely sensually adequate. I'd never even kissed a guy. It would take a miracle for me to be able to seduce that man. Ransom was the seducer. Maybe she'd teach me how to make him do that to me. That would be so much easier than the other way around. But when she spoke, words I didn't understand came out of her mouth. Huh?
Chapter 17.
Ransom. Lubbock, Texas, May 31st. Even though it was 7 in the evening, the sun was still relatively high in the clear blue sky, and the temperature was a sizzling 93 degrees. I donned my swimming trunks after dinner to take a dip in the pool to cool off. Aspen had gone into town to visit her friend Margot for the day. She managed to make it home just before dinner in time for next shot. I found her acting differently towards me, cool, somewhat distant, and she hardly ever made eye contact. When I invited her to join me for a swim, she turned me down flat with no reason why. A simple no thanks was all I got, and it left me feeling a little weird. When I'd asked her what she would be doing to entertain herself, she told me not to worry about it. She sounded kind of stuck up when she'd said it. As I swam a few laps around the pool, I chalked it up to the hormone injections. After all, the side effects did include moodiness. The doctor had explained the importance of not pushing Aspen when she was in a foul mood. She'd also suggested I do things to take her out of that mood, while trying not to bother her about it. I thought about going up to find her and giving her a foot rub or even a back rub if she wanted one. The fact was, I wanted Aspen. It was my selfish streak that stopped me, as backward as that might seem. Seeing myself for what I truly was had been an eye-opener for me. I'd made sure to spend as much time as I possibly could with Granddad. And I treated Aspen with respect at all times. I wanted her to know that I wasn't after a piece of butt. And that was hard. But she was giving so much of herself to this baby that I had to try to put that out of my mind. Flipping over to do the backstroke for my next lap, I spotted the curtains moving on the top floor above me. Had Aspen been watching me? I wasn't sure of that. It could have been one of the staff members. But I wondered if Aspen did watch me at times. I wondered if she did want me the way I wanted her. This had never been like me. I was the aggressor. It was me who took the lead, and women did as I wanted them to. But I couldn't be that way with Aspen. Not only because I needed so much from her. Not only because I wanted her to be around for a very long time. But because she intimidated me a bit. Aspen was strong, smart, and more attractive than she realized. Quite frankly, she was more woman than I was used to. Her head was straight, her mind sharp, and her presence inspiring. She was the total package. My kid would be lucky to have her as a mother. She had this aura that shone out from deep inside of her, and it just let you know that she would be a wonderful person, even though she didn't talk a whole hell of a lot. I wouldn't call her shy, but I would call her a little reclusive. And she was tight-lipped about things that concerned her. Her past, her present, and her future were things I knew little to nothing about. Maybe that was my fault. I supposed I could have initiated conversations that would give me more information about her. But anytime I was around her, I had to fight myself to make sure I was doing the right thing where she was concerned. Keep my hands to myself, so to speak. Watch what I said and how I said it. Try not to flirt, which was hard for me. In short, I had to be the respectable man I knew she needed me to be with her. To be that guy, I mostly had to stay away from her and make sure there was plenty of space between us. Because when we were close, I felt this energy all around us, like we were in a vortex or something, and if I wasn't careful, we'd get sucked under. I couldn't afford to get sucked under. I couldn't afford to alienate the mother of my child. And I knew I would do that if we ever had sex. If I ever gave in to what I wanted from her, I would effectively get her under me. Once that happened, I would look at her with different eyes. She would no longer be that strong woman in my eyes. She would become just another notch on my bedpost, a woman with no more will than the last. I'd never told a soul about what I'd seen my mother do when I was young. I'd kept it to myself, and sometimes I'd even hidden it from myself. I loved Mom. Dad loved Mom. No one would want that to end. And if I had told a single person about the things I'd seen, it would have all ended. My life would have turned out different. I knew I'd been right to keep it to myself. But keeping it inside made it a bit of a sore where the secrets were stashed. A sore place near my heart. It made it impossible to fully trust a woman. At least for me, it did. The door to the patio opened, and out came Dumphy. Alejandro was walking in just behind him. They'd caught me completely by surprise. "What the hell are you guys doing here?" Dumphy was all smiles. "We surprised ya, huh?" Pulling myself up on the side of the pool, I got out, then grabbed a towel. "What has you boys in town?" "A little bit of business with your oil company, and you, of course." Alejandro grabbed my hand, pulling me in for a side-to-side bro hug. "Plus, it's Saturday. We figured you could show us a good time at one of Lubbock's finest nightclubs." "Oh guys, no." I gave Dumphy a bro hug too. I've got to give Aspen injections every 6 hours. She gets one at 1 in the morning. If I go out with you guys, I won't be back in time. Alejandro took a seat on one of the lounge chairs, stretching out his long legs. Can't you get a maid to do it, bro? It's been a while since we've hung out. Can I? I shook my head as Dumphy frowned at me. I can't. But I can steer you guys in the right direction if you want. Dumphy took a seat too. Sit down, Ransom. We've got to talk to you. It's about this situation. With a deep sigh, I took a seat and readied myself for an argument. Just say what you've got to say, and then I'll say my piece. Cool, Alejandro said. You see, you've got your priorities all screwed up. Tell me, have you had this woman sign any type of a legal agreement keeping your inheritance safe? His family business was in law. I should have expected this out of him. No, I haven't. We're not getting married or anything. She's being compensated for even living here. Why would she ever want more than what I'm giving her? Dumphy laughed. Ask my father. His 6 wives have more money than God, thanks to them each robbing him when they left him. Dumphy was forgetting a common factor in his father's divorces. Well, your dad did cheat on every one of them. I think he knew he had those trips to the cleaners coming. Alejandro nodded. He did, bro. My family's law firm represented 2 of his ex-wives. He turned his attention to me. But you have yet to ask for our services, Ransom. Why is that exactly? For starters, she's not even pregnant yet. I don't see the need for any kind of legal agreement at this point. And we're still on somewhat shaky ground, as anyone could expect. I looked up as I saw the curtain move on the upper floor again. It has to be her. She had to be wondering who I was talking to down here. I wondered if she would come down to introduce herself to my friends. I knew any other female wouldn't miss the chance to meet a couple of wealthy bachelors who weren't hard to look at. My insides went hot with what I thought might be jealousy. Since I'd never had an attack of that before, it was hard to tell. Probably just indigestion from the enchiladas at dinner. Dumphy had to put his 2 cents out there. In my opinion, you shouldn't be doing this. I know that. My eyes rolled all on their own. You've already told me this over the phone. Yeah, well, I thought it needed to be said in person since you didn't listen to me before, Dumphy added. Can we meet this trick? I want to see what she's like. First of all, don't call her a trick. She's not one. She's far from any girl any of us has ever met. She's rare. I can tell you that. I felt pride swelling up in my chest, but wasn't sure why that was. Alejandro sat up with a grin on his face. Let us meet her then. Let us be the judges. Dumphy agreed. Yeah, let us be the judges. Don't you respect our opinions? I don't need you to judge her. Nor do I want you to. I had a huge rush of adrenaline all of a sudden, and got up. As a matter of fact, I won't allow either of you to judge her. She's perfect. I mean perfect in every way. She's gorgeous, personable, even sweet most of the time. The hormone injections have made some temporary adjustments to her normal attitude, but that's to be expected. And I will not have anyone say a bad word about Aspen. I mean it. Alejandro looked stunned. Did you say that she's gorgeous? Out of all that I just said, that's all you heard. I flopped down in the chair again. Good God. Well, you can't blame him, Dumphy said. You don't like gorgeous women. I know that. I bit my lower lip as I thought about why I liked Aspen so damn much. She's different. She doesn't try to use her beauty to get what she wants. As a matter of fact, she doesn't even realize how beautiful she actually is. She's a rare gem. I don't expect you guys to understand. You sound like you've fallen in love, Ransom, Alejandro said in a whisper. No, I said quickly. I haven't fallen in love. I don't think it's possible for me. And she deserves love. I know she does. But I still want her to be the mother of my baby. I still want her to live here with us. I still want all of that, but I know I can't ever love her. Dumphy looked puzzled. Then what the hell are you doing, man? Respecting my grandfather's wishes. At least that's how I looked at it. Dumphy saw things differently. I wouldn't call what he's doing wishes. I would call them demands. I would call what he's doing blackmail. Do as I say or be poor as a church mouse. Maybe you should consider the reality of this whole thing. Not only for your sake, but for the sake of this woman who you seem to think a hell of a lot of. Maybe he's right. Perhaps I should give Aspen the chance to walk away from this.
Chapter 18.
Aspen. Lubbock, Texas, June 1st. My bedroom door opened at 1 in the morning. I knew it was Ransom, here to give me the shot. I lay perfectly still on my side, pretending to be asleep. The truth was, I hadn't even fallen to sleep yet. I couldn't manage it. I was so worried he would be taking off with his friends who'd shown up. I kept an eye on the window of my bedroom that overlooked the driveway. The car his friends came in had left around 9 that night. I had no idea if Ransom was in that car or not. And I wasn't about to go looking around to see if he'd left either. I was playing it cool, the way Margot had told me to. Acting as if I didn't care at all. But I did care. Ransom moved the blanket off my shoulder, pulling it down, then pulling up the hem of my t-shirt to expose my side and stomach. Pinching a small amount of flesh, he jabbed the needle in, then pushed in the hormones. My body jerked. Not from pain, but from something else. I wasn't sure what to call it. His touch sent something akin to an electric current through me. "I'm sorry. Did I wake you up?" he asked quietly. "Yeah," I lied. Rolling over, I looked at him. He was wearing his pajamas, so he hadn't gone out with his friends after all. But I had to ask anyway, "You didn't go out with those guys who came over?" "No. How could I? I've got to give you this shot." He smiled at me, and the sight made my heart speed up. But I had to remember to act stuck up. "You didn't have to stay. I guess I could have figured it out by myself." I didn't want to go. I'm not in the mood for that kind of thing. He went to the little red container, where he threw the needle and syringe away. "If you're up for it, I would like to talk to you for a little while." I sat up, nodding, plumping my pillows behind me, and then resting my back on them as I pulled the blanket up to cover my chest. He took a seat at the end of the bed. This baby thing. If he would just come a little closer, I could grab him. Kiss him. My body went hot, and I hoped he wouldn't see the sweat sprouting on my brow. It's come to my attention that I may not be doing this for the right reasons. My friends think my grandfather is blackmailing me into doing something I shouldn't be doing. He looked right into my eyes, the dim light from a nearby nightlight made them glisten. "Although I haven't spoken with your grandfather at length, I don't think he is doing this as blackmail. I think he genuinely loves you, and doesn't want you to be alone for the rest of your life." I wasn't being stuck up the way Margot had told me to, but Ransom needed some sage advice. Games didn't have a place at such a critical moment. "And I think you're right," he agreed. "It's just that I don't want you to do anything you don't feel like doing. I feel like letting you do me." Of course, I didn't say that. I'm doing what I want to. I've got my reasons for wanting this baby too, don't forget. "And what about me?" he asked. I didn't know what he meant. "You'll have to be more specific, Ransom. What about living here with me? Is this what you want to do? To keep on doing?" I think it's important to give this baby both parents. I held back the rest. I wanted to ask him why he didn't want me. I wanted to ask him if there was anything I could do to make him want me. "Even if we can't be like normal parents?" he asked, then played with the blanket a little. "You know, married and in love." "I could be married and in love with you, Ransom." Again, I didn't say that. "Don't you think we'll grow to do more than just like each other?" "If I were you, Aspen, I wouldn't get my hopes up about that." He looked down, not in my eyes at all. And now I was pissed. I had no idea why he thought he could never love me. I had no idea why he thought I shouldn't get my hopes up. But I was about to play my first card. Who said anything about having my hopes up? It's not like I care. I just asked a question is all. When he lifted his eyes to look at me, I saw something similar to pain there. Yeah, I guess I put words in your mouth. Sorry. And now I felt terrible. No reason to apologize to me. But that thing had made him act a little differently. Look, we're both getting what we want. A baby. Let's leave it at that. So you really do want this baby? He asked. My baby. I want this baby, I answered. I left off the part about it being his child, on purpose, to let him think I was thinking of it as my baby. You like this security though, right? He asked as he looked into my eyes this time. Who wouldn't? I eyed him right back. It's a great setup. I get to have a baby. It gets to have financial security, and a family that will stand behind it through thick and thin. I suppose love, other than love for the baby, doesn't matter. He nodded. I just don't think I can love you. Okay, that's it. No one asked you to. I pointed at the door. I'm tired. You can leave. I get what you're saying. We're having a baby. No intercourse involved. No feelings involved. No love involved. It's crystal clear. Good night. Getting off the bed, he turned to leave. I'm sorry things are this way. I bet. I turned over on my side, trying my hardest not to cry. At least not until he left the room. I'll be back at 7 to give you another shot, he whispered. Fine. I wished I could have given myself the shots. Then I wouldn't need him for anything. As mad as I was, I felt like I might be able to buck up and just do the shots myself. I felt so awful, like I wasn't lovable at all. My mother had walked away from me when I was a cute little baby. Dad made sure to tell me time and time again that I wasn't a bad baby, and that it wasn't my fault she left. It had to have been his fault somehow. If she had ever given him the chance to fix things, he would have. She never came back. Never called. Never did a thing to give him the opportunity to find out what he'd done wrong. But what if he was only saying those things to save my feelings? What if I was the reason she left? What if I was unlovable? I'd been nice to Ransom. I'd been pleasing. I'd been myself with the man. And that hadn't been good enough for him. He didn't want me. He didn't find me attractive. He didn't think he could ever come to love me. What the hell am I doing here? Just then, I realized that I was hyperventilating. I couldn't catch my breath. Sitting up, I moved to the edge of the bed, then put my head between my knees. When I finally caught my breath, I felt tears rolling down my cheeks as I cried silently. This is it. This my life now. I'd sold out. At 23 years old, I had given up hope of ever finding a man to love and who would love me back. I had sold my soul, just to pay for the last semester of college. I sure hoped that having that degree was worth the price I'd paid for it. I sure hoped I wouldn't become some bitter woman who hated men. I'd never hated the opposite gender before. I didn't know how to interact with them at all, but I didn't hate them. I hoped my dealings with Ransom wouldn't sour me on them, the way I was sure to end up hating him. I got up and went to the bathroom to pee and wash my face. When I looked in the mirror, I saw one mean skank. A scowl on my face. An attitude from hell. I wasn't myself. You are what he's made you to be. I laughed as I ran my hand through my wild hair. Or what he will make out of you, but only if you let him. The scowl went away as I washed my face. The cool water calmed down. Maybe it's the hormones, I told myself. Maybe I took what he said wrong. Tomorrow would be another day. Maybe things wouldn't seem so bad in the light of day. Maybe things wouldn't look like I would have a future without love. Maybe Ransom didn't mean things the way he'd said them. How could two people have a baby, raise it together, living under the same roof and never find love? How could that ever happen? I felt a little bit of pain in my abdomen, and went to pee. It happened now and then since starting the shots. Redness at the injection sites, swelling around the areas as well, and slight pain in my abdomen too. Heading back to bed, I laid on my side, placing my palm on the area of my torso that hurt. It wasn't that bad. I figured the agitation spurred it on. Closing my eyes, I tried to go to sleep. I needed to sleep. The doctor had told me to sleep as much as I possibly could. It would help things go along more smoothly if I stayed relaxed. She'd told Ransom that too. But apparently, he decided he had to tell me at 1 in the morning that I shouldn't get my hopes up for him to love me. What an ass. I should have known he would be this way. Alone at 30 had to mean that he was hard to get along with. So why did I think I could manage to do it? I didn't even know how to make a man happy at all. I'd never gotten the chance to. And here I was trying to make a man happy who couldn't do that. A man who couldn't love is who I decided to have a baby with. So what the hell is wrong with me? Is financial security really worth a lifetime of no love? Maybe I could do it for myself, but a baby didn't deserve that. Suddenly, I found myself getting out of bed and stomping out of my room over to his. Throwing the door open, I asked one question of the stunned man who looked at me with wide eyes. You can't ever love me. But can you love our baby? He just stared at me for the longest time before he finally answered, yeah, I'm sure I can love our baby. Slamming the door, I went back to bed to cry the rest of the night away.
Chapter 19.
Ransom. Lubbock, Texas, June 5th. The days were mostly silent between Aspen and I, but she needed me for this. Her eggs were about to be harvested, and she was clearly anxious. So you've got to put me under? She asked, and then turned to look at me reluctantly. And I can trust you. If anything looks like it's going wrong, then I swear to you that I'll make sure you're taken care of. I promise you that, Aspen. I hadn't touched her since she and I had that little talk that felt much more like a fight. But I took her hand in mine. I'll hold your hand through it all. I'll be right here by your side for the whole thing. She didn't have a choice. There was no one else around to give her any comfort. She squeezed my hand. I'm trusting you, Ransom. This is all for us. For you and me. This is the baby we want. It is. I know that. I'm with you, Aspen. I'm right here, and I'll be right here even after they put you to sleep. I leaned over and kissed her cheek. The sparks I felt left me almost dizzy. I wanted to taste her lips. I wanted to give her all the reason in the world to trust me. But I didn't do that. Instead, I pulled my lips away from her pretty face, then nodded at the doctor. She's ready now. The surgery only lasted 30 minutes, but it felt like 5 hours. My legs ached from standing there holding Aspen's limp hand. My heart hurt too. I wanted so badly to tell her that I was sorry for what I'd said before. Who knew if I was right or not? Who knew if I would get over my issues? I had no right to go into her room that night and tell her that I could never love her. I'd hurt her. She hadn't said that exactly, but her actions did. She could hardly speak to me at all. She'd always been nice. Now she was barely tolerating me. I didn't have anyone to blame but myself. Who wouldn't have acted the exact same way? The doctor said something to the nurse that took me out of my own head. Here, take these to the lab. Dr. Lawson looked at me. And now I need you to give us the sperm, Mr. Whitaker. I had to let go of Aspen's hand to do that. But before I did, I kissed the top of it before lying it beside her. I'm going to make things up to you. You'll see. Mom wasn't a mean person. She wasn't the kind of person one thinks of when one thinks about a cheating woman. Gorgeous nearly to a fault, my mother was considered an upstanding woman and a devoted wife. Only me and the men she'd cheated with knew any different. I wasn't getting anywhere with my sperm collecting. I had to force my mother from my mind. I had to find someone to fantasize about to get this done. I pulled from my memory banks one hot night with a woman in Canada. She'd been on the chunkier side of plump. Her short hair was pulled up into spikes. She was ripe and ready and told me as much. I knew I had my problems, but why did I allow them to affect that poor girl? I had so much to make up for. So much to make right. For starters, I needed to be right there holding her hand when she woke up. So I gathered myself, then went back to her. A nurse was in the room, sitting next to her. It'll be a few more minutes before she wakes up. With a nod, I went to take her hand again. And when she opens her eyes, she'll see me. The nurse had been around us a lot. She commented, "I think you two will make great parents." The doctor isn't so sure, but I can see it. You care a great deal for her. I nodded. Do you think she cares for me much? She laughed. She has to. No one goes through all this without caring very much for someone. I can promise you that. This is a very selfless act she's done. I agreed. I know that. Not anyone I know would have done all this for a man she never knew before and has no ties to, she added. Again, I nodded. I know. Aspen deserved love. She deserved happiness. She deserved more than I could give her. Her eyes fluttered open, and she looked at me. It's over. It's over. I kissed her on the forehead. You did great. They got some great eggs. And I gave them my part. I just want you to relax. The nurse stood up and came to loom over her. You'll stay here for a couple of hours to let the effects of the anesthesia wear off. After that, you guys can leave. The next appointment will be when we implant the embryos. Exciting times ahead. She took her seat again, and I thought about what she'd said. There might be exciting times ahead, or there might not. That would all be up to Aspen. I was done orchestrating things. Done pushing. Little by little, Aspen's grip on my hand got stronger and stronger. Finally, she took a deep breath. I feel normal again. Does anything hurt? I asked her. The nurse got up and started checking Aspen's blood pressure. Things might not hurt right this moment, but when the painkillers wear off, they will. She'll need to take pain medication for the next couple of days. I'll get a bottle of them ready to send home with you. After taking her blood pressure, she announced, "You're great. I'll help you get dressed, then you two can be on your way." I helped Aspen sit up, and she sighed as she did. One more step to go. There was no way I would bring up anything at that moment. I wanted her to have a clear head when I told her that the ball would be entirely in her court. Everything would lie in her hands. After she got dressed, I found she was still a little woozy. I put my arm around her, then saw the nurse coming with a wheelchair. Go ahead and bring the car around to the front entrance. I'll take her down. As I left to go get the car, I thought about doing the same thing when she had our baby. It would be me who would run to get the car to take her and the baby home. It made my heart ache to think of that day never coming. I wanted it so bad. And I knew that was selfish of me, but I didn't care. What I would do was leave that up to Aspen. And I would have to be ready to accept it if she didn't want to go any further. But I knew it would kill a small part of me if she didn't want to. Just like I had to accept everything else in my life, I would learn to accept it if she did that. A part of me knew she wanted to have a baby. A part of me knew she wanted to have one with me. But would she always only want my baby? Would she still want that if she couldn't have me too?
Chapter 20.
Aspen. Lubbock, Texas, August 25th. Things hadn't been the best between Ransom and me. I had to keep my distance so I wouldn't fall in love with him. Or strangle him. I wavered on both sides most of the time. He talked to me not long after the embryos were being made up in the lab. He told me that it was all up to me. I could keep the money even if I decided to end this and have the embryos destroyed. I was impressed when he said that he wouldn't seek another surrogate. If I didn't want to go through with it, he was done trying. He admitted that he'd come into this thing without the purest of intentions. I'd known that. I had to admit that I hadn't either. But now that we'd come so far, and our little embryos were forming, I already had an attachment to them. One of them, or possibly more, would one day be our baby. I couldn't have them destroyed. I wanted them all. So we had them implanted a short time later, and were told to give it a month or two to make sure that at least one of them took. During that time, there were supposed to be all these sonograms and whatnots that I didn't want. Sick of being poked and prodded, I told the doctor that we would be back in a couple of months to see what kind of progress had been made. The doctor had cautioned me about ectopic pregnancies and other horror stories. I didn't care. I wanted to live life out of that clinic for a while. I'd done everything I could to get pregnant. I wasn't going to do any more than that. I figured the 2-month mark would be plenty of time to do whatever had to be done if the pregnancy had gone awry. It hadn't been easy, the not knowing. All I knew for sure was that I hadn't had a period in over 2 months. Ransom and I were dying to know how many babies we had. The car ride to the clinic was excruciating. "I'm so worried," I confessed. "About what?" He seemed confused as he carefully took the left turn to get to the parking garage. He drove so much more carefully now. It was funny in a way. "You know you're pregnant." "I know. But I want them all." I knew that would be nearly impossible. But I had a hard time thinking about one of those little embryos not making it. He reached over to take my hand. "I want them all too. But I'll be happy with whatever we have." I doubted that he thought the same way I did. I already thought of them as living babies. He most likely considered of them eggs right now. I didn't know what he thought since we talked so little. The baby or babies took center stage for me. Whatever happened between their father and me would play out on its own. I couldn't just stop at that point because the man couldn't love me. He hadn't loved me in the beginning. Why make that an issue now? Plus, I figured my hormones had a lot to do with how I took everything. Maybe I wouldn't ever love him. If I kept away as I had been, that would have been a real possibility. I could just lead my life and him his. The estate was so vast that we only passed in the hallway at bedtimes and when we got up. We did eat meals together. That was mostly because the cook made the meals, and it would have been a pain in her butt if we took them separately. After we parked, we got out of the car, then headed inside. And suddenly I felt a wave of nausea overwhelming me. Oh gosh. I grabbed my stomach, then rushed to a waste receptacle half a football field away. "What's happening?" Ransom called out as he came after me. I couldn't speak, as I knew puke would burst out of me if I did. Instead, I ran as fast as I could and did a thing I never thought I would do. I stuck my head inside the trash can and let it all out. "Oh, that's what's happening." His hands moved over my back as he tried to comfort me. "It's going to be okay." I hadn't thrown up before. It made me nervous. "Do you think something's wrong, Ransom?" He handed me a handkerchief to wipe my mouth. "I hope not. We'll see soon, won't we?" I hadn't told Ransom what my plans were if this pregnancy didn't work out. I thought it was time to do that before we got inside with the doctor and nurses. "I need to say something to you before we go inside." I should have said something sooner, but you know how we've been communicating lately. The nervousness in his eyes told me he must have had some idea what I was about to say. "Go ahead, Aspen. If this pregnancy doesn't work out, I don't want to try anymore. I'll move out and that will be that." I looked away, as his sorrowful expression hurt me. "I understand." He took my hand, then led me to the clinic. Not too long after that, we were in a room with an ultrasound machine. And the operator was happy to see us. "Hi guys. I've heard about your case and wanted to wish you guys the best of luck. Now the embryos are still tiny. I've got to warn you that you won't be able to make out your baby or babies yet. But the good news is that I will. Looking at the machine, I noticed it was the vaginal kind again. I wasn't pleased about that, but didn't have much choice in the matter. So let's get to it. Having changed into a gown, I lay back and let her put my legs in the stirrups as Ransom took his place near my head. I had my hands folded on top of my stomach, and he reached over, taking one. I think things will be just fine, Aspen. I don't want you to worry one bit. The crazy thing was that I wasn't worried at all anymore. I told him what I would do if things weren't right with the pregnancy, and the burden of making sure he had a baby wasn't mine to bear any longer. I'm not worried. Then neither am I. He leaned over to kiss my cheek. That's for good luck. I didn't need luck, I just wanted to let fate play out its hand. Either I was having Ransom's baby or babies, or I wasn't. Either way, life would go on. The cold gel was spread all over my vagina before the wand was pushed in. The tech looked at the screen as she moved the wand up inside of me. Ransom and I watched the screen too. But she'd been right. I didn't see a thing. And from Ransom's silence, I gathered he didn't either. Well, those fallopian tubes are clear, she said. That's great news. No ectopic pregnancy. That is great news, Ransom agreed. I was happy to hear that too. That had been one of Dr. Larson's biggest worries. Glad our little embryos didn't lodge there. She moved the wand around and then she smiled. That had to be good news. Now here they are. And all three have beating hearts too. Ransom sighed. All three of them. I closed my eyes. I couldn't remember a time I'd ever felt more relieved. They all made it. The tech was quick to say, now that doesn't mean things will stay that way. I don't want you guys to go making the nursery with 3 cribs just yet. By the 6th month, we'll be more certain of the health of all 3 fetuses, and we can go from there. But for now, you guys are pregnant with 3 babies. Ransom couldn't pull the smile off his face. 3 of them. Tears fell from my eyes as my dream had come true. I hadn't lost one of them so far. And now that I knew I had them inside of me, I wanted to keep them safe and sound. Ransom's lips on my cheek had me opening my eyes. It's okay, Aspen. I'll take care of you and all 3 of them. I swear to you that I will always take care of you guys. No matter what. I couldn't help it. I threw my arms around his neck and buried my face in his chest. You better. He laughed. I will. After leaving the clinic, we headed home to give his grandfather the news. Ransom and I walked into the house together, and then I walked to the staircase that led to the wing we stayed in. Let me know how it goes, Ransom. He grabbed my hand. No. You're coming with me. You're carrying his blood now. You're a part of this family. I hadn't ever thought about it that way. No. Don't think of it like that. I have to. He pulled me along with him. It's true. You carry our DNA, Aspen. You're our blood now. The jolt of electricity that shot through me almost made me faint. Was I really part of the Whitaker legacy? Was I part of a family? It had been so long since I'd been part of one. And I didn't expect the flood of emotions that swept over me. My knees buckled, and Ransom stopped pulling me along as he realized something was wrong. When he saw me crying again, he pulled me into his arms, hugging me. Have I overwhelmed you with all that? No, you just made me feel like a part of a family again. It's been so long. You have no idea how this feels after losing it. His arms held me tight as he swayed with me. And I wondered why it couldn't always be like this. I felt wanted. Loved even. It wasn't so hard to do. It was easy, really. His lips pressed against the side of my head. Don't cry. Everything is great. And Granddad is going to be over the moon. I hope it gives him more incentive to fight this damn cancer. He was right. We needed to let that man know there was a future worth staying around for. I bucked up, wiped my eyes, then blew my nose on a handkerchief Ransom handed me. Let's go. I want to see his face when you tell him the news. I would love it if you would tell it to him, Aspen. He held both of my hands and gazed at me. He thinks the world of you. I haven't ever told you that, but he does. And I do too. You're the bravest, smartest, strongest person I've ever known. I think you should know that. It felt weird, him saying those things to me. Mostly because I had no idea he felt that way. I'll tell him then if that's what you want. I felt like I should say something nice to him too. I had to dig deep, since I'd been putting up walls where he was concerned. Ransom, I think you're very sweet. You've been right by my side with all this in vitro stuff. I thought I was going to have to do this alone when I signed up for it. It's been nice to have you in my corner, and you've been a great supporter. Thanks. He kissed me on the cheek. I think this is where it all really begins, Aspen. I really do. I've never felt like this before. So away we went to tell his grandfather the fantastic news. The nurse was waiting outside his room when we came in. Hush now. He's with the doctor. We may have to move him to Houston, to MD Anderson Cancer Center. My heart felt heavy as Ransom squeezed my hand. Is it all going to come too late?
Chapter 21.
Ransom. Lubbock, Texas, September 10th. Knocking on Aspen's door at 6 in the morning, I was sure I would be waking her up. I hesitated to do that since she'd started classes for the last semester of college. My grandfather took an unfortunate turn during the night. His nurse came and woke me up to tell me an ambulance was on its way to pick him up to transport him to MD Anderson, a hospital that specializes in cancer in Houston. We'd expected this date to come for a couple of weeks. Funny how knowing it would inevitably happen hadn't made it any easier to take. My stomach hurt, my body felt shaky and weak, and I couldn't think straight. Pulling the bedroom door open, Aspen stood there in an adorable little pajama set. "You're up early, Ransom. Is everything okay?" "Granddad is about to be taken to Houston in an ambulance. I'm going to follow in my car. I just wanted you to know." I turned to go back to my room to finish getting ready. I'd put on jeans and a t-shirt, but hadn't put any shoes on yet. The touch of her hand on my arm sent a wave of electricity through me. "Wait. I want to come with you. We can go in my car. It's roomier, and that's quite a drive. We can trade off driving every couple of hours, so neither of us gets too tired. Give me 15 minutes, and I'll be ready to go." Turning to look into her eyes, I wanted her to know that I hadn't expected her to go with me. "Aspen, you've just started classes a little over a week ago. I can't ask you to miss any of them so soon in your last semester." She shook her head as she turned to go back into her room. "I'll figure things out. Being there for you and your grandfather is the most important thing right now. Meet me in the garage in 15 minutes. I'm not going to let you go through this all alone, Ransom." My heart swelled. My head went fuzzy. And all I could do was let her do what she wanted to. Be there for me. "Thank you, Aspen. It would be nice not to be alone. You might want to pack a bag. We'll probably need to stay for a few days." "I'll do that then. I'll pack enough for a week." She closed the door and I went to my room. Somehow, knowing she would be with me made me feel a little lighter inside. Aspen was different. Not like any woman I'd ever known. And she cared about me. And even my grandfather. Although I knew that I didn't deserve her, I was thankful for her. Life would have been so much harder without her in it. And to think that I'd thought my life had been a piece of cake up until my grandfather put that stipulation on me to have a baby. It had been easy, that much was true, but it hadn't been filled with much. Since finding Aspen, my life had become richer than it ever had been. And my heart had never felt so full, either. With the pregnancy, Aspen glowed in a way I'd never seen a woman do before. She'd always been gorgeous, but now she radiated pure beauty. It was all I could do not to toss her over my shoulder like a caveman and take her to my bed. But I knew what would happen to me if I did that. Women couldn't be trusted. Aspen would steal my heart if I let her. She'd been the first girl I'd ever met who had that ability. At home, it had been easy to stay away from her most of the time. In a hospital, it wouldn't be that easy. And then there would be hotel rooms too. I needed to make sure to get her a room all her own. After packing up and putting my shoes on, I went down to the garage. She'd already put her luggage in the back of the car and was waiting in the passenger side. Just as I placed my bags in the back, I heard the sound of a vehicle pulling up in front of the house. Pressing the button to open the garage door, I saw that it was the ambulance to pick up Granddad. Aspen got out of the car. "They're here. Let's tell him that we're going to be right behind him, Ransom." She walked to me, taking me by the hand to pull me along with her. We waited by the ambulance until the paramedics came out with my grandfather on a stretcher. "I hate seeing him this way," I said. "I know you do." Aspen leaned her head on my shoulder. "At least he's going to a place that will be more likely to help him get over this." Nodding, I agreed, "At least there's that." Granddad's eyes were closed. It looked as if he were sleeping. Aspen let my hand go to touch his cheek as the paramedics stopped before loading him into the back. "Lucius, we'll be right behind you," she said gently. His pale blue eyes opened, and he looked at Aspen. "Are you coming too?" She nodded. "Of course I am. I don't want you to worry one bit. I won't leave your grandson alone for a minute." He reached out from under the blanket to take her hand. "You're a good girl, Aspen." "Thank you." I began to feel a little misty-eyed, and I had to clear my throat to stop the emotions that were building up inside of me. "Okay, Granddad, like she said, we'll be right behind you. See you at the hospital. You just rest and the trip will go by a lot faster. That's what you used to tell me when we took long trips." "Not to worry. I'll be sleeping. They're gonna give me a little morphine to make sure I feel no pain." He winked at me. "See you guys at the other end of this journey." Aspen elbowed me in the ribs. Her lips were so close to my ear that I could feel the warmth of her breath as she whispered, "Tell him that you love him." I took her hand in mine, squeezing it. "Come on. Let's get in the car." She came along with me, but I could feel disappointment radiating off of her. She would have to learn that my grandfather and I didn't talk that way to each other. We were men, damn it. Letting her hand go when we got to the garage, she made her way to the passenger side of the car. As I watched her go, I felt kind of bad for not being more gentlemanly toward her. "Hold on." She stopped and turned to look at me. "For what?" I hurried past her to open the door. "Allow me." A light laugh filled my ears. "Oh. Thank you." "You're welcome." It was the least I could do since she was doing so much for me. I knew that putting off her classes wasn't anything she had planned on doing. Getting that degree was her #1 priority. Or at least it had been before this all happened. I'd knocked her off her path. I hadn't meant to, but I'd done just that. Not only because of what was going on with my grandfather, but also with the babies. She hadn't even thought about becoming a mother until she met me. Her whole plan was to get that degree and start her career. I'd really put a monkey wrench in those plans of hers. But she never complained even once about any of it. I wasn't sure any other woman would have been as agreeable as Aspen was. I'd been lucky that she was the one who'd accepted this deal. Sliding behind the steering wheel, I couldn't help but smile. "I know you meant well, but my grandfather and I do not exchange I love yous." "Well, maybe it's time that you started doing that." She eyed me. "Aren't you going to tell your children that you love them, Ransom?" I hadn't thought about that. I'm not sure what I'll say to them. I started the car and then backed out of the garage to follow the ambulance. Putting on her sunglasses, she clucked her tongue in disapproval. "You're not sure, huh?" "No, I'm not. I sure hoped this trip wouldn't be filled with her telling me how I needed to do things. So I thought I would give her some insight into how I was." It's been years since I've said those words to anyone. I think I told my mother and father that I loved them when I was around 8, or something like that. Then I got too big to go around throwing "I love yous" at anyone. No one gets too old to say "I love you," Ransom. She shook her head as her expression told me that she didn't like what I'd said. I want you to tell our children that you love them. We'll see. I pulled up behind the ambulance, waiting for it to leave. I don't want to hear that. She tapped the top of my leg with one finger. I want to hear that you will always let our children know that you love them. To be fair, they're not born yet. You're going to have to let things play out, Aspen. I knew I was fond of the babies she carried, so I gave her that. I do like the babies already, if that makes you any happier. Slightly. She looked out the window as the ambulance pulled away from us. This is going to be a long trip. I looked it up, and it takes about 8 hours to drive to Houston from Lubbock. Yeah, I saw that too. It would have been smarter to take the private jet, but I wanted to do the ride the way my grandfather had to. It made me feel more like a part of what he was going through. Maybe we should play a driving game to make the time go by faster, she came up with. Maybe something like who can spot the most blue cars or something like that. I didn't need any game to play to make time seem to pass more quickly. I think we should just listen to the radio and let that distract us. I turned on some country music and laughed as she wrinkled her nose. Oh, please no. She pushed the channel she liked. Some pop crap. This is more like it. I guess we're going to have to agree to disagree. I put the radio back on the station I liked. While I'm driving, we listen to what I like. While you're driving, we'll listen to what you like. Fair enough. She picked up her cell to entertain herself. You haven't accepted my friend request yet. What? I asked as I pulled onto the highway behind the ambulance. Facebook. I sent you a friend request last night. She tapped the screen of her phone. And you haven't accepted it yet. I haven't been on it yet. I picked up my cell and handed it to her. Here. You can accept it for me. The passcode is 1616. She took my cell, then looked at it for a long moment. You know, this feels kind of weird. Like intimate. I don't see how. I chuckled. It's kind of like a thing boyfriends and girlfriends do. She looked at me. What are we to each other, Ransom? I didn't know how to answer that question at all. Saying that we were co-parents sounded like it wasn't enough. Saying that we were boyfriend and girlfriend just wasn't true at all. But then I thought about what she'd just done for me, and it hit me. You and I are like best friends, Aspen. I took her hand and squeezed it. You've done more for me than any friend I've ever had. I hope I can repay you for all that you've done for me. I did realize that I'd paid her to have my babies. I hadn't paid her to be with me through the hard times that came along with my grandfather's poor health, though. Aspen was my first real female friend. And she and I were closer than I'd ever gotten to a woman. The smile that curved her pink lips made my heart happy. I like that. Best friends. That sounds nice. And that's all we could ever be.
Chapter 22.
Aspen. Houston, Texas, October 1st. The entire month of September had passed with us in Houston with Ransom's grandfather. The treatment Lucius received was intense. We never knew from day to day if we'd come into the hospital to find he'd passed on during the night or not. I couldn't leave Ransom alone. It wasn't in me to leave him. The semester had been shot. I was able to drop the classes I'd signed up for early enough to be fully reimbursed. I'd made a decision. Ransom and I sat in the waiting room as a team of doctors were busy in his grandfather's room. I'm putting off going back to school until the babies are at least a year old. The look on his face made my heart ache. He looked so happy. I knew I'd surprised him. Are you sure? Nodding, I went on, they're going to need me. I don't want a nanny raising them. I hadn't talked to Ransom about the thoughts I'd been having. But now seemed like a good time to do that, since we had nothing else to do. I'm going to finish my degree, but I'm going to take my time doing it. I can take a couple of hours, say 3 days a week, to finish the degree. I want to focus on our children. Nothing has ever been more important to me. Then I wondered if Ransom would be okay with me not making any money. If that's okay with you, of course? His eyes narrowed. Why wouldn't it be? Shrugging, I said, because I won't have a job. Like I care about that. He laughed as he shook his head. Aspen, you do recall that I'll be paying you for living with us, right? I don't want you to do that. I'd been feeling like that was too much for him to be doing. They're my kids too. Why pay me to live with them? I'm going to pay you anyway. No matter what you say. He smiled, and I found it to be pretty tempting. You know, that makes me pretty damn happy that you want to be there for the kids. Glad to hear that. I fidgeted in my seat as his cute smile was doing things to me that I shouldn't be feeling. The attraction I'd felt for Ransom never went away. It grew and grew. I was sure that one day or night, I would lose my battle with my will and throw myself at the man. Our hotel rooms were adjoining each other. We met outside of them each morning before leaving for the hospital, where we stayed until night. He and I were together so much more than we'd ever been. Feelings were developing. Real ones. As the door to his grandfather's hospital room opened, and the doctors came pouring out, Ransom took my hand. Let's go see what they're doing with him now. The doctor in charge came to us. His stoic expression told us nothing.
Mr. Whitaker, Miss Dell.
The doctor nodded. We've got some news I think you're going to like. Ransom let my hand go, and then put his arm around me. I felt his heart pounding in his chest. You do? The doctor nodded. You see, we've gotten the test results back this morning. It seems the treatments have worked. There's no sign of any cancer. The mass in his lungs is gone. Of course, he's very weak from the treatments, but he's going to get better from here on out. We'll keep him here to do physical therapy for another 2 weeks, but he's on the road to recovery. The treatments will stop. Ransom's grip on me nearly caused me to stop breathing, it was so tight. He's cancer-free, he asked as if he couldn't believe it. He is, the doctor answered. Ransom looked at me, and I couldn't help myself. I burst into tears as he pulled me in for a hug. He's going to be okay. I'm not going to lose him, Ransom whispered. I've prayed and prayed for this news. Me too. I couldn't stop crying. This is a miracle. Then I felt something odd. His body shook and a sob followed. This man who'd been so emotionally strong was crying on my shoulder. He's going to come home, Aspen. I was so worried that we would be going home alone. He held me tighter. I can't believe this. He'd never told me that he'd worried about his grandfather not coming home. It must be because I hadn't been open enough for him to talk to me about things he feared. I'm here for you, Ransom. Anything you ever need to talk about, I'm here to listen. Thank you, Aspen. You mean the world to me. You're everything to me. His words stirred my heart and soul. You mean everything to me too, Ransom. I mean that. I kissed his cheek, then pulled my head back to look at him. Seeing tears fall from his gorgeous blue eyes made me want to kiss them all away for him. But I knew this wasn't the time to do that.
Come on.
Let's dry our tears and go see him. He let me go, and went to grab a nearby box of tissues. Sucking it up, I took a tissue he offered me and dried my tears before he took my hand. He led me into the hospital room that Lucius would only have to stay in for a short while longer. Looking at the man who now had his life back, you couldn't tell he was on the road to recovery. The treatments had taken him down. He lay still in that bed, eyes closed, chest rising and falling in slow waves. Ransom placed his hand on Lucius' shoulder. You beat it, Grandad.
I know.
His eyes opened, and he looked at his grandson first and then me. You're going to have me around for a little while longer. I'm so happy that you'll get to meet your great-grandkids, Lucius. I ran my hand over his arm. I'm so glad they'll get to meet you. Me too. He smiled. I can't wait. Ransom came up with an idea. Hey, I'll ask one of the doctors if he can bring in something so you can hear the baby's heartbeats. That ought to inspire you to get this physical therapy thing going. I can't wait to get you back home. I can't wait to be home. Lucius looked at me. Would that be okay with you, if I got to hear their little heartbeats, little mama? I had to laugh at him calling me that. Little mama, huh? I nodded. Yeah, that'll be more than okay with me. We want you back home where you belong. You're an angel, Aspen. Has my grandson ever told you that? He asked me. Ransom smiled at his grandfather. I've told her how much I appreciate her, and how special she is to me. You don't have to worry about that. He makes me feel special, Lucius. Not to worry. I felt the slight twinge of hunger in my belly. I'm going to grab some breakfast. The babies are getting hungry. Before I could walk away, Ransom took my arm. I'm coming with you. He needs to rest anyway. He wrapped his arm around my shoulders, turning us both back to his grandfather. We'll let you sleep, and we'll pop back in after lunch to visit you. Good. Lucius closed his eyes, ready to sleep. Ransom took me out of the room, his arm still around me. I couldn't help it. I loved the way it felt, and I wanted Ransom to know that. I'd kept my mouth shut for too long. I wanted things to move forward. He and I had been through a very tough time, and it looked like that time was close to being over. Life was too short to waste time on things like worrying if he would push me away when I reached out to him in a physical way. Before I could open my mouth, Ransom kissed the top of my head and said, "Gosh, I'm happy you're with me. I didn't realize how much I needed you. I've never had a better friend than you, Aspen." And there it was, the word friend. Suddenly, I didn't think the time was right after all. Thank you, Ransom. You're a pretty great friend, too. I'm glad I could be here for you through all this. I began to wonder if the time would ever be right to tell him that I wanted more. Our relationship was blossoming, but not in the way I wanted it to. My body yearned for his. But he didn't seem to have the same yearning I did. Leading me to a table in the cafeteria, he sat me down. I'll get us something to eat. You sit down. I'm sure this has been hard on you physically. You've got to keep those babies inside of you healthy. Okay, thank you. I watched him walk away, finding myself biting my lip as I looked at his butt. Why can't he want me the way I want him? I muttered to myself. I felt a hand on my shoulder and nearly jumped out of my chair. He's easy on the eyes, isn't he? One of the nurses who'd been around Lucius said. I couldn't exactly pinpoint why I was jealous of the woman. She was chubby, didn't even try to fix her mousy blonde hair, but kept it in a bun at the base of her thick neck. I didn't mean for anyone to overhear that, I mumbled. So you two are not a thing then, she said as she stared at Ransom. He's free. Panic struck me. The girls I'd seen Ransom with in pictures were just like this woman. She was the kind of girl he had intercourse with. He didn't have relationships with any of them, or so he'd said. I was sure this nurse just wanted to sleep with him. She wasn't looking for a relationship, just a piece of him. And I saw red. Free? I asked. I wouldn't say that. I am carrying his triplets. Yeah, I heard about that. You're his surrogate. She looked at me. His grandfather told me. Instantly, I hated that our personal information had been discussed. I made a note to talk to Lucius about telling people things about us that they didn't need to know. How unfortunate. She looked at Ransom again. I heard the news about Mr. Whitaker. He won't be here much longer. I think it's time to make my move. I don't know what got into me. Ransom wasn't mine. And for all I knew, he wouldn't ever be. But I stood up and looked right in that nurse's dark brown eyes. Ransom is not free. He's mine. And if I catch you saying anything inappropriate to him, it will be your ass. The look on her face told me that I'd gotten my point across. I just hoped Ransom would never find out what I'd done.
Chapter 23.
Ransom. Lubbock, Texas, November 25th. The 6th-month mark came along, and Aspen and I waited for the ultrasound tech to tell us what gender babies we were having. I couldn't make out a thing as she ran the instrument over Aspen's bulging belly. "We've got a boy right here," she said. Aspen reached out, taking my hand as her eyes glistened. "A boy, Ransom." A smile took over my face, and it wouldn't go away. "I know." The tech looked at me with a smile on her face. "And here's another boy, Mr. Whitaker." "Another one?" I felt happier than I had ever felt in my life. "2 boys." Aspen let go of my hand to cross her fingers. "Please let there be a girl too." "Your wish is my command," the tech said. "You've got a little girl in here too. She's the smallest of the 3. Your little princess, and a couple of princes to watch over her." Aspen's face glowed as tears fell freely from her pretty eyes. "We've got a girl too." She grabbed my hand and held it between her full melons. I'd never wanted so badly to kiss anyone. My lips twitched, my heart pounded, and I leaned over her. "We've got a family, Aspen." My lips hovered near hers. I was almost there. About to kiss the mother of my children for the first time. The first time on the mouth, anyway. The door opening after a quick knock had me jerking my head back. Our obstetrician strode in. "What do we have, Jessica?" she asked the tech. "2 boys and a girl." The tech printed out a bunch of papers, then handed them to our doctor. "There are the stats on them all. It looks great to me." But she didn't know what it would do to us if I gave in to this thing we had brewing between us. Our kids needed both of us. My innate behavior would have me putting distance between their mother and me. It always had before. Why would I think I would react any differently this time? After getting dressed, Aspen met me in the waiting room. Her round tummy was adorable. I couldn't quit looking at it and thinking about the 3 babies of mine that were inside. "I am starving," she said as she walked straight to the door. "Can we stop and get Chinese?" "Whatever Mama wants, Mama gets." I hopped up, beating her to the door to open it for her. I'd earned a smile from her. "You've turned into quite the gentleman, Ransom. Your mother would be proud, I'd venture to bet." About my newfound gentleman status, she would be. But I doubted she'd be proud of much else. Lately, my mind had been filled with thoughts about my mother. I often wondered how she could have cheated on my father the way she had, and then tell him that she loved him. Were all women brilliant actresses? Or was it just her? Before my brain could shut it down, my heart went and asked, "What are your views on cheating?" Stopping in front of the elevator, Aspen looked at me with wide eyes. "I'm against it." "Why do you ask?" I had no idea why I'd asked her that. We weren't even in a relationship. Just wondering. The elevator doors opened, and we stepped inside. Alone in the small area, my heart went and said something else. My mother cheated on my father, but he never knew about it. No one did. Only me. Shock filled her face. "Ransom, have you always kept that to yourself, or have you told anyone else about this?" "You're the first person I've ever told." I shook my head to clear it. "And to be honest, I don't know why I've just told you." Aspen quickly folded me into her arms, pulling me close. "Ransom, you poor man." At first, I didn't know what to do. But then she began to sway, and I moved my arms to wrap around her. It feels good letting someone else know that secret. I've kept it since I was a boy. "Oh Lord, Ransom." She hugged me tighter. "I'm so sorry for you." "Why?" I asked her, as I had no idea why she would feel sorry for me about such a thing. She let me go and stepped back as the elevator stopped. "That's very traumatic. That's why I feel sorry for you." I shrugged as the doors opened, then took her hand, leading her out. "Traumatic? Nah. I didn't want anyone to feel sorry for me. And don't feel sorry for me, Aspen. She went silent as we walked out to the car. I knew the wheels were spinning inside of her head, but I didn't know what about. Why would she feel sorry for me? Why would she get so quiet? Was this thing a lot worse than I ever let myself believe it was? I opened the passenger side door of my car for her. Say something, I told her as she looked at me with forlorn eyes filled with sympathy. Shaking her head, she said, I won't say anything until I know what the right thing to say is. Have it your way. As I closed the door, I began to wonder if I was a shallow person. Truth be told, I'd never taken time to analyze myself. I like to stay busy, living life. I didn't want to do a hell of a lot of thinking. But I wasn't just me anymore. I was about to have a brood of kids. And those kids would look up to me. And they might look at me the same way as Aspen if she ever told them that their daddy had been damaged as a boy because he'd witnessed his mother doing things she shouldn't have been doing. I got into the car and then turned to look at Aspen. Do you think I've been wrong to keep that bottled up all these years? Again, I had no idea why I was asking her this. She made me feel vulnerable yet safe. It was so damn odd to me the way she made me feel. With a nod, she gave me the answer I knew she would. I didn't say another word, just drove to the closest Chinese restaurant so she could feed those hungry babies that grew inside of her. My babies. Aspen carried my babies, and I'd yet to even kiss her sweet lips. That was feeling more and more like a crime to me. Me being me, I didn't talk much as we ate. I didn't know what to say. I'd let out that colossal bomb, and now I was worried that any topic I raised would have Aspen turn it around to my mother cheating. So I didn't say much at all. The ride home was quiet too. But as we walked inside, I decided to do something to lighten the atmosphere. I would really like to name one of the boys after my grandfather. What do you think about that idea, Aspen? I love it. She smiled brightly. Can I be there when you tell him about that? Better yet, I want you to tell him about that. I took her hand, taking her to my grandfather's suite. He'd been working on his physical therapy like a madman. Walking on the treadmill, he smiled at us as we came into the living area of his suite. Hey you two. How'd the ultrasound thing go? Great. I ran my hand over Aspen's belly. All three of them are looking good, Granddad. Then I bumped Aspen's shoulder with mine. She's got something to tell you. Granddad got off the treadmill, wiping his face with a towel he'd had hung over the front of the machine. What do you have to tell me, little mama? We've got 2 boys and 1 girl. Aspen said. We'd like to name one of the boys after you, if you're okay with that, Lucius. The way he looked at her made my heart melt. He reached out, taking her by the shoulders, then pulled her in for a hug. Excuse the perspiration, sweetheart, but I've got to get a hug in. You've made me the happiest I've ever been, little mama. I love that you want to name one of your sons after me. And I love you, Aspen Dell. You're an angel sent to us straight from heaven above. At first, I thought I'd heard him wrong. Did he say I love you? But then Aspen responded, Oh Lucius, I love you too. And for the record, it was Ransom who came up with the idea to name one of them after you. I wholeheartedly agreed, of course. But his was the mind who came up with that. She stepped back as he let her out of his arms. My grandfather looked at me with a stoic expression. Your idea, huh? All I could manage was a shrug. Yeah. He took 2 steps toward me. Then his hands were on my shoulders, and the oddest thing happened. He hugged me. Ransom, you're doing it, son. You're growing those roots I desperately wanted you to. I love you, boy. Oh hell. Patting his back, I looked at Aspen, who beamed at me. She mouthed, say it back to him. I had to close my eyes so I wouldn't see her and do what she'd said to. Then those 3 words came up from somewhere deep inside of me. I tried to hold them back, but my mouth opened and they bubbled out, I love you too, Granddad. Along with the words I hadn't uttered since childhood, came a burning sensation at the back of my eyes. Now I was crying too. It was horrible. Pulling myself away from him, I hurried to leave the room. I've gotta go. I didn't run, but I walked as fast as I could down the hallway. Then I kept on going. I went outside. Then I walked down the long drive before getting to the road, which I walked down too. I didn't know where I was going, but I was walking and couldn't seem to stop. Until the sound of a car horn came from behind me. I stepped off to the side of the road and signaled for the car to go around me. But the next thing I knew, there was a hand grasping at my arm. "Ransom, what are you doing?" Aspen asked. I didn't even think about what I did next. I just did it. I spun around and took her into my arms. My heart was pounding even harder than it had been. "You're getting too close, Aspen. You're going to get hurt." "I don't care." She ran her hand over my cheek so softly, it felt like a feather. "I love you, Ransom Whitaker."
Chapter 24.
Aspen. Lubbock, Texas, December 1st. My admission of love just kind of sat there. I thought I could see love in Ransom's blue eyes as he held me on the side of the road. But nothing came out of his mouth. And I decided that was okay. He needed time. I wasn't going anywhere anyway. A decorator had been hired to make the nursery for our babies, who weren't too far away from coming into the world and then into our home. "Since there are boys and a girl, I think yellow would work great," he told us. Ransom seemed distracted as he mumbled, "Sounds fine to me. I want our daughter to have a few pink things. I don't want everything unisex." I put down 2 swatches of material, one pale pink and one baby blue on the dresser in the large room. "I'm thinking we do stripes of each color on the far wall, then 2 walls in blue and 1 in pink." "Oh honey, no," Franco, the decorator, denied me. I looked to Ransom for some support. "Ransom, what do you think?" "Huh." He turned away from the window he'd been staring out to offer some vague attention to me. I pointed at the fabric. "Do you like the idea of using pink and blue in here?" Shoving his hands into his pockets, he hunched over a bit. "I don't really care. Just let Franco do what he does." I had to bite my tongue to stop myself from going off the handle. "This is our baby's room. This is our decision to make, Ransom." "But I don't care to." He looked at the bedroom door, which stood open. "Frankly, I'd like to get out of here." "Just go then." I was furious. I knew I should have expected him to grow a little distant after my admission of love for him, since he had some huge hang-ups about women, but I hadn't thought he'd get this distant. Franco and I watched Ransom leave, then Franco looked at me. "Oh honey," that was all he said. I didn't have to ask what he'd meant by that. I knew he felt some deep compassion for me. "Can't we find some middle ground, Franco?" "I don't know. He looks like he's out," he commented. I wasn't talking about him and me. I was talking about you and me. I huffed, then sat in the rocking chair by the window. Ransom had the unique ability to be there for me during the hardest times with the pregnancy. And then he had the ability to shut me out so completely at other times. Franco took the rocker opposite from me. "So what's the deal with you two?" He needed to have a baby so that he wouldn't lose his inheritance. I needed money to pay for my last semester of college. He got what he needed, and so did I. I rocked slowly as I tried to calm myself down. "So, you're in college?" Franco asked. "What's your major?" "Petroleum engineering." I thought about his question. "And at the present, I'm not in any classes. I put them off when his grandfather got really sick, and we had to be in Houston. And then I put off going back to school for a while longer, so I could be here for the babies." With a whistle, he let me know he thought I was in deep. "Girl, he derailed your ass." Biting my lower lip, I nodded. Yes, he did. As I sat there thinking, I thought about why I'd let myself get derailed in the first place. But I'm not mad about that. You see, I didn't have any family. I felt alone since my father died. With Ransom and then his grandfather, I began to feel like part of a family again. Then the triplets came to be, and I really started feeling whole again. But what about you and Ransom? Franco asked. Are you two, hitting the sheets together? No. I felt one of the babies kick hard. Oh. Franco jumped up. I saw that from here. Wow, what a little kicker. He put his hand over my stomach, then looked at me. May I? He would have been the first person, other than myself, to feel one of the babies kicking. I'd given Ransom several opportunities, but he'd passed them up. Sure. Franco put his hand on my stomach right where he'd seen it move. This fabric is so soft, girl. What is it? He asked. Heck if I know. Ransom bought this dress for me at the maternity barn, I think. I gasped as one of the babies gave me a hard kick. Franco's dark eyes went wide. Hell, girl.
I know.
I saw movement near the door and turned my head to see Ransom standing there. What's going on here? He made long strides into the room.
Get your hand off her.
Franco laughed as he moved his hand away from my stomach and stepped over to the dresser to look at other color samples. No need to be jealous, Daddy. I looked at Ransom with anger in my eyes. I've asked you to feel the babies kick several times now. You haven't been interested in doing that. His expression turned to that of accusation. You asked him to touch you. No. I couldn't believe he was acting so mad and jealous. He didn't want me. Or wouldn't allow himself to give in anyway. Getting up, I walked out of the room. I didn't want to engage in anything with Ransom at that moment. Anger was bubbling inside of me, and I knew I would say things that might be hurtful. But the foolish man came after me, even grabbing me by my arm to stop me in the hallway. Are all women like this, Aspen? Like what? I had no idea what he was talking about. Don't play dumb with me, he growled. Exasperation took me over, and I jerked my arm out of his hand. Let me go. Quickly, I turned to go to my bedroom. And for the first time ever, he stopped me from closing the door. With his hand on the door, he held it fast.
Answer me.
I have no idea what you're asking, Ransom. With a huff, I went to sit on the edge of the bed. My ankles and feet had swollen as I'd been standing up too long. I scooted back on the bed to put them up. And he came to the side of the bed to help me. Fluffing the pillows, he growled once more. Are all women out to seek the attention of any man who will give it to them? Franco came to the door that Ransom had left open. FYI. I am gay, Ransom. You have nothing to worry about. Ransom didn't even look back at Franco, who'd taken off already. That doesn't matter to me. Please, Aspen. Answer my question. And please answer me honestly. Do all women want as many men as they can get? I don't know about all women, but not me. Calmness enveloped me, as I now understood what he was getting at. Everyone is not your mother, Ransom. I don't know why she did what you alone saw her do, but I can tell you that she didn't do it to hurt you, and it doesn't sound like she did it to hurt your father either. His shoulders slumped as he looked at the floor. Then why did she do it, Aspen? As if I could even tell him. Even if I had met the woman, how would I know why she did the things she'd done? Ransom, you should talk to a therapist about this. I don't have the answers you need. I don't like to think about this. He turned to walk away but stopped. His back still to me, he asked, Do you want me to rub your feet? I noticed that they're swollen a little. Part of me wanted to remain aloof. But another part of me told me that would only make this rift between us wider. It would be nice of you to do that for me. I can't do it myself. My big tummy is in the way. Turning around, he came back to me, sitting on the edge of the bed, then taking my right foot. The way he carefully handled it made me want to moan. I tried so hard not to think about what his strong hands would feel like as they massaged my whole body. You stood up too long. His hands moved up my calf. You're swollen all the way up to your knees. I didn't realize the swelling went that high. I clenched my jaw as he moved his hands up and down my calf. I wanted to moan so badly. My insides were on fire. Only one thing would put out that fire. But he would still deny me that. You've got to sit down and get your feet up as soon as you feel the slightest bit of discomfort, Aspen. He took the other leg and began massaging it. Think about yourself more. Looking at him, I decided to do precisely what he'd said. I will. And with that in mind, I want to tell you something that's been bothering me. His eyes cut to mine. Please, don't ask me to say something to you that I can't. I know how I left that hanging in the air between us, but you've got to understand that I know I will only hurt you. I need to be honest with you. Then please be honest and tell me why you're sure to hurt me, Ransom. I felt a bit giddy that he was going to let me in a little bit more. I look at women as conquests. He moved his hands a little higher than my knee, massaging my inner thigh just enough to make me aroused. Even me? I had to ask. With a nod he went on, even you. But I need you to remain in my life. For our kids. Once I've got a girl to give herself up to me, I no longer look at her as anything more than a conquest, and I don't want anything more from her. In your past, you've been that way. I reached down to take his hands in mine, holding them as I looked into his eyes. You and I are friends. Best friends most of the time. Don't you think you might not be that way with me? For the longest time, he stared right back into my eyes. I need you so much that I'm not willing to risk it. You need me, but you don't want me. I asked. No, I want you too. He looked up at the ceiling as he sighed deeply. But I can't have you. If I do, then I'm pretty sure that thing that's so deeply ingrained in me will come out. I'll become elusive, distant, and even mean if you won't just let me go. I've done it all before. With other women, I reminded him. Women you weren't friends with first. True. He pulled our clasped hands up, then kissed the tops of mine. Can it be enough for you to know that I do want you? I want you in the worst way imaginable. But I care too much for you to let that desire take you away from me. I'll be honest with you since you're being so honest with me. I closed my eyes as I went on. It's nice to hear you say that you want me. I've wondered about that so much. But I had to be honest with myself too. Ransom, I don't know how much longer I can hold out. A frown took over his expression.
You've never had an O?
I shook my head. No. He got up and shoved his hand through his dark hair. You've never played with yourself? No. I felt a little awkward as he began to pace. How the hell is that? He stopped, then looked at me, and I felt like I was under a microscope. You are telling me the truth, right? You're not lying to me to get what you want, are you? I'm not a liar, Ransom. I exhaled slowly to take the edge off the anger that built with his accusation. I've never wanted anyone in my entire life. And I've wanted you since I first saw you. I can tell you now that I am pretty damn sure I will never want to share myself with any man other than you. I can't do this. He turned and left the room, leaving me sitting there utterly speechless.
Chapter 25.
Ransom. Lubbock, Texas, December 25th. It wasn't becoming any easier to be around Aspen without getting a hard-on. Especially when I had to massage her feet and legs when they were swollen. But I'd managed to keep my hands off her in a carnal way. And she'd stopped talking about wanting me to be the only man ever to take her. But I could see it in her pretty eyes that she never lost that spark she had for me. I tried to keep the spark I had for her on a very low flame. Most of the time it worked. When it didn't, I would take matters into my own hands and deal with it myself. A little self-love and a fantasy starring Aspen would take the edge off things for a while. At times, I had to fight my jealousy over the idea that she may have started masturbating. My selfish streak wanted her to wait for me. Not that I was even thinking about giving in to my need for her, but I wanted her to wait anyway. Like I said, I was selfish. So now it had come to my attention that I was not only shallow, but selfish as well. My personal inventory of traits had grown, and not in a good way. On that list was the fact that soon I would become a father, a man who would have children to inspire to do the right things in life. So far, I had made no strides in the fatherly department. But I figured there would be time to make some changes. When the time was right, things would click, and changes would naturally be made. Whatever they were. I had no idea what the future would hold. Being the free spirit I was, I thought it best to sit back and let life take me where I was meant to be. Our first Christmas together had Aspen and I meeting in the room she dubbed the Christmas room. Granddad sat on the sofa with a big cup of hot chocolate in his hands. His cheeks rosy, his smile bright, he greeted us, "Merry Christmas." Aspen piped right up, "Merry Christmas to you too, Lucius." She went right to him, giving him a hug. "I love seeing you looking so dapper this morning." "And you look like a goddess, little mama," he said, then kissed her cheek. "I feel a little tired today. Just not up to it all, I guess." "I think you look great," I told him. "Better than ever, if you ask me." "Well, I don't feel better than ever," he grumbled. Aspen patted his hand, drawing Granddad's attention away from me, which I was thankful for as I looked under the tree to retrieve the present I'd bought for her. "Maybe you should call your doctor and schedule an appointment tomorrow?" "Maybe," he said. I stood up with the wrapped package in my hand. "Here you go, Aspen. This is my gift to you." She pointed to the one with my name on it that was near my foot. "And I bought that one for you. Pick it up, and we'll open them at the same time." As my grandfather looked on, I took the seat opposite Aspen after handing her the present. We unwrapped our presents, and I found mine to be incredibly touching. Our babies. "When did you do this, Aspen?" "I knew it would surprise you." She smiled at me. "I had that one done a month ago. It's one of those 3D things. You can really see all three of their faces in it. I had it done in sepia to match the gold frame I had it put in. I love it." I got up and went to kiss her on the cheek, then noticed my grandfather frowning and couldn't understand why he was doing that. But I wasn't about to ask him anything. I wanted to see Aspen's reaction to the gift I'd gotten her. She pulled the top off the box and pulled out the diamond necklace, holding it to her chest. "Ransom, this is gorgeous. It looks like $1,000,000. My grandfather leaned forward to look at it. "Pretty damn close." Stroking her chin to make her look at me, I said, "It's nothing compared to your beauty, Aspen. But when I saw it, I thought of you." "How sweet." She put her hand over mine and held it to her cheek. "I love it. Thank you." After we exchanged the rest of the presents, we had a nice lunch before heading off to do our own things. Aspen went into town to visit her old roommates and have Christmas with them too. That left my grandfather and me alone. I had no idea how scary that would be. When a knock came to my bedroom door, I wondered who it could be. "Who is it?" I called out. "Me," my grandfather called out. "Can I come in and talk to you?" The door's unlocked. I went to take a seat on the sofa, instead of lounging on my bed the way I'd been doing. Granddad's expression was stern, and I had no idea why that was. He took a seat on the love seat across from me. "Ransom, I've got to let you know that I'm damn happy that you've got kids on the way." "Good. I'm glad that makes you happy, Granddad." I chuckled as I thought about all those babies in a house that hadn't seen any since I was 1 year old. This place is going to get pretty lively here in the very near future. "Yes, it is," he agreed. "I've got more I want to tell you." "Go on then," I said, but couldn't understand the way my body tensed up. "Ransom, I've been watching you and Aspen. That girl loves you. Do you know that?" he asked. I didn't think he needed to be this involved in my personal life. "I'm aware of how she feels about me. You know that girl is vocal." He seemed surprised. "So she's told you that she loves you then?" "She has." The tension got a tighter grip on my body, as I felt a strange energy coming from my grandfather. With a groan, he rubbed his temples. "And what have you done about that?" "Nothing. I want things to stay the way they are now." I got up to pour myself a scotch. Maybe that would ease the tension his little visit was causing me. "Why would you want things to stay the way they are now?" he asked. I poured the drink as I thought about my answer. Finally, I came up with one. I like the way things are now. That's why I want to keep them that way. When I turned around, I saw my grandfather pulling out a handkerchief, then wiping his face as he'd broken out into a sweat. "Things are okay, Ransom. They're not the best they can be. Why don't you want things to be the best that they can be?" "Are you feeling okay?" I asked, then went to sit back down, leaving my glass on the bar, as I'd begun to wonder if the weird energy I felt was about my grandfather's health and nothing more than that. "No." He wiped his face again. "I'm not doing as well as it may seem." My heart plunged. "Do you think?" He stopped me. "I don't know. But I do know this. You've got something that's keeping you from making natural choices in your life. I don't know what it is, but I know I've got to do what I can to help you." "I'm fine," I told him, and then I really looked at him, trying to find anything about his appearance that would let me know if I needed to rush the man to the emergency room or something. "It's you that I'm worried about, Granddad. Should we go to the ER?" "No." He waved his hand in the air. "If I get the damn cancer again, I'm not going through all that chemo again. I can't do it. I won't do it." So there it was. If the cancer came back, he wasn't going to fight it. I got up and went to get that drink I'd poured. "I can't believe you would do that, Granddad. You're important to me. You're going to be important to your great-grandkids too." "Do you love her?" he asked, stopping me before I could take the first drink. "You don't need to concern yourself with that." I took a sip and felt the liquid burn all the way down my throat, then it heated my stomach. "It would help me to know if you love her the way I think you do." He coughed, and it reminded me of how he sounded when he had the tumor in his lung. I couldn't help myself. "I don't know if I love her. That's why I want things to stay the way they are. That way she won't come to hate me." When I looked at his face, I found myself worrying again. It was pale, and he looked shaky. I didn't want to see that weakness in him again. It was way too soon to have to deal with losing him again. His words came out quietly, which wasn't like him. "I hope you don't hate me for this, Ransom, but you see, that woman deserves more. She was born to be a Whitaker. My great-grandbabies deserve more. You deserve more too. I have no idea why you're denying yourself the love of that wonderful young woman. Nor do I understand why you don't know if you love her or not. I can see very clearly that you do love her. Why can't you see that and admit it?" I had no intention of getting into why I didn't want to tell Aspen words I wasn't sure about. "Granddad, Aspen is fine with her role in this family." "I'm not." He looked right into my eyes as he delivered his latest news. "I've changed my will again." "Shit. This will not be good. You have until the birth of your children to marry Aspen Dell. And you have to make that marriage real, son. You know what I'm saying, don't you?" He winked at me, as if he just told me some joke. Maybe it was a joke. "Ah, you're kidding me." "Good one, Granddad." I took another drink and found my hand shaking. "Nope." He shook his head. "I'm dead serious. If I were you, I would marry her sooner rather than later. I heard that most triplets come a month or even 2 earlier than just one baby does. And if that girl doesn't have a wedding ring on her finger, and if her last name isn't Whitaker when they come, then you, she, and all those babies of yours are out of my will. You old son of a gun."
Chapter 26.
Aspen. Lubbock, Texas, December 26. I'd gotten in a little late the night before. Margot didn't want me to leave at all. She whined that I'd been spending all my time with Ransom, making her feel left out. Staying as late as I possibly could was about all I could give her. She'd met a guy, fallen in love, and he'd dumped her without any reason why. I had to stay to let her pour her soul out to me. Since she'd been in such a state, I didn't get to whine about my life to her. And when I climbed into my bed, I looked up at the ceiling for way too long, wondering what I could do to get Ransom to get over his issues and let us have a real relationship. Imagine my surprise when he came into my bedroom early the next morning. He came over to the bed, sitting down on the side and looking a little weird. "How was your visit with your friends, Aspen?" "Pretty good. Margot is having a crisis, but other than that I had fun with the girls." I pushed my hair back out of my face, then stretched and yawned as he'd woken me up when he knocked. "And how did your night go?" "Pretty crazy, actually." He got up and started pacing. I knew it had to be bad, and prayed it wasn't about his grandfather's health. "Why don't you just tell me what happened, Ransom?" "Because I don't know how to." He shook his head. "I've thought all night long how to say this to you, and I can't come up with anything that's good at all." "Is it about Lucius?" I had to know. I had to get myself ready if there was awful news. I'd grown to love the old guy. Now, not only would I have to deal with my own grief, I would still need to be as strong as I could for Ransom. The man looked like a tower of strength, but I knew he was anything but that when it came to his granddad. "Yeah, it's about him," he admitted. "He's done something again. And this time it involves our kids." "So it's not about his health then?" I asked, feeling a tiny bit of relief. Ransom took a seat at the end of my bed, looking at me with fear in his eyes. "Not really. But he did say that if the cancer returned, he wouldn't put up a fight the way he did before." That really got to me. I would imagine it did. It's getting to me right now too. I had no idea why Lucius would give up the fight after he'd proven that he could do it. Maybe I should talk to him. It won't help. He's a stubborn old man. He threw his arms in the air. And that's what makes this so damn hard. I get the feeling that you're skirting around another issue. One that doesn't concern your grandfather's health. I sat up, putting my hand on my stomach as my morning hunger was occurring, and that meant I had to get something in my tummy pretty quickly or nausea would show up. "You would be right." He got back up and started pacing again. I leaned over to get a sleeve of saltines out of the drawer of my nightstand. I had to get something in my stomach and fast. "So stop skirting already and just spit it out." I munched on a cracker noisily. "You make it sound so easy." "It's anything but." He turned around slowly, then came to me. "You know how I feel about you, right?" "Has he told you something that has to do with me, Ransom?" I thought his grandfather liked me, loved me even. But I had this sinking feeling that he might have told Ransom something about getting rid of me, for some reason. "He has," he said, confirming my suspicions. I didn't know what to think. But I did know that I was about to puke. Throwing the blanket off me, I jumped up and hauled butt to the bathroom that was a part of my bedroom suite. Kneeling on the cold tile floor in front of the toilet, I barfed like crazy. Then Ransom's hands were running over my shoulders, pulling my hair back. "It's going to be okay, Aspen." Gasping, I pulled my head out of the toilet. "What's going to be okay?" Gently, he pulled me up, then took my hand, leading me to the sink. Wetting a washcloth, he wiped my face for me as he looked at me with a twinkle in his eyes. "Who knows, you may even want this." "Want what, Ransom?" I took his wrists in my hands to stop him from cleaning my face anymore. I didn't care what I looked like. I just had to know what was happening. "My grandfather has changed his will again. If you and I don't get married before the babies come, then me, you, and the babies will be cut out of his will." He sighed as I released his wrists. "You'll get what you wanted." My head felt light as I tried to process the information. I didn't want this. With a shrug, he said, "Didn't you kind of want this?" Blinking as I looked at him, I had no idea why he would think I wanted him to be forced to marry me. "What?" "You look like you're about to faint." He took my hand and pulled me back to bed. "Here, get back into bed." I'll go down and grab some breakfast for you and bring it up here while you absorb this information. Maybe a little later today, we can pick out wedding rings and decide how we're going to do this. Words eluded me as I got tucked back into bed by the man who had refused to have intercourse with me. But now that his grandfather was demanding he marry me, he looked like he'd accepted it all, and he thought that I would too. Well, he was wrong. My answer is no, Ransom. I watched his face turn into a frown. You don't mean that. His expression changed to one of sheer joy. You're getting what you wanted. His arrogance was mind-boggling. What makes you think that I wanted to marry you?
Come on.
He put his hands on his hips as his eyes danced. You were honest about wanting to have intercourse with me and only me. But you expect me to believe that you didn't want me to marry you, to get that? Shit. At one time last night, as I thought over everything, I even considered that you might have been the one to tell my grandfather to do this. Now I was just pissed. Get out. I pointed at the door. Get the hell out of my bedroom, Ransom Whitaker. I can't believe you've known me this whole time and you would think I would do such a thing. Calm down, he said soothingly. Remember the babies. They're fine. I'm not though. Steam had to have been coming out of my ears. I'm going to tell your grandfather that I will not marry you. I will never marry you. Not unless you love me. Which you don't. He leveled his eyes at me, and I saw defiance in them that I'd never seen before. This isn't a thing we should be fighting over. And who are you to tell me that you know I don't love you? Who am I? I'm the woman who has professed her love to you. The woman who was left hanging after telling you that. If you loved me, then you wouldn't have been able to keep your hands off me. I crossed my arms over my chest, just then realizing that I didn't have a brassiere on. To be honest, I'm not ready to tell you that now. He looked at the floor. But in time, I think I'll be able to. That's not good enough for me. I shook my head. I'm not exactly unlovable. And you've made me feel that way more than once, Ransom. I don't want to marry you. Not right now, I don't. Well, we don't have a shit ton of time, Aspen. You know as well as I do that those babies are going to come early. 1 to 2 months early. And I know my grandfather. If we haven't done what he's asked, then we'll be out on our collective asses without a dime. Then I guess you should start thinking about what you're going to do to support your kids and me until I can get a job. I was adamant. I will not be forced to marry a man who doesn't love me. If I just said the words you want to hear, then will you marry me? He threw his arms up in the air again. I cannot believe I'm having to beg you to marry me. This is insane. I agree. I thought about what he'd asked me, and I knew I couldn't believe him if he did say the words now. My answer is still no. I will not marry you if you tell me that you love me. Ransom, you could just say the words, you know. I need to feel that you love me. First you needed to hear the words, and now you need to feel the love. Now he looked exasperated. I don't know what the hell to do now. I thought you would be over the moon. I thought this would be exactly what you wanted. You could be my wife for the love of God. You could be Mrs. Ransom Whitaker. You would be set for life. You would probably become the damn president of Whitaker Oil, and still you say no. All that didn't matter to me at that moment. I will speak to your grandfather, and this will not be an issue any longer. Ransom laughed all the way out the door. Then I got up and got myself dressed. Lucius Whitaker had no idea who he'd just messed with. As I stomped to the other wing and then down the long hallway to Lucius' bedroom, it came to my mind that the man might not be as well as I thought he was. He might have felt like the cancer had returned. I had to put my anger aside. But I had to explain that I wasn't one to be pushed around when it came to something as serious as matrimony. Knocking on her door, I asked, "Can I come in?" "I've been expecting you," he called out. I came in and found him sitting on the sofa in the living quarters of his suite. He had a blanket wrapped around his shoulders. It reminded me of the way he would keep himself wrapped up when he was sick. Are you feeling okay? No. He gestured for me to take a seat. I'm sure my grandson has told you all about my demands by now. He has. And I'm here to let you know that I'm not about to marry him. I sounded stern, I thought. You love him, don't you? He asked me, before coughing a little. The cough scared me. He's not coughed once since the tumor had gone away. That doesn't matter. To me it does. He wiped his face with a white hand towel. I recalled him sweating a lot when he was sick too. And he loves you, by the way. I know he won't say the words, but you know his actions have told you as much. That man dotes on you, like he's never doted on anyone. Sometimes people just can't say those 3 little words. I don't understand exactly why Ransom has such an issue with saying them, but he does. You've got to be the bigger person, and just accept the fact that Ransom won't be telling you that he loves you. But you will always know that he does. It didn't matter to me if Ransom told me he loved me or not at that point. Lucius, I don't want him to be forced to marry me. You've got to understand, I pleaded. His pale blue eyes drooped as he looked at me. Little mama, if time weren't a fleeting thing, then I would say to let him have all the time he needed to move forward with you. But time will be gone before you know it. Please don't talk like that. There's plenty of time for Ransom to come to love me and want to marry me on his own. And quite frankly, Lucius, I'm not ready to be anyone's wife. I'd never even shared a bed with a man before. Being married carried all sorts of new things with that. Things would really change between Ransom and I if we got married. Lucius wasn't about to be put off though. It's my money and my opinion that you two need a push. You've got 3 children to consider now. It's not only about you. Hate me if you must, but the will isn't going to change until you and he are married. Then all of you will be included. Even you, my dear. No matter what the future brings, you will always be a wealthy woman from here on out, if you marry my grandson before these babies come, that is. With riches cast before me, my pride still fought hard. I can't do this, Lucius. I am sorry. His words came too easily, then so am I.
Chapter 27.
Ransom. Lubbock, Texas, December 27th. The whole day before had been terrible. Wrought with guilt, I'd stayed away from Aspen, hiding out in my bedroom. Getting little to no sleep, I knew I had to make things right with her. And I had to get her to agree to marry me. With the marriage hanging over my head, things had been taken out of my control. I would have no other choices. My life was destined to be with Aspen. I just had to have hope and a fair amount of faith that she would never have a reason to stray the way my mother did. I knew certain things about my parents' relationship. My father worked hard, and he wasn't home a lot. Most of the time he spent the work week in Houston or Dallas. We would see him on the weekends, and that would pretty much be it. Our marriage didn't have to be that way. I would make sure it wasn't. I enjoyed spending time with Aspen. And I knew I was closer to being in love with her than I'd ever been with anyone. It would come. I was sure it would. I knew I'd fought that since the day we'd met. But now I needed to allow it all to happen. My grandfather had made it a necessary act now. And I had to admit to myself that excitement flowed through me like a rushing river as I made my way to Aspen's room. The sun hadn't peeked over the horizon yet, as I opened the door without knocking. She made small snoring sounds as she lay on her side. Her dark hair covered her face, and I moved it back a bit to see her. She stirred only a little, then settled back into a steady breathing rhythm. I moved my hand over her belly, loving the roundness of it. Out babies lay sleeping in their mother's womb. This woman carried 3 of my children, and yet we'd never kissed. Never made love. Things were about to change. I would make sure of that. The months of agony were over. Behind us. All we had was one hell of a fantastic future ahead of us. Brushing damp strands of hair off her face, I looked into her eyes. Marry me, Aspen Dell, and make me the happiest man on earth.
Chapter 28.
Aspen, Lubbock, Texas, December 27th. I can't believe this, man. You did this just so I would marry you, didn't you? I closed my eyes and fought back the tears. I had never felt so manipulated. Get out, Ransom. Rolling off me, he yelled, "What the hell, Aspen?" He jumped off the bed, towering over me. Are you crazy? And now he's gone and called me crazy. Am I crazy? I yanked the blanket up to cover my body. I had never felt so exposed before. You took my V-card with this purpose behind it. I think anyone who takes a person's V-card does have a purpose behind it. He picked his underwear up off the floor and put them back on. But if you think the purpose was to get you to say yes to my second proposal of marriage, then the answer is no. I didn't make love to you just to get you to say yes to me. Why'd you do it then? I asked as I pulled the blanket even tighter around me. Him being covered with his undies left me feeling vulnerable being naked with but a blanket. I wanted to. There his arms went, flying back up into the air again, as he looked exasperated with me. You knew that I wanted you. You knew that I was holding back. And you even knew why I was doing that. So I didn't want to hold back anymore. I know who my future lies with now. There are just no more reasons to keep holding back. Somewhere in my head, I understood him. But the thing foremost on my mind was that it was grandfather who decided we should be married, not him. Tell me, Ransom, do you ever make your own decisions? Will your grandfather make all the important ones for you for the rest of his life? He's made you have children. And now he's making you marry a woman that you don't even love. The way he stood there, staring at the floor, told me more than any words could. He was weak, shallow, and not the type of man I thought of when I thought of a husband and father. And the longer that he stood there, saying nothing, the easier it got to make a decision. For the life of me, I can't understand why I love you, but I do. And it's because of that love that I have for you that I'm doing this. I will not marry you. I will never marry a man who lets another rule his entire life. As much as I wanted to put all the blame on Ransom, I had to own my part. I'd agreed to what he wanted. I'd put my life on hold to have his babies. And I'd done that for money too. Dropping my face into my hands, I cried. And when I looked up again, he was gone. My bedroom door was closed, and I hadn't even heard him leave. What's more, he'd never said a word to me. I knew of only one thing to do. Get my butt out of that house. An hour later, I pulled up in front of my old apartment, glad that I'd kept paying my part of the bills to keep my bed open. Shuffling into the small apartment, I looked around as everyone else was at work. There's not even room to have my babies in this place. I had so much to think about. So many actions to take. And so much heartache to try to get over. With all of Ransom's faults, the underlying emotion I felt was love. Love for him. Love for our babies. Love for his misguided, sometimes too controlling grandfather. But I had to love myself too. I couldn't let these crazy men rule me. What would life be if Ransom and I jumped each time his grandfather snapped his old fingers? That man needed to learn his place. And he needed to stop holding his vast fortune over people's heads. He'd even held it over our unborn babies' heads for Pete's sake. Since Ransom had never discussed his finances with me, I had no idea if that man had any money of his own. But I knew that once I had the babies and 6 weeks had gone by, I would start sending out my resume and gain employment somewhere using my degree. I still had around $47,000 in the bank. I could get anywhere I needed to with that, along with the car that Ransom cleverly put under my name. His grandfather couldn't touch my bank account or my car. Ransom and I could do this thing on our own. We didn't have to have his grandfather's money. And then I recalled a small conversation Ransom and I had about him having the same degree as me. So he could get a job too. We would do what normal people did. Put the kids in daycare while we worked to keep a roof over our heads and food on the table. He acted like you had to have billions of dollars to live. I knew you didn't have to have that much money to make it in life. But would Ransom ever stand up to his grandfather? That was the real question. Would he ever tell the man in no uncertain terms that he would marry who he wanted to when he wanted to, and not a minute sooner? Margot came in just as I sat on the sofa. "What has you visiting us unannounced, Aspen?" My mouth opened and out came nothing but sob after sob, and Margot rushed to hug me. "I left Ransom." "Why in the hell would you do such a stupid thing, Aspen?" She let me go to look at my face. Seeing that I wasn't anywhere near finished crying, she got up and came back with a box of tissues. "Here, clean yourself up and let's get to the bottom of this." It took me a few minutes to get it all out before I could take a second to blow my nose, then wipe away the tears. His grandfather is making Ransom marry me before the babies are born. Good. She went to get us a couple of bottles of water from the fridge.
He should marry you.
You guys have this lifelong plan to raise these kids together. You also have this insane chemistry that you both seem to be trying to ignore. Trust me, one day, one of you will have a weak moment and bam. That happened early this morning, I enlightened her. And at the end, he asked me to marry him. Can you believe the nerve of that man? Her head fell to one side as her jaw dropped. She nearly dropped the bottles of water she held. You're shitting me, right? No, I'm not. I took one of the bottles of water out of her limp hand before it fell to the floor. Ransom had the audacity to come into my bedroom this morning, slip into my bed while I was still asleep. He began kissing me and fondling me, and it was so much better than I'd ever even dreamt it would be. Margot fell into the chair as she seemed awestruck for some weird reason. Yeah, I bet you were really surprised with how great it was. I was. I took a drink of the water before adding, I felt so connected to him, Margot. Like I never knew I could feel. Even more connected to him than the babies I'm carrying. Like he and I were one person. But I'd been wrong. What a bastard, she said, but it was said in a sarcastic tone. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. Do you think that maybe your hormones are just all riled up, and that you're not in your right mind at this time? No, I do not think that, Margot. Now it was me who threw hands in the air. How can I be the only person to see this? Look, let me spell it all out for you. Ransom doesn't want to marry me. His grandfather's threat of cutting him and his children out of the will is what has him asking me to marry him. I think I deserve better than that. Don't you? Here's what I think. She put the unopened water on the table in between us. Ransom has his issues. You told me a little about him seeing his mom with other women. Please remember never to let Ransom know I did that, Margot. It would really bother him if he knew I'd told a soul about a thing he's kept to himself forever. I leaned back, praying that little secret would never escape her lips again. Of course, Aspen. She sighed, then went on, so Ransom has this intuitive grandfather. He's raised Ransom since he was 15. He knows that man inside and out, I would bet. He knows that Ransom has this hang-up. He knows if he doesn't force things, then Ransom will be one lonely man for the rest of his life. And he loves his grandson so much that he'll make these demands, basically blackmailing him to do what's pretty normal for men his age to do. Precisely. I was glad to see that she was on the same page I was. And you don't see how Ransom needs these little pushes? She asked. I laughed. These are not little pushes, Margot. These are shoves. Big, hard shoves that his grandfather gives him. And what's to stop him from doing it time and time again? Say in a few years Lucius wants us to have more grandkids for him and changes the will again to get what he wants. I thought you said you loved his grandfather, she said as her brows raised. Do you not trust this man? I didn't know what to say. I loved Lucius, not necessarily the way he used that money of his to get his way, but the man himself was pretty lovable. He's misguided, I guess, is all I could come up with. Basically, I'm upset with Ransom for not standing his ground. His grandfather told him if we weren't married before the babies come, then we're all out of the will. And Ransom hurried to ask me to marry him. Margot chewed her lower lip while she thought.
He hurried, huh?
Yes, he told me all about it the very next morning, and said we should get wedding rings and get to doing it already. Of course, I asked him if he loved me. And he couldn't tell me that he did. So I told him that I wasn't going to marry a man who doesn't love me. I slammed my fist on the sofa beside me. Why do those men have to complicate everything? I don't know, she answered my rhetorical question. Maybe because they're rich and have been used to getting their way their whole life. Looking at my stomach as one of the triplets kicked, I began to realize something. They would be just like the rest of the Whitakers if I didn't start changing things right now. When my cell rang and I saw it was Ransom, I sent it straight to voicemail. I've got to play hardball with these men. I know they probably never expected someone as young and as inexperienced as me to come into their world and turn it upside down. Being a mom has changed me. Making love to Ransom had as well. I feel powerful, like I can make the rules which we all have to live by. You're crazy, Aspen. Margot shook her head. You can't make that old man do anything. I've got 2 sets of grandparents. You better believe there are no people on this planet who are more stubborn than old folks. What about a mother who only wants what's best for her kids? I asked. Margot nodded. They can be pretty stubborn too. Sometimes they can be so stubborn that they don't see what's really right for their kids. Like marrying their father because you love him, and he loves you, and ignoring the fact that anyone else is involved in any way. Easy for her to say, she isn't living my life.
Chapter 29.
Ransom. Lubbock, Texas, December 28th. I let Aspen have one night to think about things. I'd driven by her old apartment and seen that she was safe. Then I went back home to confront my grandfather. If he hadn't made this stipulation, then she would be home right now in my arms. Well, maybe not in my arms because I had to be real and admit that it was his forcing the marriage issue that had me making love to her. But who really knew for sure? Slamming into his sitting area, I gave him no options. I want you to fix this, Granddad. She left. She did what? He asked with confusion riddling his face. She left, I repeated. She's beyond pissed and said some pretty mean things to me, but I have to agree with them. I've been weak. And I've been pushed around by you. It's time for me to stand up and be a man. The woman who is carrying my babies is mad at me and has left our home. I've lost it all, and it's no one's fault but my own. He dropped his head. And mine. No. It's not yours. I've got to accept all the blame here. I took a seat as I saw the sorrow in my granddad's eyes. I am a man. I shouldn't have let you bulldoze me with your money. I've got a degree in petroleum engineering. I could have been working at our oil company for years now, making my own money. I didn't do that. I played around and didn't worry about a damn thing. And that's my bad, not yours. You thought you had to do something drastic to get me to grow the hell up. And I'm not saying you were wrong, I'm saying I was. It felt good to take control of my own actions. To own up to things I should have long ago. I should have done the right thing from the very beginning. And when you told me that I had to marry Aspen before the babies were born, I should have told you that you could take that money and put it where the sun don't shine. Mainly because I should have asked that woman to marry me all on my own some time ago. So, you do want to marry her now? He asked with a smile on his face. Even if I change my will to include you, her, and the children, you would still ask her to marry you, Ransom? I am going to ask her to marry me either way. Leave us out if you want, or keep us in. Either way, I want to marry her. It felt amazing to finally know without a shadow of a doubt what I really wanted. I wanted Aspen to be my wife. I wanted her to be with me for as long as God would allow. And I didn't care if we had to work our asses off to take care of our family or not. Getting up, he went to the small desk in the room and pulled out a piece of paper. This is the revamped will. I hadn't filed it with my lawyer yet. The old one still stands, the one I made a couple of months ago that includes the babies and their mother as well as you. I was bluffing. He ripped the paper into 3 pieces before tossing it into the trash can. I am sorry. Can you tell her that I've said that? I'm a stubborn old man who hasn't had a wife in years to put me in my place. I've made a mistake. Clapping my granddad on the shoulder, I had to smile. Apology accepted. And I will give her yours as well. And I'm sorry too, Granddad. You did everything right. You tried your best to get me to do the right things. It's not your fault. And I suppose it's time to be honest with you. Am I really going to do this? About what, Ransom? He asked as he went back to take a seat. About why I was the way I was. I took a seat beside him. When I was a kid, I saw Mom with other men. It made me think that women couldn't be trusted. And that's why I held back so much with Aspen. I knew she would steal my heart. What I didn't know was that it was possible for her to do that to me without even kissing her. She stole it long ago. The unconditional love that she gives us both, and I know she'll give our kids, makes her seem like an angel in my eyes. He nodded. I agree. And I'm sorry you saw that side of your mother. We had no idea you knew about that. Your father wanted that kept secret. He and your mother had their problems, but it would have made them both feel terrible to know that you've always been aware of it. He'd surprised me. I should have spoken up at some time about what I'd seen. But that's the past, and this is the present. I'm letting Aspen have one night to calm down. She has every right to be mad at us both. Then tomorrow, I'm changing everything. I got up and headed to my room to work on the plan for the next day. I wanted everything to be perfect for her. Especially since I'd messed everything up so badly. Without letting Aspen know a thing, I showed up at the apartment bright and early, a bag of pastries in one hand and a small black box in the other. I knocked on the door. Margot answered it, and she broke into a smile as soon as she saw me. Please tell me you're here to perk her up. I am going to do my very best. I held out the bag. Care to plate these up for me to make them look delicious? Will do, she said as she took the bag from me. Come in. She's in the bathroom getting dressed. I made sure to talk quietly so I would surprise her. I'll wait here for her to come out. Margot found a pretty little pink plate to put the food on and set it on the coffee table. I'll make some caffeine-free coffee too. She'll like that. She hurried to get that going, and I had to try not to fidget too much. I was getting nervous about what her answer would be. I'd worked on a speech that I thought would do the trick. With Aspen, I never knew for sure how she would respond. And now that I knew she was angry with Granddad and me, I really couldn't count on her reaction. Do I smell coffee, Margot? Aspen called out before coming into the living room. You're such a meanie. You know I crave that stuff but can't drink it. She came around the corner, smoothing out her pink dress, not looking up. Her head jerked up as I said, It's caffeine-free, Aspen. Ransom. Her eyes narrowed at me. I don't want to talk to you. That's okay because I want to do the talking. I got up to take her hand and pull her to a seat. Sit down, please. You know I hate for you to stand up too long and get all swollen. This really isn't going to work, Ransom, she said. I put one finger to her lips as I went down on one knee in front of her. Hush now. Just listen to me, baby. First and foremost, I want you to know that my grandfather was just bluffing. He hasn't changed his will. You, me, and the babies are all equal heirs in it. And that's whether or not you marry me. You're his blood too. And you don't have to marry me to get a dime. She gulped. I'm an heiress. You are. And you don't have to marry me to get your just due. I took her left hand in mine. And now I would like to tell you another thing. You see, I searched my soul all day yesterday and last night. And I dug deep. I didn't want to say this to you, until I knew it was the truth. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Ransom. Shaking my head, I looked earnestly at her. Hush now. Let me talk. As I dug around inside my head and heart, I found you at every turn. You are everywhere in me, Aspen Dell. You are in my head, my heart, my soul. I felt like we were one person when we made love. I've never felt that way in my life. You are my beginning and my end. I will never love anyone the way that I love you. You love me, she whimpered as tears began to fall down her cheeks. I do. I pulled out the black box and opened the lid. And I would like to show the world how much I love you. I had to take a sec to get myself under control, as she looked too beautiful for me to breathe. Aspen, you don't have to do this. No one is or will ever make you do anything again. Everything you do will only be because you want to. So I am asking you if you will make me the luckiest, happiest, and the most grateful man on this planet, and become my wife. Whenever you want that to happen, let me add. She kind of floored me as she asked, even if I want to wait like 5 years. It took me a minute to say, even if you want to wait 5 years. She smiled as she wiped away the tears. Even if I want to marry you, as soon as possible. My heart leapt and I sighed. Even if you want to fly off to Vegas in our private jet, and get married as soon as possible. I want you with me. Forever and always. But I want you to want that too. Forever and always. She looked up at the ceiling. I found him, Daddy. I found the one man for me. You always said I would. I waited, and then one day I found this piece of paper with his phone number on it and called him. And he asked me to have his baby. And I said yes. What should I say now, Dad? Margot chimed in as she used a deep voice to mimic Aspen's dearly departed father. Say yes, daughter. Aspen and I laughed, and then she wiggled her ring finger at me. Seems he thinks I've found Mr. Right too. I would love to marry you, Ransom Whitaker. And the sooner, the better. I couldn't stop the tears then. As I slid that engagement ring on her finger, I let those tears flow. You have no idea how much I love you, girl. She threw her arms around me. You have no idea how much I love you, boy. Now let's get on the private jet and make this thing real. It'll be a pleasure to bring our kids into this world as a married couple. And I do believe Dr. Larson will be thrilled when she comes to visit the babies she helped us create. I had no idea how overwhelmed I would be with her answer. Like a bolt of lightning had just shot through me, I knew my life would never be the same again.
Chapter 30.
Aspen. Lubbock, Texas, February 12th. I'd known it for the last 3 hours. I was in labor. The contractions were 30 minutes apart, but they were steady. Since there were 3 babies inside of me, the delivery a bit on the dangerous side. Plus they were a month early, but the doctor told us that was normal in our case. The reason I'd kept my mouth shut about the onset of labor was because we were already in the hospital. Lucius had to have some tests done to find out if the cancer had come back. None of us wanted to imagine that it had. But Lucius told us that he'd been feeling tired and chilly often. At first, he wouldn't even go to the doctor about it. He fought us so hard, the stubborn old goat. Finally, I'd appealed to the human part of him, telling him that his great-gran wanted to meet him. And they wanted to know him, if only for a little while. If he could see fit to fighting this battle at least one more time for them, I knew they would love him always for doing it. After a few days of letting that all sink in, Lucius made an appointment with his doctor. We brought him in for blood work, and they told us to return in 3 days. So we waited outside the lab until they brought us the results. Being that Lucius had already been through the whole thing not long before, he knew what was ahead for him. And he wasn't happy about it. A twinge of pain began to radiate around my body, and I tried to take breaths through it without being noticed by Ransom or his grandfather. But Ransom sat next to me, holding my hand. His arm rested on one side of my stomach. It must have gotten very hard with the contraction. Do you feel that, baby? Feel what? I asked innocently. He put his hand on my huge belly. Your tummy is as hard as a rock. I put my hand on it too. How that's weird. I don't feel a thing. His blue eyes penetrated mine and I smiled at him. We should have the results soon. Then we can go and maybe take a walk. It just might be some weird muscular thingy. I'm huge, you know. You're gorgeous. He kissed my lips sweetly. And I love you. Once Ransom started using the 3 words he'd avoided like the plague his entire life, he used them all the time. He told both his grandfather and me that he loved us more than we told him. My husband has made incredible strides in his character since our wedding day, the same day he'd asked me to marry him. It was something out of a dream. He and I took all my old roomies and his granddad and went to Vegas. He bought them all pretty bridesmaids' dresses and me a wedding dress. Then he and his best man, his grandfather, rented tuxes, and we all made a great-looking group of people. My friends had never felt so pampered. Ransom insisted we make a week-long honeymoon vacation out of it. And he made sure no one paid for a thing but him. It was the best wedding present ever. I didn't even have to ask him to do a thing. Ransom had come up with it all. That solid week of together time let me get into the groove of being his wife. Sleeping together was a cinch. Waking up to him was a dream. Bathing together was more than relaxing. Showering together was sinfully alluring. I knew our marriage would be one for the storybooks. A real-life fairy tale. A really racy fairy tale, but still a story that spoke of love beating the odds. When a woman came out to us, we all got ready to hear the worst. Follow me, please. Lucius looked sick. Okay, let's get this over with. We took either side of him, letting him feel our love as we all went to see the doctor. Things are going to be okay, Granddad, Ransom told him as he put his arm around his shoulders. No matter what, we've got your back. He patted Ransom's hand. Thanks. I know you do. We all took seats as his doctor read the test results. Well, Mr. Whitaker, you do have a problem here that we need to deal with. I knew it, came his depressed reply. I put my hand on his knee. It's all right. We'll deal with this with you. You'll never be alone. But the babies, he whimpered. You'll both be so busy with them. The doctor cleared his throat. Hang on there. I should have been more clear. You're still cancer-free, Mr. Whitaker. Lucius' shoulders stopped slumping as he sat up straight. I am. The doctor shook his head as he put the papers on top of the desk, fanning them out so we could see them. Yes, you are. The problem is your testosterone levels. They're all out of whack. What the hell does that mean? Lucius asked. It means we need to get you on some testosterone is all, the doctor said with a smile. You're still a very healthy man. You can expect to get to see those babies turn into children before you leave us all behind. Lucius slapped his thigh with excitement. I can't believe my luck. Ransom leaned back to look at me and wiggled his fingers at me. I took his hand and couldn't stop smiling. But then a horrible contraction hit me, and I had to let go as I doubled over. Before I knew it, there were 3 men around me, all with concerned faces. But none more so than my husband's. You little sneak. You're in labor. Don't even try to deny it. Once the pain eased up, I answered, yes, I am in labor. It's early yet. I wanted to let your grandfather get his news first without worrying about me. And we are in the hospital already, so I knew I was safe at all times. Ransom pulled me up. You could have told me at least. And have you worry about both him and me? I threw up my hands. And the babies too. No way. The babies are coming today. Lucius asked. It seems so. Ransom led me out of the room. I'm getting her up to the labor department. He looked at his grandfather's doctor. Please get a nurse here to give Granddad whatever he needs. I want him feeling better as soon as possible. We need one more set of loving arms to hold baby Lucius when he's born. Lucius stopped me as he grabbed my arm. Does this mean that I get to be in there when the babies are born, little mama? I smiled at him as he'd mentioned he wanted to be there. So my doctor and I came up with a plan. We've made adjustments to the delivery room we're going to be in. Thanks to all that money you have, we can make miracles happen. Ransom wasn't letting any time get wasted. Come on, tell him on the way up, Aspen. I want you in bed with monitors all over you ASAP. Rolling my eyes, I went on, he's going to be so bossy throughout this, I just know it. Anyway, Lucius, we've set it all up. There's this clothesline thingy with sheets thrown over it that will separate you from seeing anything yucky. But you'll still be a real part of things too. And when the babies are born, you will see them at the same time we do. How much did you pay for a clothesline and sheets? Lucius asked with a frown. Ransom pushed the button on the elevator. $10. All the money in the world, and you came up with that idea, Aspen? I tell you what, you've got that penny-pinching knack, girl. Lucius patted my arm as we walked into the elevator. Even if I were the heiress to a billion-dollar oil company, I would never forget where I'd been. It's just my way. Only a few hours later, there I was with my feet up in stirrups and sweating up a storm as one contraction hit me after another. Ransom was as red in the face as I was as he counted through each one, holding my hand as I squeezed it hard. The nurse shook her head as she looked at the chart. That was a mean one, honey. You sure you don't want that epidural? Catching my breath, I told her, I want to feel this whole experience. I missed out on making them the old-fashioned way. I want to experience the old-fashioned way of giving birth to them. I knew no one understood me. Why would they? Oddly enough, the wait for Ransom made it even sweeter when I got to have him. He had taken my heart without me even knowing it. The love I had for him crept up on me a little at a time. When something comes on slowly, it tends to sink in deeper than if it's given quickly. Or so I thought anyway. The process of having those 3 babies took 19 hours. A long time. Time enough for me to let so much settle into my heart, soul, and mind. My love for those kids would only grow, but it was already deep and honest. Elijah took the first ride out. Ransom waited right next to me, holding my hand and straining right along with me as I pushed the 4-pound boy out into the world. His scream was shrill and loud, prompting Lucius to call out, "Oh boy, he's gonna be a good one." I fell so deeply in love with that little dark-haired boy as soon as I laid eyes on him. He looks like his daddy. I love you, Elijah. Daddy loves you too, son, Ransom said. Oh God. That felt so weird saying that. Then he beamed with pride. I've got a son. You've got 2 of them, I reminded him. The contractions eased up for only a few minutes. Then they returned with a vengeance. Ah. Here we go again. I wonder who's next in line. 10 short minutes later came our little princess, Arian. Mama loves you, baby girl, I called out weakly. The time and pain were getting to me. Ransom could see that. He kissed me on the forehead. Only one more, little mama. I didn't think I could do it again. It was too much. I had nothing left. Ransom, I don't think I can push anymore. I'm worn out. The next thing I knew, Lucius popped his head over the sheet that separated us. Little mama, I know you're hurting. I know you're tired. And I know I have no idea what kind of pain and tired you are. But I know this. You're a fighter. You're one strong individual. And you can do this. I have faith in you. With the support of my whole family, I gave it one last shot, and 3 minutes later little Lucius was screaming at the top of his lungs. We'd brought our 3 little embryos all the way home. A home I knew we all would make sure stayed happy. We'd found our happy ending, and each one of us would treasure it always and forever.
The end. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2023 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.